Morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome wherever you are listening in the world. Welcome to the Kia Oval in South London for the second day of the second Test match between England and New Zealand. And it's another absolutely belting day. Beautiful, couple of degrees warmer than it was yesterday, and absolutely no chance of even the smallest rain shower forecast for the day. New Zealand had a good day yesterday, reaching 291 for 7 after being asked to bat first. They fought back tremendously well from 107 for 4, and there'll be great hopes, if not expectations, on Glenn Phillips capitalising on what has been an extremely courageous and skillful innings. 49 not out he is, to add to the half-century that Tom Blundell, the keeper, made yesterday. 51 from him, 44 from Daryl Mitchell, 33 from Ravindra Jadeja, and Kyle Jameson, I think, will have to knuckle down and try and hang around and not play too many wild shots as he did in the last 10 minutes before the close of play yesterday. Phillips on 49. It's going to be Sonny Baker, the 22-year-old from Hampshire, to bowl the first over of the morning with no slips in place. We've got a very much a big hitting field with a fly slip, no orthodox slips or gullies or even leg slips. So we've got a fly slip, extra cover, man at deep mid-wicket, man at long leg, and a man at fine leg. Here's Sonny Baker, first ball of the morning. He's bowling to Phillips on 49. It's short and he goes for the hook shot and he gets a little glove or a top edge and it's down the leg side. It beats fine leg. It's byes. Hello, he didn't get anything on it. Oh well. It's already an eye-watering number of extras that New Zealand have. With that takes the total of byes now to 19, which is a blot on the copybook of James Drew, the keeper. Well, I don't think he's been really responsible for maybe half of them. Here is Baker once again. It's another short one. It's another hook shot, and he does get something on this one, I'm sure. And it's down towards fine leg, and it's gone for 4. He did get a little top edge, so there's a half century for Glenn Phillips. Second ball of the day, 2 bouncers from Sonny Baker. I find it peculiar, and I'll apologise for saying it. I find it very peculiar that England have gone straight away to this unorthodox field. I mean, it's the first over of the morning. Yeah, Glenn Phillips is, yes, he's in, and he's gone to his half century now, but and fortuitously, little top edge, just to the left of James Rue, but I don't know, try and hit the top of off stump for a couple of overs, why not? Beginning of the day's play. Here is Sonny Baker once again, and Phillips back and across defence. Very good morning to Jeremy Coney.
Morning, Manners. Morning, everybody, wherever you are. 291 overnight for New Zealand for 7 wickets. They've started again and have picked up 8 runs in the first over of the day's play. A continuation, albeit from the other end, bowling the short ball. And so far it looks as though Phillips is more interested in playing the ball than letting it go, as he was predominantly last night.
53 now. Sonny Baker into him once again, and up onto his toes he goes, and pushing it out towards mid-on. There was a really actually interesting, and I'll say why I qualify that in a moment, interview with Sonny Baker last night, because it was done by the ECB in-house media communications team, so there weren't obviously going to be any tough questions. I don't know what tough questions there could have been for Sonny Baker, but he was ebullient and effervescent as usual. But it was interesting, he did say that that's down the leg side from Baker, as again it's short and Phillips does step inside the line. But he did say that the wicket seemed a lot quicker from the pavilion end. And he said that watching Jofra Archer's bouncer battle with Phillips in the last 45 minutes of play yesterday was one of the most absorbing things he'd ever seen in his career. He said it was absolutely compelling. He was standing at mid-wicket and he just felt the tingling down his spine as he watched Archer peppering Phillips with bouncer after bouncer. Short pulled away by Phillips again, and he'll get a single. I think it might be off the pad, actually. No, off glove perhaps. And he keeps the strike, single off the last ball of the over. But he did say that it definitely seemed quicker from the pavilion end. And I just thought, if I would been conducting that interview, I might have just said, is that perhaps not because Jofra Archer was bowling from the pavilion end? Is that why everything seemed slower from the Vauxhall end?
Well, that would be down sort of downplaying himself, because he did have one spell from up there yesterday, didn't he? But the majority, that's my memory, is that he bowled from the Vauxhall stand end. So that's an interesting one. I had a look at the pitch this morning. I've got to say it's semi-ugly looking. It's not the kind of surface that you would associate. In the past, it was just so even, and the grass was even. You could see little tufts standing up a little bit more than other parts. Now, whether that got a slight variation of bounce that we saw yesterday, just a little bit, not excessive, I'd have to say. Whether it'll change today, if there's any sun around, then it'll just improve. We'll have to wait and see, folks. But I mean, it doesn't look what I would say the normal kind of oval surface that I've seen in the past. And you might expect, because of those little tufts, some variation of sorts, whether that's seam, whether it's, hitting the grass tufts a little more than the flatter parts of the pitch.
Oh, that's short and it doesn't bounce, doesn't get up from Josh Tongue, and it's crashed into Glenn Phillips. He tried to leave it alone, and so not only did it not bounce, and that's what caught him out, but I think he might have picked the wrong line. I don't think it nipped back or jagged back that sharply, but he's been hit maybe on the hip.
He's just, I think that is the hip. That's right. It was going down leg side slightly and just allowed it to hit him. It wasn't the height he expected, and said, no, I'll take that. It just maybe even as he got to the front, it might have hit him sort of lower stomach area. He's had a few blows, hasn't he? He's had to work hard for his innings.
Tongue in again, short again, and pulled away by Phillips down towards deep backward square leg. It's absolutely bewildering that England should start the day from the first ball with a short ball strategy. Just a couple of overs. Try and hit the top of off stump. Put a couple of slips in.
Yeah, no slips whatsoever at the moment. They found, I think, that New Zealand, particularly to Phillips, that he just wasn't interested in taking it on at all. And therefore there were no runs really accruing from that long spell. I think asking Archer to bowl 8 overs of it.
Here is Tongue once again, and Jameson tries to get inside and underneath this one and loft it down to long leg. Doesn't make contact.
I mean, he may be the leader of the attack and bowled, I thought, a lot better actually than the one for 58 he got from his 19 overs yesterday. But because he troubled the left-handers early on, all those 4 left-handers from New Zealand, by bowling around the wicket at them, and he angled the ball back into them, and then he swung it away, so it went towards the slips as well. It was an in-swinger.
Tongue in again, another short one. Oh, and I don't know whether Jameson got something on this again. He stepped, he knows it's coming short, and he's trying to get inside and underneath it again and heave it down to long leg. He's looking to hit 6s, and he didn't get anything on it at all, actually. And it's another bye, and that one James Rew was responsible for.
Yep. I agree with you. It's a very handy little addition. I don't know exactly where it's got to at the moment. Would it be about sort of 49 or 50 for extras at the moment? Not just the buys, but the leg buys, of course,
it
the
was
wides.
39 overnight, so it's
44.
Was it 44?
44.
Beg your pardon. Yeah, well, it's over 50 now then. And there's some more. So that's a bouncer, and it's gone straight over the keeper's head from Josh Tongue. Very, very short. It should be called a wide by umpire Adrian Holdstock.
I agree with
Bye. He's called
that.
bye.
I agree with that. I think that's over the head, and looks like 49. I think at the moment the number of extras. So yeah, the 4 and then the 1 there, just in that passage of play. So yeah, what the ball has done, of course, here at the Oval is it swung after it passes the batsman.
Here's Tongue again, and Jameson goes for another hook shot, and he gets a glove, and it's caught by James Rew. He's not walking.
Well, he made as if to, didn't he? He gave it away, and then no, it's hit him on the helmet, I think.
It's hit him on the helmet.
Yeah.
There was a very loud clunk, and it's a no ball. It's a no ball. It's been called a no ball by Adrian Holdstock. That's interesting. Well, I don't know whether he got a glove onto the helmet. It's definitely hit him on the helmet, so we'll go through the concussion protocols, and I think it's a compulsory change of helmet as well.
Just what we need, another break and play. So no ball. So, of course, only 3 overs remaining this morning before the new ball is due. And one would think with New Zealand one end exposed slightly with the tail enders, England would take that new ball as soon as possible. I don't know, you thought New Zealand did well yesterday. I thought it was that there was also an element of opportunity missed, with starts right throughout the order, a couple of 20s, a 33 from Ravindra, 44 from from Mitchell, and then a 51. But it was more the manner of the dismissals I'm thinking about, where you get to that total, anyone can get out between 0 and 10, say. Once you get to 74 balls, 84 balls, 51 balls, 57 balls. I'm looking at the number of balls those players I'm talking about. Once you get in like that, I think you have a responsibility as a batsman to push on as much as you can. And to have Ravindra slightly frustrated that he can't play all his shots, and then to angle ones into the cordon, a deliberate stroke to try and get it down to third man and being caught, and then Mitchell looking to pull a ball that's come on to him a little bit faster, and it's hit high on the bat and he's been caught at mid-wicket. Blundell, the first over of Bethel, and hasn't really had a look at him. It's a little bit full, but he hasn't picked the length up, and so he couldn't get underneath it enough for a slog sweep. So those kinds of players who have played a lot of Test cricket now, and I just feel that there is elements that they've made errors of judgment, either in the actual stroke itself or a mental error, when they need to carry on. They know they've got to get 350 minimum here on this surface. We can't judge this surface until we've seen both innings played on it. But if it's a nice day today and the sun stays out, I know New Zealand have got some goodish bowlers. If Henry bowls well, and if O'Rourke particularly can get his length right, it could be awkward for England. But I just feel as batsmen we had some chances and they weren't nailed. It looked as though we hadn't played much.
We do tend to judge our own more harshly than.
Yes, I agree with you, and I do.
And I think I think you're being quite harsh. I understand exactly what you're saying, but I had a sneaky coffee and bacon sandwich with Darren Gough and Steve Harmison this morning. That's well, it was a short ball, but it didn't get up at all from Josh Tongue, and Kyle Jameson is back looking for the hook, and in the end, he just pushes it with a straight bat almost out towards deep mid-wicket. Anyway, they said, what do you think, Manners? And I said, I think 250 is a good score, and I think that New Zealand are ahead of the game, and I think that their bowlers will get a lot more out of the pitch and what it's offering than England's bowlers did. And I said that England are coming a distant second after the first day, and they tended to agree.
Isn't it brilliant? You've tried to get some support there. That's excellent from ex-players. We all have our own views, don't we? And isn't that wonderful?
Have you been to the green room? It's an extra VVIP setup, and so Goughy and Harmy are paid a great deal of money to be there
Great to be a fast bowler, isn't it? Oh.
It's extraordinary. Sonny Baker and Jameson now carves one away through the offside for 4. It's an amazing shot. Do you know what? I actually don't know that Carol Jameson knew what shot he was going to play there. I think his brief to himself is hit the ball hard, however you can, and so it was short, and it's going to be short because it's a short ball field. But I think he's just swinging. I mean, he's a very tall man. He was on the back foot, weights on the back foot, and he just carved it over cover. It's a strongly leg side field. There are 4 men on or very close to the leg side boundary. Here is Baker once again, and Jameson top edges. He swings wildly, baseball style, and it's gone over the keeper for 4. England are absolutely bringing this pain upon themselves. Ridiculous to start off with a field like this. So it's like we do not back ourselves to bowl properly, even for 1 over.
No, they're following their thoughts about last night and how they feel they can get the tail end in particular out. But it's so far, there's been a bit of luck for New Zealand, getting enough edges that it's gone over the keeper. Some leg buys, some buys as well.
This is the 80th over, 313 for 7. Here is Baker again, short, and Jameson pulls it out towards deep mid-wicket, and he might have held out, and he's dropped by Ben Duckett. Dropped on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Well, this bonkers policy almost worked, and then they dropped the catch at deep mid-wicket. They'll take the new ball. I presume they'll bowl properly with that if they do take it after this over. But that was a regulation boundary catch, and he's decked it.
Yeah, he's kind of 3/4 of the way back on that line that he is, so he's got quite a bit of space behind him. He backpedaled as he had to because the hit was going much closer to the boundary. Never kind of settled though at all, still moving when the ball came down.
Baker in again, another short one as it will be. Phillips pulls it away powerfully. 2 men behind square on the leg side boundary, no more than 30 yards apart, and they're 70 yards from the batsman, and he's split them. He's hit that so hard and so sweetly that it's muscled to the boundary for 4. That's a very, very fine cricket shot from Glenn Phillips. This has been a very special innings from Phillips. He's up to 59 now.
Squatted a bit, didn't it? It just stayed down again, and he adjusted. Because it's short, you've got time to actually do that if you're a batsman. And he adjusted nicely.
Here's Baker in again to Phillips, back of a length but straight, aimed at the rib cage, and he's up onto his toes, playing away defensively.
This is not a pitch to be bowling short though, really, at the moment. This is a pitch to get a little bit of swing on, to pitch the ball up, and to be the old English long-fingered seamer, to try and nibble away towards the outside edge, towards the inside edge, onto the pads, bring the stumps into play, bring the cordon into play. But this is not the way England are seeing it at the moment.
Here's Baker once again, and it's again at the aimed at the rib cage, turned away by Phillips to square leg. The other interesting thing that Sonny Baker said in this interview after the close of play was he was asked about the stuttering little bunny steps at the top of his run-up and the little hop, and he had a immediate response as to where it came from, its derivation, what caused him to do that. Can you think? Can you have a guess?
Perhaps there's something on the field that he learned early on.
No.
No, I think I was
indoor.
A swarm of bees.
Indoor.
Oh.
So
he learnt to bowl indoors.
Yeah, well, six-a-side cricket. What do they call it?
Indoor cricket.
So there wasn't long enough for his full run-up. So that's why he sort of used to. He was at the end with his back to the wall, literally, I suppose.
Against the net.
And he would start to run on the spot in order to get a little bit of momentum and then take off. And that's where it came from.
Well, he doesn't have that wall there at the moment, but he still imagines it. Goodness. I thought there was sort of a hive of bees or something just beneath him there, and he's leaping over them.
I was watching the interview and thinking, well,
It's fun though,
you
isn't
can
it?
run for as long as you like.
I know.
now. Here we go, new ball. Josh Tongue has it, and we do have a proper field with 2 slips and a gully. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and that one is pushed away by Jameson through the extra cover region for a single. It's nicely done. That's. I just don't want to sound like an old bore, but Jameson can bat. You know, he doesn't
He was
need
an
to
opener.
slog.
He was an opener as a boy, and he could bat. And when he first came into the New Zealand side, batting it, low down, because he was obviously still a bowler, but he could bat properly too. I mean, he'd get a nice forward defence. He'd play lovely drives. It's changed a bit now, as you can see. He likes to attack more and get on with it. So he's giving the bowler a bit more chance.
Tongue in, and Phillips now, that one squirts away off the outside half of the bat to backward point. But attacking's good. I enjoy that. But it, from time to time, more than it used to, it veers towards pure slogging, doesn't it, rather than attacking?
Yeah, that's right. And that's when he starts to give the bowler a bit too much chance for me. I think he should just continue the way that he started in Test cricket. He was getting 40s and 50s in a proper manner. And so there were partnerships happening down at number 8. Very well. The bat with the batsman.
Tongue in again, bowls to Phillips. That's a good delivery. It's targeted at the top of off stump, and Phillips defends it to Ben Duckett at backward point.
What a good start for New Zealand this morning. They were 291. They've moved now to 319. So 28 runs have come in those 3 overs before the new ball. It's been helter-skelter stuff, folks. A lot of short stuff, a lot of hooks, punches through the offside, buys over the top of the keeper, all brought about by, the decision to go with the short ball in those 3 overs.
Baker in again, and that's driven by Phillips beautifully past Emilio Gay at mid-wicket and down to the boundary for 4. That was full and straight, attacking the stumps. No criticism for the bowler. Yes, it was slightly too full, but that's a terrific shot from Glenn Phillips.
Yep, very full. Phillips on the back foot. I thought he had picked Gay out for a moment as a catch, but it was well to his left, and it smashed it really right through to the boundary very quickly. No chance. Good stroke. Phillips is looking to play aggressively with the tail, it looks like, this morning.
2 slips in the gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg. Here is Tongue again, good delivery, that's excellent. That's pitching 4th stump line, bouncing and leaving Phillips. Nothing he could do about that. Did you watch the football last night, Jeremy Coney?
I did indeed. I did. I actually enjoyed it. I wasn't prepared to watch another England side
passing the ball sideways.
Oh, sideways, and then back and slow, and then back to the goalkeeper, and out you come again, and there's a... But they're all playing, it was almost an individual game, wasn't it? The goalkeeper coming out to provide another back person at the back to pass to. It was extraordinary. Different style completely.
Here's Tongue again, and Phillips steals a quick single, pushing it up towards mid-off, and Sonny Baker attacks the ball, picks up, has a shy at the stumps, doesn't hit them, but Phillips has done extremely well there. Very, very clever batting. Classic number 7 batting with the tail, pinched the strike off the last ball of the over.
Yeah, but bursting out, and movement, and players overlapping, and players trying to then coming across and bringing it back into... I really enjoyed it. It was much more of an individual style of game and skills. I thought I really enjoyed the whole experience, really. I actually watched a lot. I normally do that.
I thought, I was ready for sleep at half time, but it's 2-2, and you think, I'll just watch another 10 minutes. I absolutely couldn't turn it off, and so it ended up being quite a late night. But the apartment in which I am renting a room is borders Kennington Park, and there was
the noise.
There was a group of, I don't want to guesstimate incorrectly, but maybe 60 to 80 Croatian supporters. Here is Sonny Baker again, and all that keeps very low. That's what I said to Stephen Harmison and Darren Goff this morning. The uneven bounce I think that New Zealand's score, that's what makes this New Zealand score so much better than the 324 for 7 that it is. Anyway, these Croatians had a giant TV and a battery, and they'd erected it in Kennington Park, and they were watching it, and they attracted more, there was this hardcore group of Croatian supporters all wearing Croatian shirts, but more and more passers-by sort of joined to watch this big screen. And it was really, really good-natured. Here is Sonny Baker once again, and pushed away defensively by Phillips. I tend to sort of think you get a bit worried when there's cans of beer involved, and it's after 10 o'clock and it's a football match, and you think, oh, this could get nasty. And it was really super friendly. The Croatians took the defeat in the excellent spirits, and it was finished after 11 o'clock, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
But it was really peaceful, and even saw people clearing up their litter. So that'll be my abiding memory of that. Plus Jude Bellingham, he was pretty good. Here's Sonny Baker once again, bangs it in short and angled away out towards mid-wicket. Wonder why we haven't seen Jofra Archer today.
Well, as I say,
8 overs yesterday.
8 overs yesterday. How will he rock up this morning? He's been used to bowling for the last 2 and a bit months, 2 over spells at the start of it, and then you might get 2 ones to get you 4 up, towards the end. Get a little bit of a break. Also, you're out in the park for 6 hours rather than for 20 overs. That's a different kind of game. You can't replicate that, the 6 hours in the field.
Here is Sonny Baker again, and this one is clipped away behind square on the leg side, down to Jofra Archer, so he is on the field, but he's not had a bowl yet. It might just be that Joe Root thinks, well, we've had Sonny Baker and Josh Tongue have started, that while they're warm and loose, we might as well give them a couple more overs before bringing Archer back. But
it's been bounce really this morning, hasn't it? The variation, that first delivery of the over did keep low, no doubt about that. That'll interest every batsman, whether you're on either side, in seeing those kinds of things. And it's kind of consistent with what I said, that this pitch it doesn't seem totally even, and whether that's going to improve and quicken up, because that's what normally happens with a cricket pitch over day 2 and day 3.
It's a fine leg and a deep mid-wicket, otherwise an ordinary field, normal field, and it's a bouncer from Baker. Jameson once again tries to hook, and it's hit him again. It seemed to me that it hit him on the shoulder and then deflected onto the helmet. I don't know whether he took it straight away directly to the helmet, but the helmet is off, and the umpire, Nitin Menon, called the medics onto the ground immediately, which again would suggest that it has hit him pretty flush on the helmet. Maybe I imagined the deflection off his shoulder, but he's actually down on one knee, is Carl Jameson, at the moment. I don't know whether that's out of necessity or whether he's just taking a breather, but he is down on one knee, and I do think he's in a bit of distress here. The physio and the medical team were on the ground quite quickly. I mean, he's not on his back, he's not. It's not like showing signs that he wants to go off, but we are so accustomed to seeing a delayed reaction in terms of concussion, and when a player has been hit. He's up onto his feet now. And it's always slightly worrying, but he's upright, and the umpires are standing close by, keeping a watch. They want to make sure that this is a legitimate stoppage and that nobody's wasting time. Jeremy, our replay monitor is coming and going. It's on and off.
I wanted to see whether it came up off his shoulder, or whether it what did it sort of brush the shoulder and sort of take the majority of the the hit, if you like. It sounded to me like it was grill this time rather than the top of the helmet. Certainly they're almost running out of helmets in the New Zealand dressing room. There are whole bags of them, I guess, nowadays.
Phillips was
they
hit
do.
5 times yesterday by Archer.
Yeah.
And another 4 times he hit the deck rather than being hit. But he changed his helmet once, didn't he?
He did, I think. They have all sorts nowadays. We used to have our one that we had, and sometimes you had to. We weren't used to having the grill, and so you'd have to change. You'd have to go and ask someone, can I use your grill, please, once you've batted? And so I didn't get used to that at all, the grill. So it was more the temples with the old.
Am I imagining this, or did you once have that Perspex one?
I didn't have a Perspex one. John Wright did.
John Wright did.
Yes, he did.
Right. Yeah. I always thought that must be very, very difficult, particularly as somebody like me who perspires a lot. I'd need windscreen wipers.
With the Perspex.
Yeah, I think that I mean, just the slightest bit of discoloration on the Perspex would have, I think, distressed me. That's punched off the back foot for 4 by Kyle Jameson. Well, that's his response to being hit on the head. Gosh, he plays some proper cricket shots, and that just adds to the sense of bewilderment that he plays these outrageously agricultural slogs as well, when he can play such incredibly elegant shots like that. Just punched off the back foot through extra cover for 4 is as good a shot as we've seen. 329 for 7.
Very good. Very good. Just a little bit of room outside that off stump. But again, the slightly short of a length allowed him to punch that. There's no one there. There's only a point, and then there's a mid-off. So the covers and extra cover are completely clear. A big gap for a batsman to play it through, and he looked very comfortable doing that. So now New Zealand on the cusp of 330. Haven't lost a wicket this morning. A new ball has been taken. It hasn't provided too much threat apart from the odd one from Tongue outside the off stump.
329 for 7. Driven through extra cover on the up now by Phillips. I don't think he's timed it as sweetly as he would have liked, but he won't get 4, he will get 2. And this is I think this is a very good total. I think, 350 seems likely now, and Jeremy Coney said that's a minimum. I think that's a really good score. I really do. I don't think the bounce is going to become more even. It's uneven bounce doesn't tend to improve as a match goes on, and we get to days 3 and 4 and 5. I think it's going to be exceptionally difficult, and this is a good score from New Zealand. It's a very good score. 331 for 7. Phillips now beaten outside the off stump. Well bowled, Josh Tongue. Very good comeback. 3 slips in a gully. England started off with a silly field and silly bowling tactics for the first 3 overs of the old ball, and they've now resorted to proper cricket, and they haven't so far picked up a wicket. It's New Zealand now firmly in the ascendancy, I must say. Glenn Phillips with an outstanding 67. Kyle Jameson less convincing 21, but with some of the best shots of the innings. Phillips now forward to Josh Tongue, plays defensively, steering that one straight back to the bowler. So the tourists are in a very strong position, and I think that the vagaries of the pitch, particularly the uneven bounce, the unpredictable bounce, will be exploited better by the likes of Jameson, O'Rourke, Matt Henry, and Nathan Smith. Let's not forget, he's taken 6 wickets in an innings in his last 2 test matches. So let's not forget him. He could be skiddy and very effective. Phillips now pushes one out to Baker at mid-off and again steals a quick single. Very good morning to Jared Kimber, who's slipped in place of Jeremy Coney.
Hello, Manners. Very, very glad to hear you complaining about the lengths and plans of England this morning. It's absolutely fascinating that they didn't decide at any stage to just try and nip them out. If you remember, Glenn Phillips at Lords went out pretty much straight away. It might have been the first ball. He's not always a very good starter. It's one of the reasons he has a poorer record overall in Test cricket. I think you just try and nick him off, and then you've got a number 8/9 in Kyle Jamieson at the other end. At least try it from one end, just bowling good line and length.
Just
for
an
a moment.
over.
Just a moment.
Yeah, here's Josh Tongue in again. That one beats the inside edge. Excellent delivery, and that's more proof of why I think New Zealand's total is excellent and why their bowlers are going to be such a handful. Anyway, more from you on that, Jared. You can continue my complaining on behalf of me, and then Melinda Farrell will come in for the first time today.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of my career has just been continuing Neil Manthorpe's complaining. Beautiful day here. It's quite bright. A bit like the morning yesterday, even though we had a delayed start. It went from being delayed to suddenly very, very bright. Our commentary, you'll see this on the video, we are just in the sun for the first little while here. As Josh Chan is coming in as a beautiful delivery outside off stump. Almost like bowling line and length is a good idea in cricket, but it may not catch on. Melinda Farrell, who's got 2 microphones. She's so keen, she has double microphoned.
Well, you can never have too much, can you? End of the over, New Zealand 332 for 7. Phillips on 68. Maybe today's the day he's going to get his first ever Test century.
You've already did that before.
Oh, I haven't. Jamieson is on 21 and has copped. I'll tell you what, it's something if you're bouncing Jamieson and managing to wrap him on the noggin.
Well, that's probably why they've had so many buys, right? They're probably,
yeah.
If you get it over his head, it's probably going to go for 4.
It's probably gone to the moon. The other sort of moon ball. Sonny Baker it is now from the Vauxhall end. Runs in, bowls to Phillips, short ball again, and he has a little bit of a wild hack at the hook. Just goes through to the keeper though. There was a little half appeal from Sonny Baker.
Yeah, Sonny Baker reminds me a little bit of Mohammad Siraj early in his career, of which he just assumed every ball was out. I haven't seen anything when Mohammad Siraj started, because he started from tape ball cricket, and I don't think anyone ever really explained the LBW law to him. Rubber ball cricket, sorry, it would be in India. And he would just appeal for every LBW, despite the fact that legally it could not have been out.
Baker now starts on his idiosyncratic run-up. He's in and bowls to Phillips, who this time turns a fuller ball to mid-wicket, no run. There has been apparently a little forecast for possible showers today, but at the moment it is a glorious, glorious day here south of the Thames in London. The sun is out. There are a few clouds that are scurrying across the sky quite quickly. As well, like a ninja, Jared Kimber has left us, and Matt Pryor is suddenly sitting next to me. As Sonny Baker is in, bowls. Oh, and that one's got him rearing up, but he plays it along the ground to backward point. No run. Good morning, Matt.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. What a beautiful day it is here at the Oval. And we're sat in the sun as well.
I'm a bit concerned. Our wonderful producer, Scott, has pointed out that he's brought some sunscreen. I did put some on my face, but I'm just realising my legs are in the sun as well, and my arms, so I might have to...
I thought you were going to say you're concerned about my head.
I wasn't going to mention the naked surface of the top of your dome, but we might have to protect you
borrow
as well.
some sun cream, I think.
Baker, he's in and bowls. A little bit shorter this time, but it's beautifully played by Phillips, who gets on top of it and punches it to the point boundary. Another forward to the total. The runs have come quite quickly today for New Zealand, Matt.
Yeah, they have. Surface is looking... a few balls have sort of stayed a bit low, but as we thought, sun out. Not a lot of swing or anything there for the England bowlers, but I've been hugely impressed with Glenn Phillips. He's played a fantastic innings here for his team. Absolute barrage last night from Jofra Archer. Got hit a couple of times. Had to sway and take evasive action. Fell on his back, but he's come in this morning and started where he left off.
He's there now, as in comes Baker. Bowles, that's a little bit too straight, and he just picks it off his pads and sends it to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Back-to-back fours. So the runs continuing to flow.
Yeah, this will be a worry for England. I think the day yesterday was, I was thinking last night, you know, who's actually in front? Who had the better day? Probably, you would say just New Zealand. It's almost like a 55-45. But it was all dependent on how this morning went and how both teams started. England, of course, wanting early wickets, needing early wickets. But if Jameson gets going, as he has, 21 not out now, Phillips 76 not out, England will be starting to get a little bit concerned. They'll be looking up at the scoreboard.
Well, they've added 49 runs so far this morning, this pair. And I guess that's the danger of a short ball plan. If it's not effective in the short term, it can be so expensive. As Baker, he's in over the wicket, bowls, full ball that's driven, but only as far as mid-on. No run. Yeah, that's it, isn't it? You've got a finite period of time for the short ball plan to. It's entertaining to watch. As we saw yesterday, brilliant contest between Archer and Phillips. But you've only got a certain amount of time because the runs will come as well. If you don't get a wicket, it just looks like a very expensive period. New Zealand are now 340 for 7, by the way. Jamieson on 21 and Phillips on 76. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, definitely. And I think Phillips in the role he's playing, coming in at 7. Obviously a fantastic batsman in his own right. But the other job, normally the wicketkeeper's job, if you're batting at 7, is to bat with the tail, or the lower order, should we call them. Jamieson is certainly not a tail ender. Far better player than that.
His tongue is in and bowls, and it's uppishly driven to mid-on by Jamieson. No run.
But if you can get 100, 150 runs from your last 3-4 wickets, it really does change the scorecard. Puts your team in what could be a place of parity to actually ahead of the game. And as a bowling team, I used to love if I was in batting with a Swan or a Broad, and the bowlers stopped getting me out or stopped trying to get me out, set deep fields, put the sweepers out, went on the short ball, I always felt far more comfortable.
Chung bowls and always worn another one now, Jamieson. This time he just bent over and it's, I think, struck him just above his hip. He's copped a few today. He's made of strong stuff. He is like a California redwood, isn't he? Tall, sturdy.
It's been impressive from all the New Zealand batsmen, to be honest. They've really stuck in. They've taken their blows, but they haven't really changed their game. Sometimes you'll see particularly low order batsmen wear a couple and then suddenly have the big hoik.
Here's Jamieson again as Tongue bowls, and he just fends this one out to in front of point, and the throw comes in from Duckett, and it does take off the bails at the non-striker's end. But Cole Jamieson, being as tall as he is, only has to take about 4 strides, and he's at the other end. So comfortably home.
Yeah, as I was saying, Glenn Phillips will be quite enjoyed, I think, that earlier period before England took the new ball, where the fields were spread. The bowler wasn't necessarily bowling his best ball, trying to drag you forward, hitting the top of off, going in the short ball theory. Gives you an opportunity to score, and you can score everywhere. You know, top edges fly over the keeper's head, and it allows you to build a partnership. And then by the time the new ball comes, you're actually in as a batsman. And then England go back to the more orthodox field, 2 slips, gully, trying to bowl their best ball. But by that time, the batsman's already set, got some runs. Obviously, Phillips started on 49 not out, now on 76.
In comes Tongue and bowls, and Phillips plays that late. That's beautifully guided down to the deep third boundary. It was along the ground the whole way, just managed to split that gap between gully and backward point. Nicely played. He's going all around the park today, Phillips, but in a sensible fashion.
Yeah, he certainly is. And England will be concerned now. Joe Root, the captain, will be. One thing they did well yesterday was they actually controlled the game. They controlled the run rate. For large periods of the day, the run rate was just over 2.5 and over. So it snuck up to 3.5 and over, which is about right for the Oval. It's a fast outfield, good batting surface. But this morning, They've really gone out of cancer, New Zealand, and England will be worrying about leaking this amount of runs so quickly.
Well, they're 345 for 7 now, New Zealand. Healthy total building as Tongue is in. That one's shot through a little bit lower, left alone just outside the off stump by Phillips, who goes for a little wander to just settle himself again. I suppose we have to keep going back to as well. I mean, this is a very inexperienced England attack when you look at it. When Joe Root's got more wickets than anyone else in the side, and more runs.
And more caps than the other 10 put together.
It really is an inexperienced attack. Here's Tongue, he's in and bowls. It's left alone again by Phillips.
I think that they showed a little bit of inexperience yesterday. Also, the wicketkeeper making debut as well. Wicketkeeper's a crucial part of the bowling armoury and bowling attack strategy, tactics. Yesterday, England just bowled around the wicket with the ball swinging consistently, as it was yesterday morning, and actually into the afternoon as well. They stayed around the wicket to the left-handers for a long time, and I just think they maybe are more experienced. If you had a Broad and an Anderson, they may have had a word and said, hey, why don't we try and come over the wicket for a period of time? We can always go back to round. But this is where Root is going to have to really lead well.
Well, he's made a decision here, an interesting one. New Zealand 345 for 7, and Jacob Bethel is coming on to bowl his left arm spin. He's picked up a couple of wickets already. Probably he picked up wickets with 2 of his worst balls as well. That's what happens. But interesting, isn't it, to see him first change with the new ball from the Vauxhall end?
Well, this is one of those decisions where you feel like the old adage, are they trying to buy a wicket? In other words, bringing on the spinner, particularly to Jamieson, I think. He's thinking, right, I've been hit a few times at the other end, I've copped it, the spinner's on. It's going to be him or me. I'm going to have a very attacking mentality and try and play one too many, or Joe Root will be hoping he'll play one too many shots and give it away, a bit like Blundell yesterday.
He's got a slip and a leg slip in for Jamieson, has Bethel. And a short fielder on the drive as well, as in comes Bethel, and it is, well, not really timed by Jamieson. Ends up flaking its way up to mid-off, no run.
As we thought, that was a pretty agricultural
hack,
I think is fair. Left leg out the way.
I tried to be nice. He's not really timed well.
I thought you did a very good job.
I'm way too kind. And it is quite interesting to see Bethel bowling this early with the new ball. He's in now around the wicket, and it's a fuller delivery that's played more conservatively, shall we say, by Jamieson towards the wide mid-on region. Still no run, though just paying him a little bit of respect after that first wailed hoik. As the slips either side of Roo go down, and Bethel's in a full ball, and he goes for the big shot again. Well, what has that done?
Anything could happen here, I think.
It's just dribbled away to the
It was
offside.
Another Jamison's clearing. Yeah, Glenn Phillips, his batting partner, has just wandered down and said, hey, buddy. Well, maybe he said, good effort. I think he's probably said, come on, let's be watchful again.
Jamieson bobs down as in comes Bethel, and he plays that quite nicely as a drive, and it's a misfield. It's going to be 4 runs. And Emilio Gay fielding in the covers went down for it. I don't know if he got a little awkward bounce, or I'm being nice again because it's not a great look.
Yeah, it's one of the smoothest outfields in world cricket, so I can't think you can blame the bounce. It was awkward. It bounced just in front of Emilio Gay, and it's one he should have stopped. So just let it go underneath him. But I think this is the point. Jamison's tried to play some big shots. He doesn't really need to. The surface is good. Bethel is, he's better than a part-time spin bowler, but he's certainly not a frontline spin bowler. You're going to get the occasional bad ball. a surface like this, you can just wait for that and then put that bad ball away rather than trying to over-attack.
Bethel in once more and bowls, and he goes for another mighty swipe. Jamieson, I think he's basically jammed that into the ground with the toe of his bat, and it goes about a metre in front of him. So he's going between one or the other at the moment, Jamieson, almost like he's undecided about how he's actually going to play Bethel. He wants to take him on, and they're just dropping a couple of fielders out into the deep now. Fisher's in front of us, he's dropped back to long off, and Bethel is moving out to a deep extra cover position. As Bethel once more flattered delivery, and it's really just pushed off a light thumping down to long off where Fisher does the fielding. A single at the end of the over, and that single brings up the 350 for New Zealand. 7 wickets down. Jamieson currently on 27. Phillips still out there on 80. And 350 first innings, you'd have to think New Zealand would be pretty happy with that when you consider at certain times they were in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, definitely. This time yesterday morning, the ball was swinging. England were bowling well. They fought through that period. It was a good day of proper old-fashioned test cricket, wasn't it? Batsmen having to fight hard, not give the wickets away. They did that, and then they've earned the right to come back this morning with the sun out, pitch dried out, and they've scored well, they've scored quickly, and that's what is difficult about this pitch and outfield at the Oval. When batsmen do get set, you can score very quickly.
New over from Tongue begins. He's in and bowls to Jamieson, who just turns this behind square leg. There's protection out in the deep. They'll come back for a second and make it quite comfortably. 352 for 7. I guess the other thing too with Joe Root back in the captaincy for the first time in a while. I mean, it's not like he's going to forget how to do it at all, but he's got a very different kind of attack. He's not got a full-time sort of frontline spinner, I guess, if you like. He's used Harry Brook. He's got to work out the best way to get the most he can out of his bowlers. He bowls Jofra Archer for a very long spell yesterday. 8 overs that was. As Tongue is in over the wicket bowls, that's down the leg side, and Roo makes a tumbling stop.
Yeah, and as a captain, you'll look around. You're always looking for your lieutenants as well in the field. Who's going to run up to Joe Root with an idea, with an, right, why don't we try this? Why don't we try that? Set a different field. But also with your bowling unit, who's the leader of the attack? Who's the one with experience that's been here before, that's done it? You look around and you go, oh, the slim pickings, really. No, that's nothing against
in terms of experience.
In terms of experience, absolutely. I was just about to say it's nothing against I think the bowling lineup, the talent they have is absolutely phenomenal. But it's that, getting into the second day.
Tongue bowls, and that's driven beautifully. It's another boundary. That was 4 from the moment it left the bat. Jamieson, he enjoyed that. The fuller ball, the newer ball, just puts it away, slightly over pitched.
Yeah, it was a beautiful shot, that. And when he plays a shot like that, it makes you wonder why he's playing the more agricultural sort of hacks against the spinner, because when he stands there, just plays proper cricket shots. He hits it very, very cleanly. Obviously got phenomenal levers, so just has to lean into the ball. Those long arms hitting through the ball, and he times it very, very nicely when he just stands still and plays good cricket shots.
He's there now waiting as Tongue is in and bowls, and he ducks under one. It's a long way for him to get down. Those knees must creak when he's got to get himself underneath those deliveries. You talk about the talent in the attack, and we all know about the unfortunate circumstances that have led to some of the changes this week, but I have to tell you, Sonny Baker is my new favourite player.
He's good, isn't he?
Do you know?
His
amazing.
Enthusiasm is infectious, isn't it?
He walked into the press conference last night and he did something I have never known a player to do, and I've been to probably thousands of the things. I'll tell you after this ball. As Tongue is in and bowls Jamieson, he ducks under one, another one. He walked in, there were only about maybe 15 of us there, maybe a couple more. And he walked in and he looked around and he just went, wow, wow. It was like, you want to talk to me? And He was so bubbly and infectious in his enthusiasm. At the end of the press conference, I said to him, Sonny, that's the best debutante press conference I've ever been to. And he looked at me and smiled and said, is it the first debutante press conference you've been to? Because that'd be a great setup. Absolute treasure. His tongue bowls a full delivery that's just blocked up to mid-on by Jamieson, no run. And of the over, 356 for 7.
Yeah, I mean, I just loved it yesterday. We were all sat here watching him when he came on for his first spell. First ball in Test cricket, and he started charging in and no one was ready. The umpires weren't even ready. The batsman wasn't looking up. The field hadn't been set, but he was so enthusiastic to get into his bowling and get into his work. There was no stopping him, except for the umpire. I had to say, sorry, Sonny, we're not all ready. Back to your mark. Let's start again. But, you know, from ball one again, I love the fact he said Dale Steyn is the guy he wants to emulate. And, you know, anyone who watched Dale Steyn bowl, that passion when he took a wicket, the celebration. You saw Sonny Baker when he did get a wicket yesterday. It meant everything to him, and so it should. It's great to see a young lad with talent, with ability, but actually really embracing it, not having any fear, and just giving it everything, even in the press conference.
He certainly did. It was wonderful. Bethel back for another. He's in around the wicket to Phillips, who just defends this up towards mid-wicket, no run. The other thing he said that I thought was really interesting, he was talking about his debuts in the other formats against South Africa and against Ireland in ODIs and T20s. As Bethel is in and bowls, it's defended this time into the offside, no run. And about waiting for that first wicket. And he said when he made his debuts in the other formats, he wasn't really himself. He would bowl a ball and go, oh, thank goodness it hasn't gone to the boundary. I've just got to get back to my mark. And realise then that's actually not me. As Bethel bowls, and it's just clipped behind backward square leg, who just manages to prevent the single. And so it was really interesting because he was sort of saying, you know, I'm like the one who's like, yeah, come on, get in and all that sort of stuff. And he felt like he wasn't because of the nerves and I guess anxiety of making his debut, whereas when he'd learnt that from those other formats and so felt he was much more authentically himself when he made his debut here yesterday. It was really interesting insight. As Bethel bowls, it's driven down to long off, and they'll take a single.
I think that's one of the biggest challenges, isn't it? You play a certain way, you have a certain mentality that gets you selected for the team in the first place. Then you come and play international cricket and change or feel like you have to change what you've been doing that's got you there in the first place. So actually the challenge is, can you be the same person? Can you play the same game? I found it really interesting that Ben Stokes, we've not heard anything from Stokes except that one Instagram post. Debutants, keep doing what you've been doing. Love that.
Bethel bowls a flattered delivery. That's just defended out into the onside by Jamieson. He looked like he was a little bit surprised by that flatter, quicker one. Yet it's something that I love hearing players like yourself talk about, because you'd think it would just sound obvious, wouldn't it? Do what you've always done. But players are human and the brain doesn't always work that way, does it? As Bethel is in a bowls a fuller ball, and Jamieson just jams his bat down on the ground and pushes it up towards mid-on, and that's the end of Bethel's over. New Zealand 357 for 7.
Well, I remember I made my debut at Lord's, very lucky to make a debut at the hallowed turf. But when I turned up, I'd never played at Lord's with a full crowd. I'd only ever played county cricket there, and there are about 100 people. You know, and then you turn up first morning of a test, and they're queuing around, from the WG Grace, the gates there, all the way around the corner, and you think, hang on a minute, and then you go in the ground, and suddenly all these seats are full, and there's 30-odd thousand. That immediately changes your mentality of going, hold on a minute, this is slightly different. So people say the big difference between first-class cricket and international cricket actually is not the game. The game's the same. It's a red ball, a bowler trying to get you out, you've got to try and hit it and score runs. That game doesn't change. but it's everything around the game. It's the press conferences, it's the crowd, it's the, you know, the interest from people that haven't shown interest before. All of that you have to take into account and work out what you do with the press, how you handle the press. That's another new thing that you've never had to do before. So all of these new challenges, but it does make it easier if you play well and if you perform well. It certainly takes the pressure off.
We've got a change in the bowling now. Matt Fisher coming back in from the pavilion end. He's bowling to Phillips over the wicket, and that's whipped away down towards the deep square leg boundary. It'll just be the single though. You look at Matt Fisher, another one who's come in. They've all got these stories, these new players coming into this side. Some of them who've really had to bide their time and wait in the wings, maybe getting one opportunity here or there. But in a way, I think while these changes have come out of difficult circumstances for England, there is a bit of a feeling that, you know, there is some exciting talent here. So let's be positive about it from Joe Root's perspective anyway. As Fisher in over the wicket, short ball, Jamieson is under it.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think you know, England are very lucky. They've got talent in abundance, and you know, even a player like Jordan Cox coming in, James Root, the wicketkeeper, getting their opportunities. These are guys that have scored prolific amount of runs for their counties. Their names have been bandied about. I mean, Root's still very young. Their names have been bandied about, it feels like, for a long time. So really exciting to see them get their chance. Fisher having had to work very hard for his place, as you just said.
He's in now, bowls over the wicket, and Jamieson takes a step back and swings that long bat. Has been pulled in just inside the deep mid-wicket boundary. Bethel it is out there. He's made a fantastic diving stop, but it's almost like Jamison's gone, oh, hang on, I've had a bit of enough of this. I've been probing and testing and everything else. That was more on the agricultural side, and I say that with great respect to farmers and agricultural folk everywhere, because I'm the daughter of an orchardist and a farmer. Why is that an agricultural shot?
It's actually a really good question. Why is it an agricultural shot?
Snobbery. Here's Fisher, bowls, and he goes the same way again, into the air, out into the deep, and that one does go. It was too straight for Bethel to get round. So another boundary now to Jamieson. He's winding up again.
He is, yep, and timed that one again very, very well. He's hit that just that bit straighter than the ball before that Bethel was able to get to. Again with the levers, and when he stands still, he times it so well. This is a concern for England now.
He's moved on to 39. He's passed his score from Lords. Next ball, he leans back and whips this one away, but it's going to go straight to Bethel down at the deep mid-wicket boundary, so it'll just be a single. He scored 38 not out at Lords in the first innings, so he's now moved on to 40 off just 46. Phillips, who remember has never scored a test century, he's out there on 82 off 113. Could this be the day?
Well, he looks very well set, that's for sure. Partnership also now 85.
As in comes Fisher, bowls, oh, there's a shout for LBW. Umpire unmoved, and well, Fisher had his head on his hands and he's just thrown them to his side in frustration. Was there a little bit of bat on that one?
I think there was. I think that's what saved him. I nearly put the mockers on Glenn Phillips there, saying he looked well set.
That's the end of the over with New Zealand 365 for 7. Jamieson on 40, Phillips on 82, and that is the cue for me to go and get into the shade before I get sunburnt.
As the players take a drink, Glenn Phillips really got away with one there. I'll say he got away with one, it was an inside edge, but if he hadn't caught that inside edge, it was very, very close. LBW shout, England would have surely reviewed it, but he did get the inside edge and remains on 82 not out. Jamieson playing a very, very healthy, handy not for New Zealand, 40 not out. at drinks. New Zealand now 365 for 7. And England and Joe Root will be slightly concerned. We'll want these remaining 3 New Zealand wickets as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I think that they're probably not aware that they're concerned, but subconsciously they'll be thinking this is a good score, and they've had their opportunities, haven't they, England? Carl Jameson dropped on 15, has gone on to make 40. He's a much better player than he sometimes looks. He's got a very handy record at number 9 for New Zealand. But it's an inexperienced team for England. It's been well documented that Joe Root's caps, 165 of them, significantly more than the rest of the team put together. But they'll have to remain patient and take their chances as and when they come. But New Zealand will be really pleased having recovered from 107 for 4. The last time England had 3 debutants in a test team was in 2017, 9 years ago, against South Africa, also here at the Oval. Happen to remember who those 3 players were, Matt Pryor? David Milan, Toby Rowland-Jones,
And
Tom Hemsley. Wesley, sorry.
I was going to say. Oh
You
no,
missed him.
Where have I been?
Tom Wesley, sorry.
Tom Wesley. Hemsley.
Wesley, sorry.
Gosh, I've got a proper panic on there.
Well, you know, I had forgotten. I mean, I commentated on that Test match, and I had forgotten that he plays. One of those players who, rose to the top in unusual circumstances with a series of injuries and never quite made it at the highest level. There's been a few of them. I've got another trivia question for you then. Who was the only other England wicketkeeper to make 100 on Test debut?
We were there.
Yes, we were.
We were in Sri Lanka,
That's right.
weren't we?
Yes, we were. We commentated
We watched
on
it. Again, weird circumstances that he was even there. Ben Folkes on debut. Great, fantastic 100. Turning wicket, played beautifully. Yeah, I do remember that one.
That was. I remember at the time England were in a bit of a pickle, weren't they? They were in a bind. Let's just finish this quickly, because you said they'd got themselves into a terrible mess. There were 3 wicketkeepers on the scene, because Johnny Bairstow was there, and
Bairstow got injured, hadn't he?
yeah.
I think that's when he was playing football and damaged his ankle.
Then they had Josh Butler.
But they had Butler.
And then they went, oh, we actually need our best glove man.
And the big issues at the time were the opening batting and no spinner. And they suddenly jettisoned Folkes in and created an issue where there wasn't one, because Butler had actually been doing a perfectly fine job. And Folkes turned up, scored 100.
And then they were really in
And then they... Maybe it was to detract from the fact they didn't have an opening batsman or a spin bowler.
Oh yes, I just remember you saying that they're going to be in a sea of difficulty some time to come after that. Thanks, Matt. That's been absolute pleasure working with you once again. We'll speak to you later in the day. Former England wicketkeeper Matt Pryor. 365 for 7 New Zealand as Jacob Bethell continues with his left arm spin, and this one is whipped away nicely off his toes by Carl Jameson out towards deep mid wicket, where Jofra Archer does the fielding. We've not seen Archer in action today. That 8-over spell in the final session yesterday might have taken its toll on Big Joff. It was, I mean, it's hard bowling 8 overs of anything in a row, but bowling fast and bowling bouncers predominantly, it really is as exacting and taxing on a fast bowler as it comes. This one is driven down the ground nicely by Phillips. Again, down to long off. It's fielded by Matt Fisher. And they take another single. The runs are coming pretty easily for New Zealand now. It's been a very, very good first half of the first session for the tourists. And they're now in prime position. 367 for 7. No reason why they can't be thinking of 400. Bowled him! Oh, well, that's worked. Kyle Jamieson has backed away, and I guess, that wasn't a slog. He has played some slogs, unnecessarily ugly slogs, but that was a quicker one from Bethel, and he does actually have a pretty rapid delivery with his left arm spinners, and he backed away legitimately to hit through the offside, and he's been bowled. So Jameson, who was given a life on 15, dropped at deep mid-wicket, has now departed for 41, and New Zealand are 367 for 8. Jared Kimber still in a very good position though, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, no doubt. I think if I was to ask you what the visual clues are that Joe Root is captaining, is it that a part-time spinner is bowling and taking wickets, and that Jofra Archer can't bowl because they've already exhausted him? It does feel like Joe Root's back, everyone in charge here. Bethel's bowled really well. He bowled last year against India, and he did not look like he should be bowling in international cricket at that point. I've been really happy with the way he's bowled here. He hasn't done anything special. He's had a slog sweep hit straight to short mid-wicket. He had a full toss that was hit straight up in the air, and this is Jamieson backing away, but he's put the ball in the right areas. And as you said, he's got a nice sort of faster ball. I think the problem there with Jamieson is he thought it was going to be a little bit shorter, and it was actually quite full in the end. The important thing, though, now is can we get a proper Matt Henry innings? Because we didn't get one at Lord's. Manners, we didn't get any wild swipes and slogs and nonsense from Matt Henry. He batted very maturely with his bad back, and I won't be having that 2 tests in a row.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, a little 20 off 12 from Matt Henry here it would be perfect.
Oh, yeah.
Would be absolutely perfect. Push him up to 400. And, but look, hang on a minute. Glenn Phillips is 17 runs away from his first test century. So maybe we should hope for Captain Sensible from Matt Henry for a while. It is Henry on strike now as Bethel is into him. He comes forward and nudges it defensively out on the onside.
He can't defend. I mean, you're just watching him there. He technically, it's like it doesn't work for him. It's not his mode. That hit his pad rather than him doing anything. Bring in, you got the slip and the leg slip for him.
And a catching extra cover, that's Ben Duckett, or maybe a dropping extra cover in Ben Duckett's case. So it's clipped away out to mid-wicket, straight to the fielder, and there is no run. It's really interesting. I'm remembering your descriptions of Glenn Phillips, talking about Phillips and the potential importance of the role he played at Lord's. You spoke a lot about the fact that he hadn't fulfilled his potential and lived up to the promise and hopes and expectations as a test cricketer, as Bethel is in again. And that one is driven by Henry, but just gently, and it's fielded by Bethel off his own bowling. Bethel's now got 3 for New Zealand, are 367 for 8. But boy, oh boy, I mean, if Phillips can get there, I mean, a test century, would it symbolise a turning of the corner?
I hope so. It was funny, I was talking to Mel off air, and she said, I can't believe Glenn Phillips hasn't have a test 100 yet. And I was like, I think I can. I think that if you watch him as a cricketer, it's all potential, it's all energy, it's all work ethic. I'm not sure he's quite understood what he needs to be consistently successful in any format outside of one-day cricket, which I think he has cracked. I don't think he's anywhere near as good as he should be in T20 cricket. He should be one of the best T20 cricketers in the world, and he simply is not. I think he should be this kind of a test player, a counter-attacking player that you always have to watch and causes you problems. And again, he hasn't been that so far. Hopefully, this is the innings. He's had a huge let-off here, though, by the fact that England came out today, and instead of just bowling at stumps and trying to get him nicking off when he first came in, they went, we're going to bowl bounces down the leg side at you.
It was weird, wasn't it? Here is Matt Fisher continuing, and Phillips pushes that defensively to mid-on.
Remind me, how did he go out early on day 2 at Lord's?
The one that shot along the ground.
Yeah, it was just they bowled straight at the stumps, and he wasn't quite ready for it, right?
Yeah.
He's not a good starter. I mean, because he is this nervous energy. He tries to hit the ball really hard. He does all these different kinds of things.
Imagine walking out there the first over of the morning and there's no slips and no gullies. I mean, it was extraordinary. Here's Matt Fisher again, and Phillips turns it away. out to mid-on once again, and there's no run. 367 for 8.
And then the new ball came, and we were all like, okay, so they're going to go back to bowling normally now. They did not go back to bowling normally, did they? And then they bowled what? Maybe 4 overs of normal deliveries with the new ball, and then Bethel came on. Like, he's had a dream run. So I hope he's thinking about all these sorts of things. We know he has a very, very, well, he's a very hyperactive person, but this is a time where the clarity will be the most important thing.
Here is Fisher once again. Phillips plays defensively. It's good tight bowling this from Fisher, who was very economical yesterday. 19 overs at a cost of just 45 in 4 spells. I've just thought, actually, Matt Henry has all the license he wants to play a Matt Henry innings, because the wall, O'Rourke,
exactly,
is coming in. So Phillips can score his 100 with him.
Did you see my my piece on that he has the slowest strike rate of anyone in my database?
And I love him all the more for it.
And it's less than 10.
That's fantastic. Less than 10. That's magnificent. That's short and pulled away out towards mid-wicket. Over mid-wicket, and it's gone down to the boundary for 4. That's a brilliant pull shot. He's such a crisp striker of the ball. I mean, he seems to mistime fewer attacking shots than almost anybody in the game currently.
This has not been an easy pitch to play the pull shot on either, and he has rocketed that away. Emilio Gay put his hands up in the air, but it was past him by the time he went up. Jordan Cox didn't realise where the ball was until he heard a bang behind him on the boundary. He suddenly went, oh, it's over here, is it? You can see Jordan Cox just kept looking around going, I know he's hit this hard, but is it coming to me?
I lost it as well. It was hit that hard. Here is Fisher again, fuller, and it's defended by Glenn Phillips. This has been an outstanding innings, 87. The spell that may well have ended Jofra Archer's series in the last hour and a half yesterday, those 8 overs, the bouncers, he hit Phillips 5 times, and another 3 times Phillips ended up flat on his back because he didn't care. He was just about life and self-preservation, and he got evaded bouncers. But it was one of the most hostile spells, and as I say, so exacting that he's not been able to bowl today. That's pushed away out towards mid-wicket, and Emilio Gay does the fielding, but they scamper through for a single. But you also had the sense that Phillips, I don't know if enjoyed is too strong a word. Maybe it isn't, actually, because he's quite a masochist. The things he does to his body in pursuit of cricketing excellence. Do you know what I mean, Jared? You got the sense that he was really, really reveling.
Oh no, he loved it
in the battle.
Yeah, I think for someone like him, and obviously he's talked about his ADHD before, there's a hyper-focused element to him, which probably he needs something external like that. It probably, if you think about him as a Test cricketer, that sort of number 7 position, when you sort of know what the role is probably, again, something much better for him than maybe batting at number 5, where he's not quite as sure of what his role is on an innings-by-innings basis. Number 7, usually the table is kind of set. And I think, having Jofra Archer try and take him down, he loved every moment of it. I mean, he is a person who enjoys life on a level that few people do, Glenn Phillips.
Bethel flicked away behind square on the leg side by Glenn Phillips, and that's another single which takes him on to 88.
Well, he's not worried about Matt Henry getting the strike here. I mean, it is Jacob Bethel to be fair he's facing, so maybe that makes sense. But do you remember Jesse Ryder's first 100?
I don't remember his first 100, but I remember many innings, and Jesse Ryder is one of those cricketers who's tattooed in my memory. I'm just such a fan of his bowling as well, actually. Here's Bethel once again, and it's full and straight and driven by Matt Henry. Again, driven with respect.
Yeah, but he hit the ball. I like that. So Jesse Ryder's first 100, apologies if I got this wrong, but my memory of this is that he was batting with Ian O'Brien, who was a proper number 10, who really should have been a number 11.
Only because Chris Martin already had that place wrapped up. That's driven by Henry, but again, respectfully into the covers, no run.
And I think they were facing the Indian spinners. I think it was at home. And Ian O'Brien, when Jesse must have been mid-90s, maybe even late 90s, Mr. O'Brien decided to use his feet to the spinners.
Bethel in, quicker one, defended by Henry, 373 for 8.
And of course, missed the ball and was stumped and realised he'd gone above his talent level as a batter at that point. So of course, Chris Martin, as you say, come out, one of, if not the worst test batter in the history of the game, then on a very short list of those who certainly deserve to be looked at for that honour. And I remember Jesse Ryder at the other end just laughing at the ridiculousness of Chris Martin having to help him get to 100.
Here's Bethel again, and Matt Henry is he's playing the senior pro now. Put props forward and nudges it away defensively on the offside. He got there though.
He did get there, so it was a great moment. But I do remember just they're very different kinds of people, obviously, the two of these.
Bethel in again and nudged away by Henry respectfully for another dot ball, and the over comes to an end with Glenn Phillips 89 not out. Matt Henry yet to score 373 for 8.
I think Glenn Phillips is the ultra professional, and Jesse Ryder obviously marched to his own drum in a very different kind of way. But I can imagine Glenn Phillips being at the non-strikers end and watching Will O'Rourke blocking and also enjoying that as well. So we'll see how we go. Obviously, as we said, Matt Henry can bat. There's no issues with that. He's a good hitter of the ball. Having Jacob Bethel bowling to him is probably not the worst at the moment, and it might actually allow Matt Henry to get in, and then once Phillips gets his 100, we can see the full Matt Henry again. But they're not worried about him taking strike. Be interesting to see if he lets Matt Henry face the quicks.
Well, he'll have to face some of them, won't they? A few balls here and there. That's down the leg side. Not a great delivery from Matt Fisher. A flick and a miss from Glenn Phillips. I wonder, I mean, you know Glenn Phillips. You've spoken to him. You've interacted with him. I wonder, and he has spoken about his personality traits. The fact that he has a short attention span in some aspects of the game and in
then
life.
a long one in other ways.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, I just wonder whether he's nervous, because he's not a kind of nervous character, is he? Down the leg side, he's more sort of bullish, but he hasn't been in the situation before in a test match. It's again down the leg side from Matt Fisher. There's a lot of leg side deliveries from Fisher and from Baker in this test innings as it's progressed. Maybe nervous isn't the right word. I mean, it is uncharted territory for him. Once he's into the 90s, he's got 190, hasn't he, in test matches?
I mean, you and I have covered a lot of cricket manners. I think Chris Rogers is a player I remember. Greg Blewett was another one.
Actually, this is his highest score. Top edge hook over the keeper's head, down to the boundary for 4, and he's into the 90s for the first time. His previous highest score was 87. That was a test match against Bangladesh, I recall. And but he's into the 90s. Now he is in really uncharted territory. He's never been here before. 93 not out. He's had some luck, hasn't he? But you can't deny him.
That's how he plays so well, as well, isn't it? He hits the ball hard and everything. I've got no problem with that. Look, he could not look more relaxed at the moment. He looks like he's focused on the job rather than the 100. That might switch sometimes it switches when you get past 95. You suddenly see a player play a big shot. I was just saying, I remember Chris Rogers getting really nervous was it Durham was his first 100? Greg Blewett's another one. I've seen, lots of players really struggle for that first one.
Fisher in again to Phillips, comes forward to a good length delivery on off stump and pushes it to duck it at extra cover. 377 for 8.
He just looks to me at the moment like he is more focused on the role definition part of his innings than he is on the 100. Well, you don't want to get to, Matt Pry's not here, so we don't have the body language doctor, but he doesn't look like someone at the moment who is particularly worried about any sort of milestones at all. He doesn't play like someone who plays for milestones.
No, exactly. And he has been asked about, this span that he's played without 100 in Test cricket, and he said, as long as we're winning, I don't care. That's down the leg side again from Matt Fisher, and Phillips steps inside the line of it.
Is this intentional?
I was about to ask you the question.
Because they moved Bethel into leg slip.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that.
But he wasn't there for the first two deliveries down the leg side.
But he's bowling too many leg side deliveries for it just to be poor bowling.
feels intentional, but I don't really know. I can't be.
There's a man at deep mid-wicket and a man at wide long leg. Henry in with a bouncer and a good straight one this time, and Phillips ducks underneath it, leaves the bat sticking up in the air like a periscope, and it was the last ball of the over, so Fisher wanted to keep Phillips off strike, and well, it's going to be Jacob Bethel having a go at Matt Henry, and I don't think Matt Henry's going to be bowled out by Bethel unless he starts to play a few shots, in which case he might get himself out. 377 for 8 New Zealand. Very, very good score indeed. Just the one man out this morning, Kyle Jameson, for 41, having been dropped on the deep mid-wicket boundary by Ben Duckett off Sonny Baker on 15, and he went on to make 41. Can you come up with any reasons or excuses for Duckett's drop on the mid-wicket boundary?
He had his sunglasses on his hat, didn't he? And he was looking into the sun. Am I right in remembering it that way?
Yeah.
I actually think he missed 2 chances.
Short and wide and cut by Matt Henry for 4. That was a poor delivery. Bethel knows it. And I don't often say this, but you and I would have hit that for 4.
We at least would have missed it for 2, I think. That was a poor one. It looked like he just... Sometimes with Bethel, he gets a little robotic. Sometimes with part-time finger spinners, they don't have that sort of flow because they don't bowl as many overs, and it just felt like he got a bit stuck there. And it didn't quite come out of his hand the way he wanted. But yeah, Matt Henry did the right thing there.
Nice way to get off the mark with the boundary as Bethel is in again. That's given a tiny bit more air. It's straighter, and it's defended respectfully by Henry. 381 for 8.
What were you talking about before that boundary?
Phillips?
No, something else. Anyway, moments passed. Sure, it was great.
Oh, Duckett.
Oh, yes.
Fielding with his sunglasses on his hat.
So there was another one that Jameson spooned up in the air on this side, on the gasometer side of the ground.
I didn't think it reached Duckett. That's defended by Henry out to mid-wicket, no run.
Because he didn't run in. He didn't pick it up in the air. It was really. I happened to pick him up quite quickly because when I saw it go up, I thought it was going to him. And he didn't pick it up, and he ended up being well short of him. I'm not saying he would have necessarily caught it, but he definitely could have made it into a chance. 2
catching covers now as Henry, rather than driving in the offside, steps back and across and clips it off his pads very nicely for a single to deep backward square leg. 382 for 8.
So he didn't pick the ball up on this side, and then on this side, I'm not sure if he had the sunglasses in the right position or the hat on correctly or what that might have been, but it was a very, very poor effort. His fielding in the Ashes was very bad, but this is a different kind of drop as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the more reliable catchers. Here is Bethel in again to Matt Henry, comes studiously forward. Glenn Phillips, that is, sorry, and defends it very nicely. It's been an innings of enormous courage, but we shouldn't let the courage aspect of it dominate the skill aspect of it as well, because Phillips has struck the ball superbly. He's had 3 top edge boundaries, either just over the keeper's head or just down the leg side, but fortune favours the brave, and he drives this over extra cover for 4. Top shot from Glenn Phillips, not the shot of a man in the nervous 90s at all. That was absolutely clinical, knew exactly what he was. I'm going over the top of cover here. They've got nobody on the cover boundary. Last ball of the over, and it was just beautifully executed. Courageous.
Yeah, just 2 times in that over, Bethel, the part-timer of Bethel came out. Both times just too wide. That one wasn't as bad as the ball he bowled to Matt Henry, of course, but again too wide. But beautiful shot by Glenn Phillips. This is why I think, for someone like him, I don't think he will notice the scoreboard as much, because I think he's much more, at the moment he seems a lot more hyper-focused on how to get boundaries and how to stay in. Seems to be his main thing. Is it worth Jofra coming on for an over? If he can physically do it?
Surely he would have done if he was. He's been on the field the whole of the morning session, but surely he would have bowled by now if he was going to.
I'm kind of with you. If not, this is the moment to hold him back for, isn't it? I mean, not that they're holding him back, but he didn't bowl that many overs yesterday. It's just that long spell. It was
19.
Yeah, which is fine. That's not like a crazy.
That's a decent workload.
Oh no, it's good, but it's not a 25 over day or anything.
Right.
It's they didn't bowl that many overs. That's why.
Okay, Matt Fisher's continuing from the pavilion end, and forward comes Matt Henry, who really is batting like the senior pro, the grown-up at the crease at the moment. And I mean, if you know Matt Henry, you know that he's one of the most affable and sensible, just likeable professional cricketers out there. It does let his hair down, metaphorically, when he's got the bat in hand, but really only when the situation lends itself to have a swing. But now he's batting very sensibly and is defending a little bit. That's pushed again, blocked up to Jofra Archer, who fields it at mid-off and then bowls the ball to Josh Tongue at mid-on. So maybe he is loosening up, or maybe he's letting Joe Root know that he is up for a bowl. He's defending a little more efficiently, Jared, than you and I have seen him do in the past.
He looks really good.
Yeah.
Does also suggest the pitch is settled down quite a bit.
Yeah, apart from the bounce. I think
Yeah.
the unevenness of the bounce remains the same. That's a bouncer, and it flies over the head of Matt Henry. Saw it very early. Doesn't really have the pace, Matt Fisher, to bowl a hostile bouncer that catches the batsman by surprise. In order to get it up to head height, he's got to bowl it that much shorter than somebody quicker than him, and therefore they pick up the line very quickly. 386 for 8. Those who don't know, the Kia Oval is pretty much directly in the flight path of Heathrow Airport. There's a monster, it must be an A380, approaching overhead at the moment. Henry is beaten outside the off stump by Fisher. That was a good length, fourth stump line, just swung away slightly, and there has been some swing around. It looks even bigger than an A380. What's bigger than an A380?
What are those big Russian planes?
That's what it looks like,
Yeah.
doesn't it? It's enormous wingspan.
Do you remember the 2003 World Cup and South Africa Airlines did a flyover of the ground with 747s? It's still one of the best things I've ever seen. Because they came so close to the light towers, and so that there was one in the middle and obviously two on its wings like they were jet fighters, but they were 747s.
It was awesome. Here's Fisher again, and Henry plays defensively again, bat and pad together. Doesn't move either forward or back, plays from the crease. They took a month to get government clearance.
I'm not surprised. They basically hit the top of the towers on the way through.
It was awesome, wasn't it?
And like I've seen lots of flyovers with you know jets and old planes and everything,
But never that close.
not with 747s. I've seen it with one 747 in Melbourne. They do a charity flight, but the three together in formation.
Here is Fisher again, and Henry he's evaded a bouncer, but he hasn't evaded it. It's hit him somewhere, and it's deflected over the keeper's head. They're going to run back for two. I must suspect this is a leg byes. Off the head? Off the shoulder? Off the shoulder.
Oh, I'm not sure what it hit, but it was definitely leg byes. James Root completely lost that ball as well. Did you see he was flying out to the leg side and went behind him? I think it is going to be Jofra Manis.
Well, it's all very peculiar, and he's coming on at a different end as well, the Vauxhall end, our commentary end. 388 for 8, New Zealand. The first of those flyovers was the 1995 Rugby World Cup final, when it was just a single South African Airways 747, and it also flew. I mean, you could see the colour of the captain's eyes. It was that low. It was very, very dramatic, and that was the only other time that it's been repeated, as you say, with three. More from you, Jared. We're into the last half hour of the morning session, and New Zealand have had a magnificent time. Phillips is 97, and Melinda Farrell will take you through the next half an hour until lunch.
Yeah. So I've just been watching Jofra for the last couple of overs because, as Manis said, a couple of times when he picked the ball up, he'd sort of bowled it off. So we were trying to work out if he was telling Root that he wanted to bowl, or if he was just warming up himself. He looks fine physically at the moment. We'll know a lot more after he's delivered these first the ball, but it's going to be Glenn Phillips who is facing up to this one. 3 slips in place as Jofra comes in. First ball of the morning, and straight away gets a false shot. He tries to flick this over the top for his 100, does Phillips, gets a bottom edge, and there's no run there. Mel Farrell.
Well, Jared, the joys of commentating outside at the Oval mean that I've just had beer splattered all down the back of my legs by someone who dropped one as I was coming down.
Someone who works from the ECB?
No.
Matt Summerford from the ECB?
No, it's just a punter. Anyway, so if you're wondering why I'm wearing eau de lager, that is why. As
It's a good way to hide your drinking problem.
arches in over the wicket. And, well, Phillips is punching that one down towards the point boundary. Won't go all the way. And move on to 390, getting a couple there.
Yeah, Phillips is on 99. So just for a second there, it was like he thought of a third. There was no humanly third there, but to be fair, these sort of humanly matters don't matter to Glenn Phillips. He does what he wants. He runs 100 metres in 11.3 seconds, which he did when he was about 18 or 19. I've heard stories of him trying to beat that record, by the way. I'm not sure if he ever did.
Well, you mocked me when I said, could this be the day? Could this be the day? Could this be the moment? Archer is in. He bowls to Phillips, who plays it out into the point region, runs through for a single, and a little fist pump signals that this is a century for Glenn Phillips, the first century he has ever scored in 18 previous tests. Wonderful moment. 133 balls as he walks into the middle and hugs his teammate Matt Henry. He has survived so many barrages, bumpers, pace, just about everything. He's been flat on his back, but he stands tall in the middle, a Test centurion.
That is one of the most low-key things I've ever seen Glenn Phillips do in his entire career. He just put his bat up like a professional, like he's done this 25 times before.
Henry now on strike as Archer is in, and Henry goes for a wild hack, goes straight up in the air and straight into the hands of the fielder in the covers. It's Josh Tongue who takes the catch. So we've had a century and then we've had a wicket fall. That was a pretty wild shot from Henry.
As a Matt Henry slog, I've been waiting for it. We wondered if he was waiting for Phillips to make his 100. The ball after Phillips' 100, he goes for a traditional Matt Henry shot and it goes straight up in the air and he's gone. I just want to talk about Phillips for a moment. I've said this, if you ever go to a cricket game and you're live and Glenn Phillips is playing, it is worth not watching the rest of the game and watching Glenn Phillips in the field, watching his energy. I've seen him bowl the ball, it be hit out to deep mid-wicket, and him run out to deep mid-wicket to go and get it himself. He is one of the most eager, one of the most earnest, one of the most hard-working players I've ever seen in international cricket. It really means a lot to him. He pushes himself as much as he can. And I'm very disappointed in the way he celebrated that 100, because I was thinking there could be some riding of invisible horses, maybe some sort of a soft striptease, a lot of energy, but good on him, because we said this in the first test. The talent has never been the problem with Glenn Phillips. It's getting it out there. You know, he's really channeling himself and making himself the kind of player that he wants to be. This is the kind of innings that Glenn Phillips was born to play. Absolutely brilliant effort there. And now we get to see, I think, two of the most entertaining cricketers in the world, or three of the most. We've got Jofra Archer bowling, we've got Glenn Phillips at the non-strikers end, Mel, and we have the new wall, Will O'Rourke, the man with the slowest strike rate in my database of Test cricketers, a man who has never knowingly played a shot. So, you know, don't go, oh, they're going to just go out quickly here. The big man could be blocking. We've got the silly point in for him, because that's about the only place he hits the ball.
He's on strike now as in comes Archer and bowls, and it's left alone outside the off stump. The wall is unmoved.
Yeah. I think Royal Driver would be okay if we moved it on. Wall O'Rourke?
Wall O'Rourke. It's definitely Wall O'Rourke. Oh, dear. is that they've got plenty of fielders around the bat, as you can imagine, with Archer flinging it at a tail ender. There's 2 slips and a gully, and they've got a silly point as well as a short leg, and also a leg gully as well. As Archer is in and bowls a full ball, and the wall just pats it back to Archer. He's like Gandalf in Lord of the Ring. You shall not pass. And it's the end of the over. New Zealand 391 for 9. The wicket of Matt Henry falling in that over. But what a moment. Glenn Phillips scoring his first Test 100 as well in that over.
That last ball was, I don't know, anywhere from 85 to 92 miles an hour, a full toss. And the ability of O'Rourke to suck all of the pace out of that delivery and just hit it absolutely nowhere. We've just seen again with Glenn Phillips just raising his bat to the sky. So 100 off 133, a fantastic innings. We said when he came in yesterday, even him scoring a quick 20 could have turned this game around, but he went well beyond that.
Yeah, he certainly did. It's been a wonderful morning, you'd have to say, for New Zealand. Just a reminder that they resumed play on 291 for 7. So they've scored 100 runs this morning so far in this session and lost 2 wickets. You would definitely say it has been New Zealand's morning. As Matt Fisher prepares to bowl another over, and it is Phillips on strike. It's in over the wicket, it's down the leg side, and it's a very good morning to someone who I'm sure has enjoyed play so far today, and that is Jeremy Coney. He's got his mandarin all ready to eat.
I have, but you've interrupted that. No chance from me. That yeah, it has been a good morning for New Zealand. I wouldn't have expected them to get to almost on the cusp of 400 here. A bit of a shambles from England, actually. They've started with the short pitch policy.
As Fisher is in and bowls, and that is pulled into the leg side. It's going to be taken. It is. The final wicket falls. Phillip falls on 100 after a magnificent century, Glenn Phillips, and he just went for 1 shot too many, pulling Fisher into the deep. And that is the 10th wicket to fall. So New Zealand all out for 391. Phillips, the last one to fall, but they have added 100 runs so far today. And I guess that wicket has interrupted you there in your flow of thoughts, Jeremy.
Yeah.
But you're right. Good time to sum up the morning then.
Yeah, it is. Yes. Let's focus first of all on New Zealand, because they've pushed hard here this morning and got some success, particularly from Phillips, who thought he might have had some more barrage perhaps from Jofra Archer, but the 8 overs that he bowled yesterday at the end of the day, Archer, was costly because the physio from England has come to him and said, you are in what they call, in inverted commas, the red zone, and so you are not allowed to bowl. And so that's why we've seen him today trying to do a few little exercises, but not bowl at all, not take the new ball at all. And so that's been quite costly. Now, whether Joe Root knew about that last night or not, I don't know, but he certainly kept him going for those 8 overs of short pitch bowling at the New Zealanders last night, and he's not appeared really until just 1 over a moment or 2 ago and took a wicket with his 4th ball. So that's the story behind why we haven't seen him today. So the enigma has been resolved slightly. Whether physiotherapists should control the bowling analysis and who should bowl and who shouldn't, that seems to have become nowadays part of the game. Now, so New Zealand prospered right from the word go in those 3 overs. I think something like 28 to 30 runs coming from them, over the top of the keeper, buys over the keeper, top edges over the keeper, and so on for boundaries. And then I think probably Jameson got some confidence from the fact that he could handle this short pitch, wasn't threatening him too much, and he started to play some semi-batsman-like strokes and good drives, punches off the back foot. Bethel got a wicket and finally dismissed him for 40-odd, 41. You'll be able to tell us in a moment. Mel, what was it?
41.
Yep, off about 48 deliveries. So he scored them quite quickly. And at the same time, Phillips just prospered. Came in at 5 down. Yesterday what would have been the total at 5 down?
It was 188
So
for
New Zealand
5.
were sort of threatening to be dismissed for just the early 200s at that point, but they've been, they've pushed beyond that almost on, as I say, near 400, 391 runs. So the other wickets fell quickly once Phillips got to his 100. Well done him. He was able to withstand a really interesting encounter last night where he decided he wasn't going to play the ball. We don't see that much nowadays in the modern day cricket. We see lots of sixes being hit and so on, and batsmen dominating. Here was a batsman trying not to hit the ball and to get out of the way. And it was exceedingly interesting, I thought, the way that he was approaching that. Everyone was slightly confused. I thought Blundell was more interested in it, who was his batting partner, but he therefore encouraged Root to keep the short pitch bowling going, I think, because he was prepared to have a crack at it, but not Phillips. And once Blundell was dismissed, playing a slog sweep off Bethel very early on, and picked out Root himself at mid-wicket, and so he left the ground, and then Archer kept on bowling, and we saw some he was hit a few times. He got underneath the ball mostly, quite cleverly, I thought, but it was a different way of approaching short-pitched bowling.
Well, I wondered too how you think this, or what you think this might mean for Glenn Phillips, because when Jared was on, we were talking about the fact that talent has never been a question with Phillips. He's playing in his 19th test now, and he's such an exciting player. I guess it's been more about application rather than talent, maybe also where he bats in the order, but I almost couldn't believe that he didn't have a test century. When I was going through and checking, I was scratching my head thinking, has he really not got a test century? And I was surprised by that. But we have seen him do a few different things, and I think he absolutely did magnificently. That was one heck of a contest that we watched between Jofra Archer and Glenn Phillips in particular. But quite a subdued celebration for someone's first ton as well. He just, a little bat raise, but it was definitely quite muted. It wasn't over the top at all, was it?
Doesn't need to be, does it? I mean, that depends on the personality. You would have thought perhaps the way he races round the boundary and so on, you might see something a bit more open, but no. I just thought he's controlled the lower half of the innings, and that's really what you want. Your number 7 in the list. What you were suggesting there, and Jared perhaps, was that maybe he could bat a little higher, and that's a possibility. He might go to 6 and might take more responsibility. I thought yesterday New Zealand let themselves down a little bit, and there was a missed opportunity there, and perhaps pushing on, batsmen getting 50, 60, 70 deliveries, batting out there for some time and getting 33 or 44 or, and 20s, and working hard but not going on and making a mistake, guiding it to slip, or slog sweeping it to mid-wicket, or clothing it to a very close mid-wicket. Those kinds of mistakes were costly for New Zealand yesterday. Today, luckily, they were able to show that they could get away and get a few more runs, and certainly 400 gives them a chance. We'll see what this pitch does. If the sun stays out today, it could be good batting conditions. Let's wait and see. You never judge a wicket until both teams have had a crack.
Well, they've got the heavy roller out there in the middle. I noticed this morning that New Zealand had elected for the light roller before play. So just to take you through some of those scores then for New Zealand, it was very much about the starts. Latham 27 and of 75 balls, and I think that's significant too, because he and Devon Conway and Henry Nichols, who made 24 off 57, they were finding it a little bit tough going. It was very conservative early on. Things maybe started to speed up a little bit when Rachin Ravindra came out. He made 33 and Daryl Mitchell 44. Blundell managed to get a half century before he was out, and then Glenn Phillips, it was really that partnership with Kyle Jamieson. Two came together at 280 for 7. So it was an 87-run partnership before Jamieson was out for 41. And then Phillips was there. It's the other wickets fell around him, bringing up his 100 off 135 balls. So all out for a total of 391. Jacob Bethel, would you believe it, took the most wickets for England. Finished with figures of 3 for 26 of his 10 overs. 2 wickets apiece for Archer and for Fisher and for Sonny Baker. And Josh Tongue chiming in with 1 as well. So that is where we are at the moment. And it really did turn around. You thought New Zealand might have been in a bit of trouble, but that partnership in particular between Phillips and Jamieson, I think was the biggest key, because Phillips didn't look like he was worried about what was happening at the other end, because he knows Jamieson can bat.
Yeah, he's opened the batting for his school and so on early on, so he can hold a bat. And if you look at the first probably 5 or 6 scores that he's made when he joined the New Zealand side, they were 30, they were 40, they were 25, they were quite decent scores for a bowler. And certainly he knew how to hold a bat. He could play properly. There were partnerships formed with the number 9. So now we get to a stage with New Zealand having that 391 runs, perhaps a few bonus runs there from some loose-ish kind of bowling, and the as I say, the slight mystery of Jofra Archer not bowling and taking the new ball early today. And so now Henry is going to be opening from the Vauxhall end, and he's going to be, it looks as if the New Zealand are going to start with a pretty regular kind of field. 3 slips, gully, backward point, and mid off, and 3 on the onside, mid on, mid wicket, fine leg.
Henry is in and bowls to Ducker. That's come off the inside portion of his bat. No run to start off with. This is going to be interesting as well for England fans, with a few new players coming into this side batting wise. We've had a good look at the bowlers, and for those who haven't been watching a lot of county cricket, perhaps seeing why there's so much excitement about Rube. Emilio Gay is at the non-strikers end, another newbie, if you like, in the England side, as Henry bowls, and not timed by Duckett. He just pushes it back up towards Henry, no run.
Have to find the length to bowl. That's the key thing. Well, that's I suppose what we've been talking about just in the last 5 minutes, Mel, is it's what length do you operate on? Well, England started operating on a very short length, and it didn't really create too many problems for the New Zealand batsmen. They got under it, they let it go, or they smashed it, one or the other.
Duckett waits as Henry's in and bowls over the wicket to the left-hander, and just defends that into the covers. No run.
Now, I think Henry has always operated from just short of a length. He nips the ball around. If there is any opportunity for the harder seam, which is the Duke's ball, of course, which is hand-stitched as opposed to machine stitching from the Kookaburra, it's a higher seam, more proud from the ball.
As Henry bowls, that's driven straight. What a lovely shot. Duckett just leans on it and races to the boundary to get his account and England's account in the black. They are 4 for none.
Don't mind that at all as a bowler. I think, you know, okay, he'll learn that that's just a little bit full, but I'd rather have the ball struck down the ground like that and bring my slips into play. If it's slightly shorter and slightly wider, and if there's any movement whatsoever to bring the cordon into play while the ball is still new. Don't mind that at all.
Duckett taps his bat twice, crouches as Henry is in, and this time he's just strayed down the leg side. Duckett turns it around the corner, but there's a fielder running from fine legs, so they'll just get a couple. Looks like the tall figure of Kyle Jamieson out there. We've seen Will O'Rourke just warming up in front of us as well, so imagine he might be taking the new ball from the pavilion end. Yeah, Matt Henry, of course, he suffered those back spasms in the first test at Lord's. He's in now, bowling. It's just defended out to point, no run.
Yeah, that last ball, the better length from Matt Henry, and takes his cap. And so there's been a few little runs off that over, but he's found some things out. Bowling from this end hasn't been quite the same bounce, I don't think, as bowling from the pavilion end. It looks like it's going to be Kyle Jamieson who'll be taking the ball from there for a start.
So Will O'Rourke was just messing with us.
He was messing with your mind. He's looks like he's headed down to fine leg. So yeah, it's going to be Jamieson to try and swing the ball while it's new, in and out. He can bowl both the in swinger and the out swinger, whether you're left or right hand. 3 slips will be there. A lot of extras. I don't know how many in the New Zealand innings. It'll be over 50, that's for sure.
I will tell you in a second. As Jamieson is in around the wicket, driven, lovely shot from Gay as well. They're both off the mark with boundaries. That one ended up slicing through extra cover. He had just enough width on that, which is exactly what Jeremy Coney was talking about not doing. And England a race away to 10 for none.
Yep, another square drive. I'm interested to see how New Zealand attack Gay, and particularly loves a drive. Not just in his motor vehicle, but this one very good, just through square. Held the stroke back slightly and sweetly timed.
If he was a car, he'd be an Aston Martin. It's very smooth. Here's Jamieson, next ball down the leg side and left alone. You were just asking, Jeremy, about extras. So 53 extras in total. 22 buys, courtesy of largely because of the short ball plan. 20 leg buys, 3 no balls, and 8 wides.
Yeah, I think there could have been a few of those buys could easily have been called wides, couldn't they, over the top of the batsman, over the top of Rue, the keeper, and away for 4. The ball also has swung quite significantly after passing the batsman, and that can make it difficult if you are a little bit too deep, standing too deep as a keeper.
Jamieson in, bowls. It's left alone by Gay, who shoulders arms, bat raised high.
I'm interested to see when O'Rourke bowls to Gay, if that happens and occurs. I think the way he closes off, in other words, the front foot, his right leg, because he's a left-hander, comes across his body, and he gets a little bit cast when the ball is slightly shorter, and if it's nicely directed toward the neck and shoulder area, he could be fending that off to a catch. Round about gully leg slip in that area, or perhaps even short on just a man at bat pad.
As Jamieson is in, and he just has a little fiddle at that one, Gay. Elbow was high, the head was down, but the ball was racing past the bat into the hands of Blundell behind the stumps.
Yeah, just an outswinger. Good length, just a little bit short, so it beats the outside edge, but Gay interested in playing forward. He's quite content with that. He wants to play for it. He wants to get onto the front foot, and that's why I say the shorter deliveries might just unsettle him a bit more. But a good ball.
It was indeed, and he runs in past the umpire, Jamieson, and bowls. And this time Gay gets on top of this one quite well, turns it into the leg side. And we have seen some good bounce and carry here at the Oval. It's quite a different sort of playing pitch than we saw at Lord's, and it was unfortunate that the pitch kind of dominated so much of the conversation here. It looks like it's provided some interesting cricket.
Well, it's given batsmen a chance, hasn't it? And 400 would indicate that in the first innings. I think it's a much better equation between the bat and the ball, which is what you want to see.
As Jamieson bowls, it's left alone by Gay.
Yeah, nice little start for Kyle Jamieson. Hung one out a little bit early on and went for 4. But the rest of the over was much more on target. He's generally coming from around the wicket, so angling it back in towards Gay. And Duckett, of course, they're both left-handers, and then moving the ball away from him towards the slips and trying to get an outside edge. If it's fuller, it might bring the stumps into play. He might start it at that sort of middle stump and then get it to move from there and bring that edge, that outside edge into play. Henry now to Duckett. Duckett has driven him once and tucked him away, but he's bowled a couple on the line of off.
England 10 for none as Henry is in, and that's a little outside edge, and a dive in the gully just landed a little bit short.
Yeah, Phillips there, he's lively, likes it in that area. No Kane Williamson, of course, who was round. He was an exceptional gully as well as a younger player. Took some terrific catches, but that's where Phillips likes to sort of peruse the game.
Next ball is just pushed into the offside. There's a tight single. Direct hit might have been very, very, very interesting. Nathan Smith was herring in, fired the ball at the stumps at the striker's end, but they managed to get through. A bit of a chancy single, that.
It was, and Smith's very quick and athletic across the surface, and he's got to it into his right hand. It's very close, and I've got to say, the batsman Gay well short when it passed the stumps. If it had struck, it was all over. I don't think there was time for the keeper, Blundell. Don't be lazy, Blundell. You've got to be moving towards those stumps just in case someone falls over. Something happens. They've got in the habit, some of the keepers, of not running up to the stumps.
Well, he was gone for all money looking at that replay. And it's Gay on strike as in comes Henry, and it's just pushed out to Nathan Smith again, who has a bit more of a leisurely time being able to field that ball.
He's a good fielder, Nathan Smith. He gets to it. He's low slung. He hasn't got far to go down, and certainly he leapt when he saw the throw was going to be close, and in the end it was a bit disappointing for him. Almost won the triple jump there.
The next ball from Henry is just defended by Gay, back up the pitch towards the bowler. No run. Do you know, it's funny, he's a good all-round cricketer, isn't he, Nathan Smith? I first really started watching him when he was at Worcestershire a couple of years ago. Before
he opened the bowling there, didn't he?
He did,
yeah.
and I asked him. We were chatting, and I asked him, you know, how close do you think you are to the New Zealand side? And he said, yeah, I think I'm reasonably close. As in comes Henry, and that's driven. Nathan Smith has got no chance of getting this one, and straight, and a lovely shot from Gay. Brings another boundary, 15 for none. Gay moves on to 8, straighter than his first drive.
Yep. Duckett the first one. This one's Gay, and Gay's comfortably onto the front foot. There early. He's waiting for that ball, and that's okay. Again, as I can live with that if there is a bit of movement. I'm not sure whether there's much movement from the seam for Henry at the moment.
He's in now, bowls over the wicket. Oh, and that's a half and half shot by Gay, who was in two minds, and the ball ends up coming off the bat and rolls along the ground to second slip. It could easily have been something else, though. He maybe just got enough bat on it for it not to be the edge, and that will be the last ball of the session. England going off 15 for none with Duckett on 7 and Gay on 8 after New Zealand were bowled out in their first innings for 391. Phillips making his first century in Test cricket, 100 of 134 balls. He really changed things, turned them around for New Zealand. And Jeremy Coney, I think we've got a real test set up now.
Well, let's wait and see. Yes, let's hope so. At the moment, we've got one side that has batted from 291 at the start of the day for 7, extended it to 391 before they were bowled out. And we've had just 3 overs from the New Zealand side, and England have got themselves to 15, so that's been quite a healthy run rate at 5s. And that's fine, because there are enough in the cordon and enough catching that there are gaps, and you know, you're trying to sort of back your bowlers at that point. 2 overs for Henry, none for 11, and Jameson 1 over, none for 4. And so we're nicely poised, aren't we? So we're set up for the afternoon. At the moment, it's looking like, because the weather is such that it's relatively warm, that batsmen can actually prosper here. But if they make a mistake, that makes it's more critical that you hold on to your catches. We look at Duckett dropping a catch this morning. It was very costly, and that's what New Zealand have got to be very aware of. It's already cost them perhaps a test match at Lord's. Now here, they've got to not make those same mistakes. So we're nicely set up. None for 15, and you know, let's just see what the New Zealand bowlers can do, Mel.
Well, I guess they bowled well in the first test, didn't they? And although you might say England bowled slightly better, what would you like to see them do better in this test?
Oh no, if they can repeat that, then I'll be very happy. But no, I think these conditions are so different than the Lord's Test. This is a much flatter pitch. The weather is better. There's not the variable bounce. There's not the variable seam. There's little movement at the moment that we saw in the air a little bit because the ball is new, but not so much once it hits the surface. So it might suit bowlers like Jameson. We haven't seen O'Rourke yet, who will be more of a threat with bounce. But we've seen with Jameson, he's beaten the bat a couple of times, not so much with Henry.
So there you have it. England 15 for none in response to New Zealand's 391. It's been a fantastic morning of Test cricket here, and we will be back on Talksport to bring you the second session after we've had some lunch. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage so far, and we'll be back soon.
Between England and New Zealand, and it's been very much New Zealand's day so far, with an excellent total of 391 all out. Remains to be seen just how excellent it is, with England's reply currently on 15 without loss after just 3 overs. I think they're going to have to bat very well. I think that this New Zealand total is above par, but for a far more analytical opinion, Jared Kimber, well, I don't know, it's statistically analytical and your opinion. Your gut feel, let's go with that.
I think there is some inconsistent bounce. I don't think it's going to play a big part in the game for the next day and a half at least. Matt Pryor doesn't think it will for a couple of days. I think this morning the pitch looked pretty flat. Now, how much of that was England making it look flat, Manners, is the real question we have here. I don't think New Zealand bowled particularly well in the first couple of overs. Maybe Matt Henry just getting it right. But if this is a new ball wicket, they've got about 40 minutes here to make a lot of mess.
Carl Jameson with the first over. Forward comes Ben Duckett, pushing it past mid-off. There's a desperate diving scramble by Nathan Smith, I think it is, at mid-off. And he just manages to dive over the ball, I think. Who is that? mid-off. It's not Nathan Smith, is it? It's we could have a substitute on the field already. We've got Daryl Mitchell at first slip, Tom Latham the skipper at second, Henry Nichols at third, Glenn Phillips in the gully. Backward point is actually Nathan Smith.
Is that not Conway?
Devon Conway at mid-off is in. I thought.
No, is it not Conway at backward point?
Here is Jameson again. We know that's him, and it's steered away off a thick outside edge by Duckett into the gully and fielded by Phillips. Yes, Conway is at backward point. Must be Matt Henry then at mid-off.
No, Matt Henry's at mid-on. Ratcher of Injuries
It's
at
Willow
square leg.
Rourke at mid-on, isn't it? Where's Willow Rourke then? He must be down at long leg
No,
then.
it's Smith. You were right the first time. You've worked all your way around this, and it was just
you kept
Smith.
correcting me, and I'm just deferring to you.
I didn't correct you at all, except for the Conway one. That was the one where I knew you were wrong.
17 without loss now. Ben Duckett 9. Emilio Gay has 8. Here is Jameson around the wicket to the left-handed Duckett to the crease now. Bowls and Duckett chops it in the air, and it's down to the boundary for 4. But I don't believe that he was in control of that shot. He's not averse to hitting the ball in the air. Quite likes it. Enjoys uppercutting. But on that occasion, I think it went at catchable height. And it wasn't very far away from Glenn Phillips in the gully and Devon Conway at backward point. It's Conway who does the chasing and retrieving. Excellent, excellent crowd in today. I must say, I had a little unscheduled preview of the VIP hospitality area this morning, Jared, as I arrived at the same time as our dear friends and sometime colleagues Steve Harmison and Darren Goff. Here's Jameson again. That one is flicked away through square leg down towards long leg. It's big Willow Rourke comes gallivanting around the boundary's edge to do the fielding. His throw's a bit enthusiastic, almost goes over Tom Blundell, but they are being employed, if that's the right word, at a generous allowance to be hosts in the green room, which is 2 stories up from our commentary position in the JM Fin stand, and they're basically a generous allowance to be hosts, co-hosts, along with a few other former players. Pushed away defensively by Duckett now up towards mid-on, and they were required to do a couple of Q&As on stage, but Harmy said, "Come for a bacon sandwich, Manners." So it was actually a burger, a breakfast burger with an egg, but the buckets of champagne and the other alcoholic beverages being consumed and offered to host to guests as they arrived, it took my breath away at 20 past 10 this morning. Here is Jameson again around the wicket, and it's flicked away through square leg by Ben Duckett. They'll come back for 2. It's nicely timed actually, but Willow Rourke, I think they could have pushed for 3 there and probably would have got them as well. The throw on the arm from Willow Rourke, but they're happy to settle for 2. So my point is that...
Do you not get buckets of champagne in Pal?
Boylan Park. Wine? Yeah.
East
not
London? That's a champagne capital of the world, isn't it? I'm talking about the South African East London here.
Yeah, with Méthode Classique. We can't call it champagne. But Pal, yeah, definitely, yeah. Franschhoek Valley, absolutely. But it's just that, you know, there's the bar on top of the Galadari suite. What they do at the Oval is it's not an ordinary experience for the humble punter. And they're not particularly humble, are they? When they have a ticket worth 120 quid, aren't they? For a general entrance seat. But those who are lucky enough to experience corporate hospitality get a really, really good experience. Good delivery from Matt Henry outside the off stump. Angled across Emilio Gay, and he just plays inside the line, not deliberately. He was playing at that ball and was well beaten outside the off stump. England 25 without loss. Duckett 17. Emilio Gay is on 8. There's a different... We've spoken about this a number of times, Jared. We did last summer, didn't we, during the Indian Test match. But it's a very different experience in South London at the Oval than north of the river at Lord's. Here is Henry, and steered away behind square on the offside to backward point, Conway Fields. Am I allowed to say that visitors and paying customers here at the Oval have more interest in the cricket? Can I say that?
I would not agree with that.
I'm talking about the actual cricket, not the event.
Yeah, I would say they have less.
Here at the Oval?
I think there are more people at the Oval who've come on corporate tickets.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Henry in, bouncer outside the off stump, and left alone by Emilio Gay. I didn't expect you to say that.
I've had this argument with John Norman, because this used to be the ground of the people, right?
Yeah.
And I think especially when the
Has it moved on? Has it bought itself a suit and tie?
I would say that these days it's probably... I haven't sat in the outer in a long time, but if you go back and you read some of my books where I was sitting in the outer, the conversations that I heard here were very different to the ones I heard at Lord's. I think Lord's is more about the culture of cricket.
Here is Henry again, bouncer, good one too, and Emilio Gay ducks underneath it. It was short, maybe a little bit too short.
So if you go to Lord's...
We are sitting in the outer.
Yeah, well, we are
right
today.
now.
So I think if you go to Lord's, you're a little bit around the culture of cricket. So not specifically the sport, right? More about the culture, which is what you're talking about, I think. The champagne corks and all these sorts of things. But then if you come to the Oval, I think it's much more about maybe the corporate tickets.
Oh, that's playing a mess outside the off stump. I tell you what, Emilio Gage spun around to see the keeper catch that one, almost like an expression of guilt, but he didn't get an edge.
I thought he feathered that for a moment myself, but obviously nothing there. Some of the worst conversations I've ever heard in cricket grounds have been at this ground, and by a considerable difference. So just down here, I heard a conversation. So what's that? The front of the JM stand, just what? Third slip to a right-hander.
Pushed away by Gay into the covers. Thinks about a single, wants one, can't get it. Rachin Ravindra does the tidying up at backward point. 25 without loss.
So I was sitting there, 09 Ashes, and there was a conversation where a guy in front of me said to someone he was teaching him about cricket, and that was the thing I noticed. Everywhere I sat in the ground, someone was teaching someone about the game, which is when I noticed this is not normal. I've never been in a cricket ground, but this has happened so consistently. And in front of me, he was saying to his friend, yeah, once you change bowling ends 4 times, that's it. You're not allowed to change bowling ends anymore. And after a day of him saying incorrect information, I just sort of tapped him on the shoulder. I said, I think you've got a bit confused there. That's not the case. And he went, oh, no, that's one of the rules. And you know what I said next?
They're laws, not rules.
They're laws. And then he said, we'll have to agree to disagree. And it's the only time I've ever done this in my life. I did say, I work for Wisden. You're just going to have to trust me on this one.
And he didn't.
I think at that stage he realised he was maybe, not quite the expert he thought he would be. But I've had so many conversations like that around here. And I don't know if you've ever been to a Blast game. It's quite a party atmosphere for the Blast games as well. I wouldn't say they're all cricket fans.
Jameson continues around the wicket, and Duckett drives at a very wide delivery. That's the old Ben Duckett. He slapped it through mid-off. Hasn't timed it. He's done well to reach it, and I actually mean that. It's not an exaggeration. He was leaving everything like that at Lord's. It was the reinvented Ben Duckett who'd added the leave to his repertoire. But he's obviously decided that didn't pay dividends at Lord's, and he's gone back to playing at everything. Do you know that the corporate ticket is? I think that's basically what I was saying at the start, wasn't it? They do it really well. I mean, it depends on how well. So it's 10:20 in the morning. I have an unexpected invite to the green room, which holds about 500 people, driven firmly by Duckett straight to mid-off. And do you know the difference? One of the many differences is that all of the guests who are paying presumably a lot of money, upwards of £300, or someone is paying it for them. They dressed however they wanted. They weren't shirts and ties. They weren't even long pants. Many guys wearing, and ladies wearing very informal attire. And
I think that's modern business attire, though, isn't it? People don't dress the same way as they perhaps did.
I've got a lot of catching up to do, haven't I? Jameson in again, flicked away behind square on the leg side down towards Will O'Rourke again. It's nicely timed by Ben Duckett once again. He's middling pretty much everything at the moment. Duckett hasn't hit too many with the full flourish, but he's certainly timing his pushes and nudges.
It was in the air, wasn't it, a little bit there? Will O'Rourke went to field that at the backward square as well, and belly flopped down right onto his chest, and he got up and he threw the ball really poorly. It looks okay, but
he's limbering up now.
Yeah,
he wants a bowl.
It's not the way he wanted to limber up, I can tell you that.
Anyway, it's 20 past 10 in the morning, and I was initially taken aback by the number of hosts with Perspex champagne glass holders. So not a tray, you know, because they get knocked over. Driven by Duckett, there it is, that's a full flourish, 4 runs, bang, through wide of mid-off. And he certainly hit that one, and it stayed hit. Do you remember at Lords, he couldn't time anything. He was just, it sounded like he was batting with a hollow aluminium bat. But it was just a perfect thud of leather on willow. And have you seen those Perspex? So you slot the champagne glasses in, and so you can walk around them without any danger of them falling out. And I was offered one 3 times within 30 seconds, and it felt like more than an offer. It felt like you are required to have one of these.
Or you look like the man who definitely needs one of these. That's how I would have read it.
And more than that, I sensed a degree of umbrage when I refused and kept refusing. Here is Jameson. He's over the wicket now to Ben Duckett, and he's driven. Same result, same delivery, similar shot, and same result, despite the valiant efforts of Nathan Smith. Actually, did he stop it?
We'll have to have a look.
But
But
crashed into the triangles.
looks like they all think he stopped it. I thought he just got it back. I think that was actually a better shot, because that was a really good delivery, and seems okay. You happy with that?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, we're just having another look. It's the third umpire.
Oh, it's close.
I don't know. The third umpire is Rod Tucker. He's a very, very practical man, is Rod Tucker. And however close it is, however hard it is to judge, he won't waste time. He's going to prove me wrong now, and we're going to have 8 No, he's just gone like, yeah, too hard to call, and, you know, the fielder deserved to save a run, so fine. I love that. I love many things about Rod Tucker. He's a fantastic human being. He's doing his 101st Test match. He's a brilliant umpire as well, but it's his practicality. Just move on. I'm not going to waste time dissecting the replays. Here's Jameson again. It's pushed away by Emilio Gay. No run. 36 without loss.
Dare I say, probably not very well suited to being a third umpire.
I think I don't know this, but I think he hates it. Actually, I might have an inside track on that. It's not his favourite role.
I'll
say that.
I'll be honest, when I see his name as third umpire, I do think to myself, he's going to make a mistake. Oh, that's a huge no ball, by the way, by Jameson. He's going to make a mistake in this match, and it's because he's going to make it too quickly. You know how I feel. Third umpire should be a specialist job. It's a completely different form of umpiring. I don't understand why we get people to do it a third of the time after 20 years of them being good at normal umpiring.
Jameson in, beats the outside edge. Terrific. I think it might have been you that was talking about Emilio Gay's technique at Lords, and the fact that he is a little bit susceptible outside the off stump. To do with his grip and his setup, but he was well beaten there. It was good delivery from Jameson, and a good ploy, I think, to go over the wicket to the left-handed Emilio Gay. 37 without loss, England. They're flying along here with Ben Duckett on 28.
So how many champagnes did you drink?
Absolutely none. But I tell you what, in a different life, in a different world, in a different context, I think I might have been struggling to focus by lunchtime.
I do think, having known you for a long time, and people at home, they won't understand this, how hard it is for Neil Manthorpe to go past something that is offered for free, even if he doesn't want it, and not take it. I'm surprised you didn't take some, decant them into a plastic bottle, and then take them back to your fridge at home and put them in.
They'd have been flat by then.
There was we very occasionally get beers around, and there was a cricket writer who I will not name,
Here is Matt Henry continuing to Ben Duckett, pushes it to Smith at mid-off, no run.
Yeah, so it doesn't happen as much now, but do you remember sometimes, once or twice a test, whichever board was running it would bring in a bunch of beers. Different countries would do it occasionally. Maybe they had something from hospitality left over or whatever. There was one particular cricket writer who would always wait till the very end, make sure that everyone had got their drinks, and then he'd take his bag over, and take the beers and put them in his bag, put it up, head straight out. I mean, I've got to respect the hustle at that point and the consistency at which he did it.
Here's Matt Henry, short, pulled, smashed by Duckett. Goodness me, he's made that look like a long hop with a tennis ball. Ben Duckett so quickly onto that. Well, this is a flying start from Ben Duckett. This is the Ben Duckett that we've known for the last 3-4 years and become accustomed to. It's not the same journalist who was once found asleep in the Lord's press box, was it, overnight?
No. I know who you're thinking about. He might have done similar things, but I don't know if he did that as consistently. But the reason I hesitated is because it is another press person who quite often falls asleep.
Here's Henry again, and Duckett back and across, clips it out towards Ravindra at square leg, and there's no run. There's a whole section in the Galadari stand. Probably, I'm going 120 seats.
Yeah, is that next to the butcher room?
All empty.
Is that the butcher room there?
Is there? I don't know.
One of them's the butcher room, isn't it? And I always get confused, and Butcher's told me about it 4 times.
He must be giving a speech then. Is that Mark Butcher? Mark and Alan, I suppose.
I assume it's for the family, the name, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I would think so. Alan was a legend here, wasn't he? He played over a dozen years for Surrey, and his benefit year here, before finishing his career at Glamorgan. That's pushed away by Ben Duckett as Matt Henry bowls on a line of off stump, no run.
Well, they had players and they had coaches, right, in the family. So, yeah, I haven't really spent a lot of time. A couple of my friends go up on the top quite a bit. They've told me to come over on occasions, but I haven't had a chance to go over and have a look at it yet. So I haven't spent that much time up there. We have the cricket writers in one of those rooms, don't we?
Pushed away defensively by Duckett again up towards mid-off, and what an event that is.
That's the lower one that we have the cricket writers on, isn't it?
Yeah.
You like your cricket writers?
Huge.
Do you remember the
corporate?
Do you remember the Australian cricket writers dinners?
Of course I do. Yeah.
They don't exist anymore.
Do they not?
Well, I mean, I haven't been back for a while, but
I think they're much more informal these days. It's just a gathering for drinks and snacks, I think.
Used to go over to the rugby club at the SCG, the rugby stadium.
Here is Matt Henry again, overpitched on the pads of Duckett, and his timing is immaculate as he clips it away through mid-wicket, just in front of square for 4 runs. Yes, it was running across all of the old wickets, and therefore the ball runs very, very quickly over the short grass and hard, compact pitches, but nonetheless it was magnificently timed. England are 45 without loss. They were 15 without loss at lunch, so they've scored 30 in 4 overs.
How many of those has Emilio Gay scored?
None.
The timing that we've seen from Duckett here has been sensational. There was the short ball, there was an overpitched ball. Some of these have just been good deliveries, and he's just absolutely hammering the ball. I mean, we saw Glenn Phillips do a similar thing, and in some ways, similar kind of players. They both like the bat on the ball. They both time it and hit it very hard.
Jameson continuing over the wicket to the left-handed Emilio Gay, and again he's happy, very happy, just to be there, play second fiddle, watch Ben Duckett go about his work, pushing that one defensively straight back up the wicket. It's a little bit overcast at the moment. Actually, it's hazy rather than overcast. There is cloud, there's not much blue sky, but no rain forecast whatsoever for today and the next 2 days. It's absolutely perfect cricket weather, I believe. Low chance of sunburn, just a nice cooling breeze, 24 degrees, absolutely ideal. 3 slips and a gully, very orthodox field. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Edge! Didn't carry to Nicholls at 3rd slip. Just bounced ahead of him, in front of him. I mean, I'm assuming that what was off the bat. Possibly not. It could have been off the pad. That's why it didn't carry.
I thought he hit it. It just
I
looked like
did
it.
as well. Shoulder to the bat, wasn't it?
Yeah. Oh, he actually dropped that. That might have carried.
Sort of on the half volley.
I was going to say whether it would have been an actual legal take. No, I think he dropped that. That's a drop. Upgrade it. Put it in your notes. Put it in your notes.
No, I agree. Actually, it's so. I mean, it would have been a really good catch.
But
Wouldn't
did
it?
he hit it? Maybe not.
Thigh pad. I think it was thigh pad. Here is Jameson again outside the off stump, left alone by Emilio Gay. Very, very happy to absorb long periods of inactivity and scorelessness is Emilio Gay.
He's been done a bit there, hasn't he, Nichols, by the Sky? Because if they showed that the other direction, they showed it wasn't an edge first, we all would have gone, oh, that's fine. It was off the thigh pad, and he knew that. Just tried to make sure it didn't go for 4. Good job. And before, we're like, he's dropped it, but he didn't hit it.
That large section of the 120 seats, 100 and maybe 150 seats in the Galadari stand, which is empty, is bothering me. It's distracting my eye.
No.
Full and straight from Jameson, an attempted drive from Emilio Gay. It's almost too full to drive. Comes right off the toe end of the bat and is fielded by Nathan Smith at mid-off.
Yeah, they haven't really found a consistently good length here, I think. Line hasn't been terrible, but they've either slightly overpitched or slightly underpitched. It's been easier to Emilio Gay because he isn't just smacking balls everywhere, but you could see it to Duckett. They just have to find, and these two bowls are two of the best in the world at finding a length and sticking to it, and neither of them have managed to do that at the moment. They're not far away of getting Gay here. Really think he is struggling.
Jameson bowling beautifully at the moment from the pavilion end is in again, and Emilio Gay needs to get down the other end and does so. There's a direct hit. Nathan Smith, he might have got Ben Duckett. Duckett was struggling. I think he was coasting actually, and I think he knows he's gone. That was brilliant from Nathan Smith, and the pressure, Jared, the wicket didn't come about the way you anticipated, but you knew that Emilio Gay was struggling. That's why he tried to steal a quick single to get down the other end, and I think it's cost Ben Duckett his wicket. Duckett, 36, looking absolutely $1 million from 25 balls, and Nathan Smith has pounced from mid-off. Direct hit, superb piece of work. Duckett's coasting, or is he just given up?
It wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have mattered. What Emilio Gay was nervous. He pushed that into the offside. He knew it was in the gap, but unfortunately for him, he hit it a little bit too straight, and so Smith came around, and it was to the right hand. There was never a run there. The minute that came off the bat, I was thinking the best case scenario was that Smith just misses. I thought Duckett would get a little bit closer, but as you said, he might have just given up because he was nowhere near it. Duckett has looked in incredible form, but the pressure on Emilio Gay has caused that wicket. And I can tell you, I looked at the other end, and he knew 100% that he not just had he sold his partner out, but he knew that it was his desperation to get off strike that did that. So that opens up an end. And let's be honest, Emilio Gay has not been batting very well. He's put a lot more pressure on himself here, especially early on in his career. Jacob Bethel comes out. This allows New Zealand to reset. And we've seen Nathan Smith dive at mid-off manners and miss one, get up and sprint after it. We've seen him save that 3 before. Nathan Smith has been diving everywhere in the field, been doing great work. I'm glad that he's been rewarded for how alert he has been, because that is the 3rd great piece of fielding I've seen him do in the last 20 minutes. How long have we been back on air? 27 minutes. And just a brilliant pick up and throw, but there's no doubt that Emilio Gay is the reason that has happened. Hopefully Jacob Bethel, who's a young player himself, is experienced enough to just come out and go, it's happened, now you got to make some runs.
Yeah, I used to hate it when people say, put it out of your mind. Because the more they said, put it out of your mind, the more it stayed in your mind. But yes, Emilio Gay, he did the right thing by trying to get off strike, because he was struggling against Jameson, but he's ended up running out Ben Duckett.
I think he thought he hit it a bit squarer, and he hesitates in his run. He's desperate to get off strike, but Duckett reacts to the fact that Emilio is coming forward, and then it's over.
Jameson now to Jacob Bethel. He's got one delivery to the left-hander outside the off stump, left alone, taken behind by Tom Blundell. Well, the over comes to an end, 45 for 1. Jacob Bethel joining Emilio Gay now. And New Zealand made 391, resuming this morning on 291 for 7. They added another 100 runs. But, you know, Duckett, I think, had given up in the last 3 or 4 yards, primarily because he did coast the first half of that run. He wasn't sprinting.
I don't think he was ever going to outrun the throw. It was hit a bit too firmly, but it was actually, I thought it was a little bit more in the gap and that Smith had to come around. It was kind of at his right hand. He should be in run out. They just showed there was another one there that Nathan Smith almost had a run out earlier as well. So there's 4 great bits of fielding from Nathan Smith.
Matt Henry continues. Clipped nicely off his pads by Emilio Gay. That's a nice piece of timing. It's a beautiful piece of timing, actually. And Will O'Rourke has a long chase of about 35 yards before, just right at the very end, this man who stands 6'8" in his stocking feet he's run 35 yards around the boundary's edge, and then it's too much effort to actually bend down, so he just falls. Flicks it back.
I think it was Jameson. It was O'Rourke that threw it back in. But it is funny that the 2 fast bowlers had to run about, 120 metres combined there? And you are right. I mean, Jameson basically flicked it and had nothing left. I just seeing the run out here. The minute that run out happens, Kyle Jameson sees the ball hits the stumps.
Henry in again to Jacob Bethel, punches it to cover, no run.
Sees the ball hit the stumps, turns around to Emilio Gay and claps at him. So, didn't even celebrate the wicket, Jameson. Just instantly was thinking about putting pressure back on Emilio Gay.
That's mean. That's Test cricket.
Did you see Kyle Jameson dismiss Vaibhav Suryavanshi with his Yorker and give him a serve? It's like, are you about to retire? You've got to bowl to this guy for the next 5 years.
5?
Well, I'm assuming Jameson will retire.
Pushed away behind square on the offside to backward point, and there's no run.
I'm just saying, Jameson can get a little bit caught up in the heat of moments, I think it's probably fair to say. It wasn't like he did it aggressively or anything, but he wanted Emilio Gay to instantly know it was his fault. Not that I think Emilio Gay needed that extra bit. We might just see it here. Yeah, look at that. He's not even he's basically half appealed and turned around and let Emilio
He's
know.
gone. Thanks for the wicket, Emilio. Yeah. Thanks for running your partner out. That's pushed away straight back to Matt Henry. It's actually, I meant it's mean, but it's really clever. It's the kind of meanness that you can't help admiring. that was
not like the sort of mean people who are trying to force champagne on you. Against your better judgment.
Jared, really, it was not a difficult no, I promise you. Here comes Matt Henry to Jacob Bethel, punched off the back foot, beats backward point, beats, it's actually Devon Conway at backward point, diving away to his left, his right rather, couldn't get a hand to it. Nicely timed actually by Jacob Bethel, beautiful piece of timing. He's off the mark with those 4 runs, and the 50 is on the board for England, 52 for 1.
Pretty much from the time that Ravindra came in yesterday, we've had Ravindra, Jameson, obviously Phillips, Duckett, and now Bethel. The ball does seem to be coming on at a much more reasonable pace because everyone is timing it brilliantly now. That wasn't the case yesterday morning, so I think that might have been just a bit of tackiness on the surface, and the ball does seem to be coming on good.
Here's Henry again over the wicket to Jacob Bethel, beaten outside the off stump, I think, and it is taken behind the stumps by Tom Blundell. Right, double change coming up in the commentary box. Matt Pryor is taking over from Jared Kimber, and Melinda Farrell will be taking over from me. I'm going to be listening behind Matt. I don't know whether you saw Kyle Jameson's reaction to when he applauded Emilio Gay. Did you see that? So
I didn't, but I wish I had.
He didn't even bother celebrating the run out. He just turned straight to Emilio Gay and applauded him like this for running out his partner, for trying to get down the other end. Which is a kind of
that's gold, isn't it?
It's delicious kind of mean.
I love that. It's brilliant.
I mean, we were just talking about Emilio Gay and how he was struggling and he wanted to get down the other end, and that was the right thing to do. Running out Duckett on that particular occasion wasn't the right thing to do, and Jameson just absolutely rubbed it in. I'll do one more ball and then Melinda Farrell will take over from me. Jameson it is. It's a half volley and it's driven magnificently by Emilio Gay, so there's a little bit tiny smidgen of revenge for Emilio Gay. He's got 4 through the offside. 56-1, more from Matt Pryor, and it'll be Melinda.
Yeah, it's actually off air at the back of the comms box talking about batting on this surface, and the one thing you do not want to do is get run out, because it is looking like an absolute belter for batting. England really haven't played a shot in anger, going at 6 runs and over. No need for any risk, and sure enough, Emilio Gay going for the quick single, which, well, it just wasn't one there really, and barbecuing his mate Ben Duckett.
Next ball from Jamieson. It's a little play and miss from Gay after playing that really rather lovely drive. Yes, so normally I would say as an Australian I love a good barbecue, but that was honestly, it was very frustrating to see that. It just seemed so unnecessary, and just the absolute flyer that Duckett had got off to as well. He looked untroubled. And the other thing that really annoyed me about this, Matt Pryor, they know how quick Nathan Smith is, because he'd almost, before lunch, he'd almost got the run out with the quick collect and throw. So Gay now, maybe some responsibility on him as Jameson is in and bowls, and that's driven. He's picked out a little gap, but not got too much behind it through the covers. They will get 2 runs though.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. As a batsman, you're not just looking at the bowlers and what the bowler's trying to do. You know the fielders. You study the fielders. You know which fielders are right-handed, left-handed, who the guy's got a reputation for direct hits. And you would de-risk your batting by knowing exactly that. You wouldn't take your quick singles to certain players. Maybe a bit of inexperience from Gay. He doesn't know these guys. He hasn't played second test match. But completely unnecessary. What will be interesting is watching him now, how he goes about it. Does it affect him? The worst thing he could do is it affect his batting. He plays a rash shot and England are suddenly 2 down.
He's on strike now as Jamieson is in, and he turns this one into mid-wicket. No run. Well, that's it, isn't it? How much it rattles you. Only playing in your second test match, and you sort of see the flyer that your partner's got off to, and how difficult is it to just turn off the part of your mind?
Well, he'll feel terrible. He'll feel terrible. He's just barbecued his mate. Duckett was going beautifully as well. You've not just let the team down. You've let Duckett down, but you've got to put it to one side. It's gone. It's done. But that, I think, is another reason why Jameson would have, turned to the young Emilio Gay and not celebrated the wicket, but just clapped in his face to say, thank you very much, mate. That one's on you, to try and get into his bubble as well.
He's in now, Jameson, and they've pushed the ball across. It's a short ball that has Gay limboing out of the way. He didn't have to limbo that far, though, because it really was pushed a long way across the left-hander.
There's one thing about Emilio Gay's batting picked up on in the first test match. As much as he plays a beautiful cover drive, we can see that he defends really well straight, like how he does that. He obviously done a lot of work of playing straight back up the ground. He really emphasizes that. But actually, that's all technical stuff. How he went about it, the mentality, the composure, and the belief that I think he has in himself, and the belief that he has in the fact that he should be here, not just to survive, but to actually succeed. We'll see how he goes today.
Next ball short, and he sort of pulls out of the pool, if you like. Went to pull it, ended up kind of spooning it onto the ground. Maybe a good job too, because it ended up bouncing once before it reached mid-wicket. End of the over, England 58 for 1. Duckett, the man to fall, as we've been fuming about, just me from a cricket perspective rather than a supporter perspective. But Bethel is out there now on 4, Gay on 17. And look, we were talking before lunch about how refreshing Sonny Baker was. I must actually say, at Lord's, when we had Emilio Gay come in, I've also found him similarly refreshing, just his excitement coming into the lineup. as Henry starts another over. He's in over the wicket. It's expansively driven, but only to backward point by Bethel. No run. And he's the one I've spoken to a lot more because I've spent quite a bit of time up at Durham during the county championship and at Northampton as well when he was playing for Northamptonshire in the second division before making that move to Durham. And he is someone who's a very, very positive character, and he's brought a freshness with him too. Henry bowls. It's defended into the offside by Bethel. And I do think there is this feeling of just a little bit of freshness coming into the England lineup that's epitomised by someone like Gay as well.
Yeah, and I think it's been led a little bit by Bethel as well. You know, when he first came, it's obviously a huge talent, but again, the way he's gone about it, the way he's taken to international cricket, obviously got that phenomenal 100 in Australia, in Sydney.
Henry bowls. It's left alone by Bethel.
I mean, these guys would have grown up together. They would have played England schoolboy cricket together. They would have played England Lions cricket together. And you watch your mate do it. It kind of gives you confidence as well. And you're like, okay, all right, he's led the way. And here we go. Now we get our turn. And it kind of happened to us as well way back when. There was Swan and Anderson and Broad and Cook, Bresnan, Pryor. We were all based at Loughborough for England Lions. We'd spent a lot of time together. So actually when we came into the team...
As Henry bowls to Bethel, who plays and misses that one, whistles past the outside edge.
When we were selected for the main team, you're still playing with your mate. And actually it does make a big difference. We spoke a bit earlier, didn't we, about making your debut and being able to be the same person and do the same things that's actually got you selected in the first place. And if you look around the team and you do see some, recognise some faces, it does make life much easier, particularly if with the success of Bethel and how he's led the way.
He's there now as Henry is in and bowls, and he drives once more, but it only gets as far as Smith, who's hovering at extra cover. No run. This has been a good over from Henry, who he's gone back and forth a bit on his lengths a bit, Henry, and a couple of times he dropped it short and was dispatched by Duckett, probably because he's just not bowling at the pace where if it's going to be short, it's got to be exactly on the money, isn't it? He's running in again now from the Vauxhall end. He's in, bowls, and that one's defended, goes chopped straight into the ground by Gay and out towards point, and that's the end of the over. England 58 for 1.
I think England showed there's not a great deal in it for short pitch bowling, and it does look a very good wicket now. Even that last delivery, good line, good length, trying to get seam up, trying to get as much swing as you possibly can, and Bethel really has easily sort of taken one step forward, and it's hit right in the middle of the bat. I think of course the short ball is always an option, but it should be an option, something that you go to as a surprise delivery on a wicket like this, and ultimately you've got to just keep bowling your best ball, dragging the batsman forward, hitting the top of off stump. There's still a little bit of movement. The ball has gone past the bat occasionally, but I'm always a big believer in just trying to hold, build intensity, hold as long as possible. Don't try and get too funky. Don't give the batsman opportunities to get that boundary and release the pressure.
Well, we have a change in the bowling. It is Will O'Rourke bowling for the first time in this test match. In from the members' end, and he just turns the first ball, which is quite short, into the leg side where there is a fielder hovering underneath the lid. That is Gay on strike. Will O'Rourke, he has taken 4 wickets in the series so far. He took 2 for 25 in the first innings at Lords and 2 for 46. But our big thing about Will O'Rourke, Jared and I have given him a new nickname. I know his nickname is War, W-O-R, but we call him the Wall. He is the wall when he's batting, and he's now in bowling around the wicket. That is well defended by Gay, who gets right in behind that ball. Yeah, he hardly ever plays a shot. He seems to absorb all the energy from the ball and just plops in front of him. and he'll just stay out there for as long as you like. He's the new Wall.
Like it. It was actually in New Zealand, Stephen Finn's famous innings where he blocked it for a very long time. I can't remember exactly how long it was, but we named him the Watford Wall for a period of time. So similar to O'Rourke. 3
slips in a gully as O'Rourke is in around the wicket, and that's left alone well outside the off stump by Gay. And we've also got a backward point in. We've got a mid-off and a mid-on. Short leg is also in, as well as a fine leg. And he's the only fielder out on the boundary. That's Matt Henry, who's gone down there for a little rest after bowling. It's a bit of a thing, isn't it? Fast bowlers and fine leg.
Certainly is. That's what they do. Bowl their 6 and then pootle off to the boundary. Get a drink, chill out.
Here comes O'Rourke. It's this time that got a bit big on Gay. Again, zips past the outside edge of the bat.
Yeah, I like that from O'Rourke. I mean, he's steaming in. He looked a handful at Lords, didn't he? On that surface. This one a slightly different one, but seam up, good deliveries, running hard, good carry as well. Through to the wicketkeeper, Blundell. Just a little bit short. I tell you what, that's a yard fuller. That catches the edge. But that's what I mean. If you keep running in hard, bowling your best ball, there's still enough in this for the bowlers. It's not completely flat.
O'Rourke is in again, bowls, and that's a really flashy looking drive from Gay that meets nothing but air. Stayed a little bit lower, that one, from O'Rourke. Ever since he came in, we saw the sort of real transition in New Zealand with the retirements of Trent Boult and Tim Southey, and then Matt Henry has kind of blossomed in so many ways since their retirement, as far as taking on the real strike bowler. But I really think since O'Rourke came in, it's given a different dimension to the New Zealand bowling attack, and an exciting one as well. In now, bowls, and Gay is ducking underneath that one. That was a good bouncer, just short enough to trouble him, but he got underneath it well. End of O'Rourke's over. England 58 for 1.
Yeah, he very much reminds me of Morne Morkel, the South African bowler. Very tall, runs in hard, really bounds in. It makes it very difficult to want to get forward. Emilio Gay's played, drawn into a loose shot with the fuller delivery from O'Rourke. And one of the reasons is it's very difficult when a bowler's bowling from that height to force yourself to actually get a stride in. You're always sort of hanging back a little bit. You know that the bounce of the ball is going to be something that you're going to have to counteract. But he has been impressive so far. I like how he's also aggressive, isn't he? Sort of without saying anything, you feel like he's at the batsman the whole time.
Yeah, it's the ball do the talking. But it's Henry now from the Vauxhall end. He's in over the wicket, and that's driven nicely through the gap. Bethel just unfurling the crispest of drives, and takes him to 8 and England to 62 for 1.
The beauty of this shot for me is just how simple he made it look. That is not an easy shot to play, and yet Bethel gets in a fantastic position, good stride forward. The head position is absolutely spot on. Doesn't try and hit it too hard, times it through the covers for 4 runs. That is a beautiful cricket shot.
He's there again as Henry is in, and it's a better line from Henry, and he just drops it into the leg side. No run. He looks so compact, doesn't he, when he plays that shot. There's no extraneous movement, nothing unnecessary about it at all.
It all looks very efficient, doesn't it? I think that's why the image watching is that it's just filled with simplicity. Not overcomplicated, no overcomplicated trigger movements or hand movements.
In comes Henry, and that one just is off the hip of Bethel. Turns it around the corner, deep backward square leg, and they'll take a single. Interesting the pace at which England score, and I say this because there was so much talk about so-called Bazball, so-called refined Bazball 2.0, how they were going to respond after after the debacle that was the Ashes in the end. And so for me, it was almost like you couldn't really take anything out of Lord's because the pitch was so extreme. It was very hard to tell anything about the approach. As Henry is in and bowls and Gay ducks under it. Whereas I think in this test, we might be able to see a bit more to kind of judge, Matt.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I always found it a bit confusing where there was like, oh, how are England going to bat? Well, I always thought that the situation of the game, the surface, the bowler you're facing, all of these things have to be taken into account and they will dictate how you bat. There are some times you have to defend. There are some times you have to attack.
Henry bowls, it's down the leg side.
And you have to be good enough at doing both. And also you have to be good enough at making the right decision at the right time to choose how you play. You can't just play. And that's what makes Test cricket for me the best. Because you have to be good enough to play in several different ways. But at the crucial moment, make that decision and the right decision. Whether that be, right, now's the time to attack this bowler and play more positively. Not even positively, because you can be positive in defence. Gay waits. As Henry's in and bowls. He clips that away through mid-wicket. They'll only get the single, though. I guess, though, Matt, that the criticism, or that is the end of the over, by the way. England 64 for 1, Bethel on 9 and Gay on 18. I guess that's been the criticism, hasn't it, that England haven't always made the right decisions at the right time, whether or not you disagree with that criticism. Certainly in the series they've lost, that's been where some have lost patience with them. So they come into this series under an enormous amount of scrutiny. We know that. And there's been a lot of pressure on I think, Brendan McCullum and Rob Key, and in particular, and now Ben Stokes. So that's why, for me, it is just really interesting to see how their batting does kind of unfurl over this, and how they do approach it. As Gay waits, as O'Rourke is in. The first ball just squares him up a little bit, but it drops on the offside, no run.
Well, England's batting team became a one-trick pony. That it was so obvious how they were going to bat. And if you think about it from an opposition perspective, okay, there's the initial, oh wow, this is how they're going to play. There was a bit of a shock element to that, and they had some success. But when you keep playing that way, teams can adapt and go, well, hold on a minute. They can't keep trying to slog our best delivery. So if we just keep holding in, they're going to get themselves out sooner or later. And I think teams adapted to that very well. And that's what sort of paved the way for the sort of death of Bazball.
O'Rourke around the wicket, it squirts off the outside part of Gay's bat, and Bethel wanted a single, but it's picked up by Glenn Phillips and he prevents the run. It's interesting you say that, because that's what I always say. It was like, if you call it Bazball, it had what you normally consider in sport to be second-year syndrome. You know, the first year that a rookie player comes in and they do really well, and then the second year people have figured them out and they often have that struggling year. That's kind of what it felt like a bit. Would you agree?
Yeah, I agree entirely. And when they got found out, they didn't make a change. I think that's what was frustrating for everyone watching on.
O'Rourke in, bowls left alone by Gay. And I guess, well, it's also got to be about selection of certain players, right? Because certain players play their natural game that they always talk about. Some are more aggressive than others. And there was a general kind of consensus that you were only going to get in this England team if you batted a certain way. But you've got certain players coming in now, like, say, James Rue. He's not known as someone who has an especially high strike rate.
Yeah, I think it's on the ability of the player, as I said earlier, to make the right decision at any given time of how they want to play.
Next ball's defended up towards mid-off, no run.
And we've mentioned, you know, these guys have come into this, they've earned their selection through volume of runs. And they've worked out how best they score their runs. At the end of the day, every batsman, you're adding to the team element by playing the best way you play, or by giving yourself the best opportunity to score runs. That's what your job is. If you turned up into the dressing room and then were told suddenly you have to play a completely different way, I think that would negate the natural ability of the guys.
O'Rourke, he's bowling quick. He's in around the wicket, left alone. The previous delivery from Rourke was 90 miles per hour, by the way, a magic 90. So that's sharp enough, shall we say?
Yeah, I was watching his paces in the first over, and it was sort of around 86. And Lords, he bowled some fiery spells, and he's obviously just needed to loosen up a little bit in the first 6, because, yeah, 90 mile, that was 87 the last delivery. But 90 miles an hour is fast enough, especially at the height he's coming from as well. Makes it very awkward.
I've got a question for you after this ball, Matt Pryor. It's O'Rourke is in, fired from around the wicket. That's really squared up Gay this time. He gets a leading edge, but it's along the ground. It squirts off into the covers, and that'll finish off a pretty testing over from O'Rourke. England 64 for 1. With Bethel on 9 and Gay on 18. What difference does it make? I mean, I'm actually used to dealing in kilometres per hour, having grown up in Australia, so I have to do this calibration in my head. But when you're talking about a few miles per hour, when you talk, is there a real difference between, say, 87 and 90? Obviously, there's 3 miles an hour difference, I know that. But for a batter, those 3 extra miles, did they really make a difference?
They do, actually, yeah. You'd always look at, so 85 miles an hour, you really, as a batsman, are thinking, right, front foot, I want to be attacking this ball. Like, we're talking on a wicket like this. If it's swinging and seaming and everything, you might adjust yourself. But 85 miles an hour should feel very comfortable. You're looking to get forward. If they go short, you're going to take it on, no doubt, and it's about dominating the bowler. When you start getting up to 87, 88, that's a sort of heavier delivery. You might check yourself on the short ball. You might be a little bit more watchful.
Matt Henry starts another over. First ball left alone by Bethel.
And you might question, if they go short, am I actually going to take it on, or do I need to do? So you're a bit more aware. When you get up to 90, that's when you start thinking, okay, maybe I have to put the pull shot away. I've definitely got to be a bit more watchful, and this guy can hit me on the head. So there's another element of jeopardy. When you then start getting to sort of 91, 92, that's when it becomes, you can almost feel it. It becomes so much more instinctive, where you have to almost train yourself to stand as still as possible for as long as possible.
As Henry bowls another one, it's left alone by Bethel.
Which actually sounds completely contradictory, because the faster they're bowling, you sort of think, oh no, you've got to move more. But actually, you've got to calm yourself down and trust your training, trust your instincts, because you don't have time to move, really. You're just going to watch the ball, you're going to see where it's going to pitch, and it's very, very quick, short movements. When you're then getting up to the sort of 93, 94, 95, then it's kind of just all-out survival, right? You're kind of going, okay, now I really just have to trust and back my eye. But yeah, short answer is, a couple of miles an hour does make a difference.
And next ball, it's Smith. I think I've been saying Henry, and of course it's Nathan Smith. Slightly different, but it's just defended. I was too enthralled in what you were saying, Matt Pryor. What are you doing to me? No, it is, of course, Nathan Smith starting his spell from the Vauxhall over. Look, it's interesting. One of the things that always makes me chuckle is when people criticise batters for their shot selection when it comes to fast bowling, because the idea of selection, it makes it sound like you're browsing the shelves down at Shops R Us. Oh, this one likes, a nice little pull shot. Yeah, that one will do. As Smith is in around the wicket, and Bethel just defends to mid-on, no run. But surely, at that point, it's just the fast twitch fibres, isn't it? And an instinct, basically.
It is, but that's the best players can control that. The best players can, using an example of Sachin Tendulkar, one of the greatest in Australia, kept edging off, kept playing cover drives, edging off. He decided last test of the series at Sydney, I'm not playing a single cover drive. He's good enough not to do it, scores 220 or whatever it was.
Here's Smith, and Bethel leaves that one alone. A little late movement there from Smith, angling the ball in.
what I think the best players can do is they have all the shots. And actually, if my son is listening, he will have heard this many times. As I say to him, you got to have all the shots, but then you can't play all of them to one ball. You've got to then select maybe 3 or 4 for any given surface for a different bowler, and you've got to put some shots away. As I say, with the ball, if a bowler's bowling sort of 92, 93 miles an hour, they've set the field for it, and they're going to bowl short. It's actually a really good feature of Glenn Phillips' batting.
And Bethel waits. Smith in, and it's defended back out into the offside. No run.
We know Glenn Phillips is a really attacking batsman. We know he likes to take the pull shot on. But when Archer came really hard at him, a lot of short balls, he just didn't play one because he made a decision that that was a shot that was going to get him into trouble. The field was set for a mistake. So he just didn't play it, and he ducked and swayed and fell on the ground and everything else. But he just refused to play it. That is the skill and craft of batting. It doesn't mean he can't play the shot. He's making a decision not to.
End of the over. England 64 for 1. Bethel on 9. Gay on 18. So what you're saying, it's a bit like when you go into Shots R Us, it's a bit like when you go into the supermarket and you think, right, I'm not going to go down the chips and chocolates aisle. I'm going to leave that. I'm not even going to put anything in the trolley. As a new over begins, O'Rourke left alone by Gay. So that's pretty much how we do it.
If you don't want it, just don't even put yourself in that situation. Don't even look at the menu. It's something I wasn't very good at. I'd always say, no, don't play that shot, Matt. Just don't play. Oh, no, I've done it.
Well, it's just for a lay person like myself, I watch a lot of nets. I've spent a lot of time in the nets. And so say when you're in Australia, probably the quickest nets are at the Wacker, and you go and you stand behind, and Pat Cummins or Mitchell Stark are steaming in, as just see Gay pull out there, and O'Rourke's going to have to go back and start his run up again. I would stand there behind it and just go, oh my gosh. Like the ball hits the net before it leaves their hand, it seems.
I would stand there in front of it and go, oh my gosh. Sometimes the ball had hit the back net before I'd seen it.
But it does, and it always makes me think about that when you're criticising batters against really quick bowling. O'Rourke in, and the next ball's just dropped into the offside by Gay. No run.
I remember a particular net session at the Wacker. Broad, I think Broad got injured at Adelaide, and it was a bowl off for the final spot for selection for the third test at the Wacker. And I remember Strauss and Cook went in first, and Straussy came out of the nets, and we had sort of Tremlett, Finn, Anderson with new balls. Plunkett, I think, had been flown in from the academy. Strauss walked out those nets. He was white as a sheet. It was absolutely brutal. Those nets were rapid.
Gay awaits and ducks under the next ball. Short one from O'Rourke. Yeah, they're renowned for that. They were actually trying to, I guess, almost recreate it using the same base from those Wacker nets when they moved to the new Perth Stadium, because the Wacker itself, the pitch there in its last few years, had become quite benign and slow. So whatever it is about the base clay in those nets, they were notorious.
And there was a little ridge, a particular set of nets. A couple of nets had a ridge, and funnily enough, the England cricket team always got those nets to train in.
Gay awaits, and he's squared up by O'Rourke. A real effort ball from the big, tall, quick, squirts off the outside edge of the bat and falls safely. He's really putting in the effort here. You can tell with O'Rourke, can't you? Every ball.
Yeah, he's coming round the wicket, and actually he's got the ball with the shiny side on the inside, so trying to actually he's angling it into Emilio Gay and then trying to take it away from him. He's having some success with that, opening the England batsman up. It's actually a big little spell this for a big spell for this for Emilio Gay to try and get through. He's sort of lost a bit of rhythm since running his partner out.
O'Rourke in once more. There's an expansive drive though from Gay. That's going to go all the way. backward point boundary is the target, and it was a typically flourishy, expansive drive from Gay. When he plays that, it's lovely to watch, isn't it?
It is, and he gets the boundary. You see there from the replays, we can see that he's just not quite getting into the ball going away from O'Rourke, or from Emilio Gay, sorry, from the delivery of O'Rourke. And although he gets the boundary, I think New Zealand would be quite happy with the shot he's played there, because it's not far away from getting the edge, bringing Gully into play. As I say, it's quite a challenging little spell this for the England batsmen to get through.
Oh, next ball is challenging. It is a real rip snorter. Whistles past the nose of Emilio Gay, and he sways out of the way. And this has been some excellent fast bowling, you will have to say, from Will O'Rourke. England 68 for 1 as they take a drinks break. Bethel is on 9. Gay is on 22. And I'm just going to get your thoughts on this first little period of play, Matt Pryor, while I make way for Neil Manthorpe.
Yep, I think England happy with how they've started. Obviously the unfortunate run out of Ben Duckett, and he was looking very, very good. Partnership was starting to build. Emilio Gay called him through for a quick single, and really there wasn't a single there. Very good bit of fielding from Nathan Smith, who swooped in and got the run out. The wicket looks good for batting on, and England need to set their stall out. Currently 68 for 1 at the drinks break.
Thank you very much indeed, Matt. Yeah, overcast, hazy at the moment, but no chance of rain, although there is an unscheduled band of rain moving across the English Channel, which looks like it might just catch the edge of London, or London might catch the edge of it, but absolutely no prospect of any showers today. But it feels like excellent bowling conditions, and England have perhaps done well to have lost just the 1 wicket. Jacob Bethel 9, Emilio Gay 22, 68 for 1 England in reply to New Zealand's 391. Hello, Jared Kimber.
Hello, Manners. I don't, sometimes you get too inside baseball when you talk about press boxes and everything, but it is a truly extraordinary thing. And because we have the camera here, we can actually show this, that knowing he was sitting on the front row in the sun, Sam Allard went for quite a thick jumper-like material rather than the obviously summer attire that he might have needed to sit in this area.
Are you warm, Sam? You're okay?
Earlier this morning, how were you? Yeah, very hot is the answer.
It's perfect now. It's absolutely perfect.
This is the best place in the world to cover cricket from, not in the first session.
And and also, just a couple of meters to our right is possibly the worst place in the world to cover or watch cricket from. The press box is truly a place of abomination.
We had a story about the press today, actually. Kamir Ahmed, the Pakistani journalist, Manners, has just passed away at the age of 88. I think he claimed to have covered over 400 or 500 test matches, didn't he, in his career? For you and I mean, almost everywhere in the world, you and I often turn up at random places at random times. He would be there. I mean, I don't know how many test matches he covered, but it was certainly, he was at a lot of them.
Well, yeah, I think the last landmark was 500, but Kamar Ahmed has passed away at the age of 88. Veteran writer and broadcaster, and so our condolences with him, but he's had a pretty good innings.
Yeah, no, what a life he must have lived as well. He was always a very gentle man when I met him.
Oh, absolutely, incredibly well mannered, always immaculately attired as well. Suit and tie, short and cut bottom edge down into the ground, I think from Jacob Bethel, and fielded in the gully by Glenn Phillips. 68 for 1 England. Drinks have been taken and enjoyed. What do you make of the, talking of drinks, the hydration breaks in the Football World Cup? I know football's not your game. It's not your top 10, is it?
Probably
Sports.
not, no. I don't mind the World Cup. I do watch a bit of the World Cup. I really struggle. There's Women's World Cup in cricket. There's the Men's World Cup, and we're covering this. So I'll be honest, I'm not watching as much of it as I should be.
Here is Nathan Smith again, and forward comes Jacob Bethel, steering it defensively behind square on the offside. No run.
I think the hydration breaks is a little bit like the tactical timeouts in the IPL. It's a lovely little way to make sure that you can make more money from sponsorship.
Commercial break, exactly
Yeah.
right. So the
Why
argument...
didn't they call it drinks break? Why hydration?
Because the outdoor stadiums in America at this time of the year, particularly in the southern states, are very, very hot temperatures. In the
So you need a drink.
so you need a drink. So high 30s.
So why call it hydration? Why not call it drinks break?
Yeah.
Seems like
exactly.
an unnecessarily convoluted word for drinking.
Here is Nathan Smith again, bowls his underrated quick medium pace swingers, and that one is pushed defensively up to Jameson at mid-on, no run.
I think I mean, obviously I don't know a lot about football, but from a tactical point of view, I would think it would help these smarter teams a lot more, because it basically gives them, like a basketball game or like an ice hockey game or Australian rules football, give you more chances to huddle your players up and come up with a new theory and pass it to them very, very quickly and get them to give you some live feedback from what's happening on the ground.
Here is Nathan Smith again, round the wicket bowls to Bethel, edged! And he's got him. It has been taken at first slip by Daryl Mitchell. I must say, for a moment it looked like he might have spilled it, but he clutched it to his chest and he rolled over, and he's taken a very, very good catch. Straightforward edge. I said that Nathan Smith is underrated. Wobble seam delivery, and it has left Bethel, and it actually was taken by Blundell. Daryl Mitchell, it was his catch, but Blundell, as the keeper, has pinched it from almost Daryl Mitchell's chest, really. Straightforward catch from Blundell. Mitchell did go tumbling, which sent me on a dummy run, but Bethel has gone, caught Blundell, bowled Smith for 9, and England is 68 for 2. Geez, Nathan Smith's taken 6 wickets in an innings in both of his last 2 Test matches, and I think you probably, well, you are better equipped to discuss what makes him so dangerous.
I mean, he is quite accurate, and I think he's probably put on about half a yard in the last year and a half. But he just nibbles it around. We know that he might have trouble on flatter pitches, but anything with any sort of inconsistency in the surface, I think he's quite good. But he's quite strong, Manners. He's quite muscular across the chest, and I think he just rushes people a little bit with that. Even though he's not rushing them with extra pace, it's just coming onto the bat, maybe skidding on a little bit quicker. But good bowling again. Did you hear? I don't know who it was, but as the catch was taken, I just heard someone scream, "Yes, Nathan!" Which was a lovely little audio one. I'm sure if you were listening into Talksport, you would have picked it up. But a beautiful little moment there, and a very important wicket. And out comes Joe Root. Are we going to get Bazball batting Joe Root or old Root captaincy Root?
Well, he's been the old Joe for over a year now, hasn't he? I mean, he just bats the way that he bats now. He did his thing. He fitted into Bazball. Never forget him uppercutting and pulling sixes in the first half an hour of the morning on the second day of the Test match and Mount Maunganui, when quick runs were the order of the day. But Nathan Smith then into Joe Root. First delivery is a half volley outside the off stump. What a gift! And Root just steers it away past the gully, off the mark with the first ball boundary.
Yeah, big mistake from Smith there, because he's the kind of bowler that skids on, as we just said, and sort of floating that up. I think even Root probably hesitated for a minute and just went, "Look, there's runs there, I'm going to take that." It was fascinating before that ball. I don't know if you picked that up, Manners. Nathan Smith seemed to be in a conversation with Matt Henry, except for the fact Matt Henry never turned around and looked at him at all. Then suddenly he was in a big conversation with leg slip. Is it Latham in at leg slip? Can you see?
I think it's Mitchell. I mean Phillips.
Is Phillips not a gully?
Here is Smith again, and a little bit of width outside the off stump. This time Root drives off the back foot, more of a steer drive than a hit drive. And it's Devon Conway who chases from backward point, hauls the ball in front of the Galladari stand. They have gone through for a couple, and England are 74 for 2 with Joe Root moving up to 6. Emilio Gay has 22.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it was Latham. So he's having a big conversation with is it, I'm waiting for him to turn around now. Either Nichols or Latham. No, so it might have been Henry Nichols. He had a big conversation with Henry Nichols where he pointed him about 4 different directions, and then Henry Nichols moved an inch and a half to his right, and Nathan Smith went, that's perfect. So it was so much talking, and for the smallest move I've ever seen. So I don't know what the theory was there. And then he got his leg slipping in the exact spot he wanted and bowled 2 balls outside off stump that went for runs.
3 slips of gully and a short leg in now for Emilio Gay as Will O'Rourke continues his attack outside the off stump from the pavilion end, and it's left alone. So Mitchell first slip, Latham second, Nichols third, Phillips in the gully. Big shout out again for Glenn Phillips in case you missed it today. Maiden Test century in his 20th Test match.
Did you see 22nd?
23rd.
Okay, somewhere around there. Did you see what he did at the lunch break?
Phillips, no.
Practiced his off spin on his own for about 20 minutes.
Was that him?
Then he picked up the stumps and started walking them off before a coach went, you don't actually have to do everything. Took the stumps off him. Then he ran across the field because he realised he wasn't with his teammates.
Here is O'Rourke around the wicket, bowls to Emilio Gay, plays defensively. It's Rachin Ravindra under the helmet at short leg. Nathan Smith down at long leg. Kyle Jameson and Matt Henry, the 2 fast bowlers at mid-off and mid-on respectively. So New Zealand as conventional as England were unconventional in their field positions and their lines of attack and their methods and modus operandi and their efforts to take wickets. New Zealand sticking with what's worked by and large pretty well for the last 140 years. Here is O'Rourke again around the wicket, bowls bouncer to Gay, who ducks underneath it.
Both teams have kind of wasted the new ball though. I think New Zealand has pulled it back now, but they are 74 for 2 at this point, and a lot of that is because of how they bowled early to duck it. This spell to Emilio Gay's been really good, and obviously they worked over Bethel as well, but neither team has really taken advantage of the new ball in this game.
Your sense yesterday, though, was that England deliberately bowled wide.
Doesn't make it right.
No, exactly. It's still a waste, whether it's by choice or by mistake. 74 for 2 at the moment, England, in reply to New Zealand's 391. O'Rourke in again. And Emilio Gay steers this one past Phillips in the gully. Conway chases from backward point, but only to retrieve the ball. That was a steer. It was in the air, but, and he's... one of those shots, Jared, that wouldn't have looked good if he'd edged it to the gully, because it was playing away from his body, but, with not lavish seam movement, he was confident just to steer it.
No, the O'Rourke pace bounce angle is definitely causing him some issues, and he's pushed that away. He was fine, but as you said, easily could have ended up with Henry Nichols taking a catch at third slip. I wonder if this isn't a 2-gully type of pitch, just because it feels like a lot of balls have been steered in and around the gully region in this game.
Here is Will O'Rourke again, and Emilio Gay plays defensively, pushing it up towards mid-on. As we look from the Vauxhall end, the bowling from the pavilion end, we are looking directly at the batsmen over the heads of the slip cordon, and they look very, very narrow to me. They're overlapping, really. I mean, we saw Tom Blundell take the catch, in front of Daryl Mitchell's chest at first slip. And second slip and third slip are covering as little ground as you will ever see in a first-class match. I think they could all take half a step to their left, cover a bit more ground. Phillips in the gully. O'Rourke in again. Emilio Gay turns it nicely off his hip, tuck their way down towards long leg where Smith does the fielding. England, in reply to New Zealand's excellent 391, they added exactly 100 today. New Zealand for the last 3 wickets, with Phillips reaching his maiden Test century, exactly 100 before he was the last man out. 41 from Kyle Jameson, given a life on 15, dropped by Ben Duckett at mid-wicket.
So some of you might know that Jeremy Coney stayed at my house last week, and there was one night where I asked him a simple question about Daryl Mitchell in the slips, which went into a a lecture on slip fielding. That's one thing you don't want to ask Coney. Any day, any time of the night or day, he will go into great depth on slip fielding.
But it's fascinating.
Oh, it's brilliant.
The science behind
But I wanted to go to
just
bed.
catching the ball. Yeah.
But one of the things he said was...
Shouldn't have poured him another glass of wine. Yes, one thing he said was Nathan Smith around the wicket to the left-handed Emilio Gay, and a little inside edge onto the pad, I think.
He agreed with me that Mitchell has great hands. What he said was that Mitchell has the wrong base. His feet are too far apart, and so he doesn't have the ability to move from side to side. That happens to a lot of first slip fielders because you don't do as much diving as you do in other positions, and yet over time your legs get further and further apart as a first slip fielder. I don't know how that explains Henry Nicholls probably having too wide a base at the moment. He said the other issue is he feels like he's too close to the keeper and too close to second slip.
Right. Well, okay, so I'm not imagining it. They are very narrow, aren't they? They're standing all like next to each other, left alone outside the off stump by Emilio Gay, and there's no run.
If Mitchell's feet are too far apart, again, this is more Jeremy speaking than me, but I could see what he means by this. It also means that Daryl Mitchell can't actually move that far left and right. Do you remember in the last test he missed one that went to his left? And so he's very good when the ball comes straight to him, but he doesn't have the ability to move around. But that also might mean that second slip feels they need to be closer to him because he did miss one in the last test, and the wicketkeeper might feel the same. So it might be Mitchell playing a part in this, or it just might be they all feel more comfortable in that situation.
Nathan Smith in again. Emilio Gay comes forward initially, then rocks onto the back foot, plays defensively. 79 for 2.
Did someone call yes then? Was that a yes-no?
I don't think so. I think it was yes, well bowled or something like that. For more encouragement for Nathan Smith. You know, one thing that is really unique to Test matches involving England over the last 6 years is that unlike Test matches involving any other two teams, there is never any talk. Here is Nathan Smith once again, and a play and a miss from Emilio Gay. Plays at that and then brings the bat inside the line. But when there's a Test match involving England, there's almost no talk whatsoever of the World Test Championship. Whereas it's absolutely at the core, it's fundamental to the existence of Test cricket in half a dozen other countries.
By the way, he missed that ball by 1.5 feet because it seemed 2.5 feet.
No.
It's incredible movement there. No, you're right. Occasionally I'll put something up in a piece or online about the World Test Championship, and someone from England will be like, no one cares about this. And I was like, no one in England cares about this. Every other Test fan in the world has at least half an eye on it by now.
More than outside the off stump, left alone.
I think Australia's still half an eye. England's no eyes at all. And I think most of the other countries, are pretty interested in it, I would say.
Do you know Australia and India don't really need the World Test Championship? But my impression is that they take it very seriously, and that India particularly really wants to win it. And as far as Australia is concerned, they take it extremely seriously. It's an ICC event. It's fundamentally flawed in its structure, and it's got masses and masses of weaknesses. But here is Smith again. It's over pitched and it's driven sweetly for 4 by Emilio Gay. Half volley, to be fair, and he's punched it away wide of long on down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, that's just a couple of times here. When you are Smith's pace, you can't make mistakes like that because they will be capitalised on. But it's a real shame because they're all over Emilio Gay, and Emilio Gay just needed one ball to give him a chance, and that, over pitching allowed him just to play one of his best shots. He's set up for the drive at all times, which is why when the ball's a little bit short and a little bit wide, he sort of pushes at it a little bit more. So, yeah, definitely a bit of an issue there. But yeah, no, World Test Championship. What's interesting, I would say about it is, do you remember how long it took Australia to take the T20 World Cup and the Champions Trophy seriously? I would say they took the Champions Trophy seriously after winning it.
Same as T20 cricket, isn't it? I mean, the India were fundamentally opposed to T20 cricket until they won the inaugural T20
They voted
World
against
Cup.
it.
They voted against it, that's right. Pushed away by Joe Root as that one angles into him from Willow Rourke, but it's fielded in the gully by Glenn Phillips. That's yeah, dead right. But I would go so far as to say that Test cricket would be on its knees and heading towards extinction in South Africa. I can tell you from personal experience that Sri Lanka and Bangladesh are absolutely all over. They're planning a campaign to try and qualify for the World Test Championship final. The West Indies not so much, because they're just hanging on, trying to keep playing it.
They're just showing the footage of Morne Morkel.
Down the leg side, glanced by Joe Root for 4. Did it come off his pad? Yes,
Yeah,
it did.
leg byes.
Leg byes, but they've got a leg slip in, and it's not much space between the keeper Blundell and the leg slip, and it's bisected the two fielders absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, they're just showing that famous footage of Morne Morkel coming off the field at the Oval and accidentally going to the groundsman's hut and then going. You know, if you look at the footage, they just showed it. What I was pointing at it is you could see me. It was one of the last times I ever bought a ticket to a game. And I was in the middle where where the dugouts are now. You used to be able to sit there. That's where I was sitting. So I was one of the first people on the ground to realise he was going in the wrong direction, because he was going to my left and he should have been going to my right.
Here's Will O'Rourke again down the leg side this time. That's deliberate. I mean, he didn't bowl it down the leg side deliberately, but he's bowling it in at the body deliberately, and that's why they've got a leg slip in place. Yeah, that Test match was in
2008, end of 2008.
Was it 2008? Was the previous tour? Was it?
Yeah, it was 2008, because I hadn't got international accreditation until 2009. That's why I couldn't get in.
Yeah, he walked right up to the groundsman's hut before.
Well, what was funny is
they shoot him away.
He had his head down, so he didn't realise till he got there that there was no gate to walk through. They had to move everything for him.
Here's O'Rourke again. Root flicks this one firmly off his pads down towards long leg. Nicely fielded by Nathan Smith, who I must say is you've made the point already that he is a proper athlete. There's no sort of element of fast bowler with him in the field. He's as good as anybody. Very quick across the ground, really good hands, powerful throw, counted for Ben Duckett with a direct hit earlier to pick up the first wicket, and he's a player right on top of his game with the ball and in the field. Hasn't quite done himself justice with the bat in this series, but he's a fine all-round cricketer. Hey, 2 gullies, just you called it. 2 gullies, 3 slips now as O'Rourke is in again to Emilio Gay, left alone outside the off stump. So where have they taken that man from? Because they've got mid-on and mid-off and a backward point. So
they had short leg, didn't they? So I would assume they've moved. Yeah, Ratchan has come over to point, and Devon Conway. No, Will Young is on the field. So Devon Conway's off the field at the moment. But anyway, Ratchan has gone where Devon Conway was, and Devon Conway, who is Will Young, has gone to the second gully. Does that make sense?
It does.
He's number 32, Will Young. Did you know that?
I did. It's written there. 3 slips, 2 gullies, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, and a long leg as O'Rourke comes thundering in from the pavilion end and left alone outside the off stump. And there's no run once again. England are 88 for 2 in reply to New Zealand's excellent total of 391. I still think it's an excellent total. I know that Ben Duckett made batting look very easy, but I don't think it is. Is it easier than it was on the first day?
Yeah, I think it's certainly easier against the new ball than it was on the first day. I think that's the big change that we've seen so far. That new ball was not quite doing as much. We are now seeing, of course, with Smith and O'Rourke are getting a bit more movement. So maybe as the lacquer has come off, we're seeing it around a little bit. But I still think it's much easier to bat today than it was early yesterday. But late yesterday and early today, it's been pretty good for batters so far.
Nathan Smith in again, and this is pushed into a gap at cover. Kyle Jameson and Will Young converge on it. Young gets there from backward point. Back to the World Test Championship. So honestly, the Test format was losing at a huge pace relevance in South Africa, and you know the fact that the structure of the competition is so flawed. They only had to play 12 tests, 6 away, 6 at home in 6 different series in order to reach the final, then beat Australia. But you know, as I said, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, it's Pakistan. It's a big motivating factor. It's Smith is in once again, pushed away by Emilio Gay once more into the covers and to the offside. New Zealand, when they became World Test champions, they became the first team that I can recall, Jared, who added a Test match to the following. Do you remember they had 2 scheduled against the West Indies, and because Test cricket had this surge of popularity, unprecedented in New Zealand, they added a Test. You know, we used to seeing Test matches being knocked off itineraries, but short and pulled away by Emilio Gay. Hasn't quite timed it, hasn't got hold of all of it, but there should be enough on it for at least to come back for 2, which they do. Rachin Ravindra does the fielding, and you know, there's all sorts of flaws. You can say, well, you know, how can you have a competition with 9 teams in it, 2 of whom will never play each other? So yeah, that's a problem. And you know, you've got 3 teams who only play 5 Test series against each other.
You don't want to get into the problems, do you? Of this?
No, not really.
I would say about once a week I get like a very earnest cricket fan sending me a way of fixing it. I was like, no one doesn't think it should be fixed. They just don't want to do anything about it.
Here is Smith again, and it's clipped away through square leg by Emilio Gay. There'll just be a single in it as Ravindra comes in from the deep square leg boundary. And for all its flaws and ugliness, for all of its imperfections, it is the ugly duckling that has laid the golden egg. Well, honestly.
As you said all that, Sam Allard sort of came around, and I just sort of for a minute thought you were talking about him. I forgot it was a World Test Championship. No, I think you're right. I think I wouldn't be surprised if, with the popularity that we have seen of having 2 divisions and also having a best of 3 World Test Championship final. And I wouldn't have thought either of those things were possible 3 years ago.
Here is Nathan Smith again, and this is punched away behind square to backward point straight to the field and no run. 92 for 2. Now there's talk about bringing in the 3 smallest Test nations, Afghanistan, Zimbabwe and Ireland, and including them, and having one-off Test matches count towards this already almost absurdly imperfect tournament. And I just think that you've got so many 2 Test series, that they're not series, by the way, they're 2 matches. So
Series A?
I think you can't discredit the tournament anymore by including one-off Test matches against the 3 smallest nations. Here is Nathan Smith again, and it's pushed away towards cover. Nathan Smith does his own fielding. No ball, actually, signalled by umpire Nitin Menon, so they'll have to bowl that one again. Jared, you know, you're not going to see Ireland, Afghanistan and Zimbabwe qualifying for the World Test Championship final.
Not this year.
So if they play 6 one-off Test matches and they count towards it, fine, it's okay. Let it be. There's only 5 teams at the moment, maybe 4, with a chance of qualifying for the final anyway.
Yeah, I just think in the future they made a mistake when they didn't just have 7 teams in Division 1 and 7 teams in Division 2, and the last 2 teams could, you know, in Division 2 could fight for the right to be a Test nation. If people still care about that, I don't. I think anyone should be able to play Test cricket.
Pushed away defensively by Joe Root, nicely, solidly behind the line of this one. So which are teams 13 and 14 then?
We'd probably have, at the moment, it would be between Namibia, the Dutch, Scotland. Who else would you have up there? UAE, Oman, before all the Omani players stopped playing for them recently. You'd have to have a look. I don't know who's playing the best first-class cricket. USA might be in there as well.
The lights are on.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I didn't think it was that dark. Anyway, carry on with that thought briefly, because Melinda Farrell will take you through to tea.
I suppose my theory is that we came up with a terrible system of deciding that someone had to be a test-playing nation. No one at the ICC has ever shown me any document that has proven how you could actually get test match status. As O'Rourke is coming around to Emilio Gay here. It's way too short. Noticeably, though, we haven't had as many buys, so They're not bowling quite as wayward as England did, but yeah, so I think that we can have a multi-tier version of the World Test Championship of 3 divisions, and then we can have the other division can be regional and teams can play and get promoted and relegated. I don't think you should be playing at the top level of Test cricket forever just because in the late 1800s English people like to have holidays in your country.
Jared Kimber, that sounds far too much like a system of merit. You fool!
It's not really cricket, is it?
No. Next ball is a lovely little away swinger by O'Rourke. Gets a movement away from Gay. Plays inside it. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I know, look, what I find hard, I went to Andy Zoltzman once, or I went to a bunch of people who were statisticians and know an awful lot about how these things work, and I was trying to find out who had to win what, and he couldn't tell me, and he said the only way he does it is to go to Wikipedia and to try and work out the percentage points. It's very hard to follow.
Have you never found the World Test Championship predictor website?
As O'Rourke is in, it's left alone by Gay, swings his hips out of the way. No.
Oh, yeah, someone put it up on Reddit a couple of years ago. I'm hoping it's up this time. I usually only start to go into it. I must have used it because I use it for my predictions to see who's the most likely to make the finals. You can go and you can predict every team. You can even put in net run rate issues, not net run rate, overrate penalties if you want to into the system. It's absolutely brilliant. I don't know who the person is who came up with it. I think it's called World Test Predictor or something. But it's not always, obviously because things change, but it's pretty accurate for what is an amateur site.
O'Rourke around the wicket, bowls. It's nicely punched through the covers, finds the gap, does Gay. And now come back for at least 2, and they thought about 3, but there was a big shout of wait. And not surprising either, seeing as Emilio Gay's already been involved in one inopportune run out, not that any are opportune. For the batting side, takes England to 95 for 2, and Gay moves on to 36. Yeah, it's you're going to have to send me a link for that.
I'm going to have to remember where it is, but I'm sure we've used it quite a lot. It's it really does help you work out like what a team's schedule is, and you can also put in the results.
In comes Rourke, left alone by Gay.
So it works the way. Now, what used to do this? It works the way that the ICC used to have something on their site that you could look at future tests and then put results in, and it would give you what the rankings of the teams would be, which was a great thing. And then, of course, the ICC stopped doing that because why would you want to help the fans understand things? And it basically works the same way. And so you can go through it and you can be like, okay, so I think in this one, South Africa is going to go on a tear. Or you think, actually, India's rebuilding, but I think they'll be good by the second half. And you can change it. And so you can come up with multiple different plans, depending on, especially for the bigger series. It's hard to make predictions on the bigger series.
O'Rourke in, bowls. It's just defended into the offside by Gay. No run, and that finishes off the over. Really enjoyed this spell from O'Rourke. I think he's been excellent. England 95 for 2 with Root on 8 and Gay on 36.
He's bowled some brilliant spells in this series, Will O'Rourke, that have been wicketless in the end, which is just unfortunate for him. But there's no issue with his bowling. I think, the minute he came on today, he looked very good. I kind of expect a wicket to fall now in the next little while, less to do with the bowling, but just because it is a bit dark now. And so there is a chance of just a mistake. Batters don't pick the ball up as well when the clouds come in. And so there is a bit of an issue there. So this is a very important time. Doesn't look like the clouds are about to go away though either, does it?
Now they're quite high at the moment, but getting a bit darker, hence the lights. As Smith starts a new over the wicket to Root, who just clips that one behind square leg. It's a fielder in the deep. It'll just be the single. See a plane slowly coming across that grey sky. They give a bit of an optical illusion, these new fancy LED lights at some of the grounds, including here at the Oval. It looks like they're only half on, but it's because they're actually all facing slightly different angles, each of the panels, and so you only see the the light from the panel that's pointing directly at you. So it's an odd effect, isn't it?
I don't get it. Can you draw it for me?
Well, it does. It just looks like some of them.
It does.
It looks like they're half on, but they're not. As Smith is in and bowls, and that is flashed at by Gay. He leant back and tried to almost uppercut that one over backward point, but it dropped short in the end.
So the original lights were not for cricket. So they were Aussie rules lights, rugby league lights. I think even might have been harness racing, right? And so the original lights just kept getting copied and copied, but actually weren't really specifically made for cricket. And it's only been the last 7 or 8 years that we sort of started to now understand exactly how lighting should be. It's still, we can't replicate the sun in many ways, Mel.
We could try. Gay waits as in comes Smith and squirts that one out to backward point, no run. I do like these new ones because they are represent in the shape of the 3 feathers, which are the symbol for Surrey, of course.
Was Edgbaston and E the first ones that were just not a traditional shape?
Well, I don't know if they were the first one, but they're distinctive. The most
first ones I remember,
embarrassing one for me was the first time I went to Yorkshire. And I was talking to Jason Gillespie because he was the coach there at the time. And I was looking at these sort of flowery looking lights. And I said to him, why have they got their lights in the shape of a shamrock? And of course it's the white rose. As Nathan Smith is in and bowls left alone by Gay. But I thought they looked like a shamrock, a clover, like a little lucky... The luck of the Irish in Yorkshire.
If Cricket Island are listening, I know they're building a new stadium. Mel is available for any sort of consultancy that you need. It's actually a real shame if you do get a chance to visit a game in Malahide before they stop using Malahide. I cannot, any cricket fan from anywhere in the world could not be any higher on the fact that you have to go to Malahide and watch a game. I've heard the new stadium won't be quite the same kind of atmosphere. It certainly won't be in Malahide.
Smith runs in, bowls to Gay, who flicks this fine, and that's 4 runs. Just got enough on it, helped it on its way. The pace did the rest, and that brings up the 100 for England. Gay moves on to 40, and warm applause around as England reach triple figures. Well, we were in Malahide together for Ireland's first ever test against Pakistan, and we had a great time. That's still one of my favourite tests ever to cover. Oh,
definitely. Yeah, I've been to Malahide, I think, 2 or 3 times. I just absolutely loved it every time. So that was a risky shot from Gay. He's taken that was swinging back in, and he took that from off stump. He's probably out if he misses that.
Waits again, as Smith is in, and this time he shoulders arms and lets it pass harmlessly outside of stump. And that's the end of another over from Smith. England now 100 for 2 with Root on 9 and Gay on 40. Perhaps feeling a little bit of pressure that he needs to make this a particularly good innings after being involved with the run out of Ben Duckett when Duckett was on an absolute flyer.
I think involved is a friendly way of saying he
burnt
his teammate.
I was accused of being too nice to him before.
Yeah.
Yeah, the barbecue.
Look, I think he's batted quite well here. I don't know if they've quite worked out how to bowl to him at the moment. I still think that they believe that the best way to bowl to him is outside off stump and trying to get him to edge. I wonder if there's, with that ball that he just flicked off his pads, that's the other ball I would have liked to have seen them bowl a little bit more, which is bringing it back in, trying to get him LBW. He has this sort of weird forward press where he walks across himself and closes himself off a little bit. So there are some technical issues, but when you first come to Test cricket, people are not quite sure how to bowl to you. If you have a look at the careers of Daryl Mitchell, Blundell, Devon Conway, so 3 guys in this game, even Henry Nicholls at one stage. Sometimes you can get a bit of a buffer and you make a lot of runs. And at the moment, it does look like a team is not quite sure exactly what they want to do to Emilio Gay.
Matt Henry is back, bowling from the pavilion end. He's in, bowls. It's a full delivery that's dug out by Root. ends up meandering its way up to mid-on, no run. Matt Henry, none for 32 of his 7 overs so far. The fact that he was so expensive is indicative of just how quickly Ben Duckett was scoring early on. Matt Henry, of course, was opening the bowling. He swung around to the other end. He bowled earlier from the Vauxhall end. But he's switched around now. The breeze is stiffening up, as evidenced by the flags opposite. The 3 flags, a Union Jack above the Cross of St George and the New Zealand flag as Henry is in and bowls to Root, just squares him up a touch, but the ball is pushed along the ground up to wide mid-off, no run. And Jared Kimber has left me, but if you're going to be left by Jared Kimber, then
Who better?
who better to come and visit? One leaves, one comes to visit, and it's Jeremy Coney.
Hello, Mel. Lights on, everybody. Perhaps anticipating a shower, do you think? Coming soon, it's supposed to.
Next ball
Oh.
from Henry on. It's flicked fine by Root. It goes for 4, but boy, just got enough on it and just in time.
Just to the left of Henry, I think. Let's just have a look and see. Yes, Henry Nichols there. Sorry, I called him Henry, just referred to him as if I know him.
Oh, well,
sorry, yeah, I know. Yeah.
your
My
mate
mate
Henry.
Henry, I know. He buys all the beers.
Well, Henry is bowling of the Matthew variety, and he's in now over the wicket, and it's just dropped on the offside by Root for a little single. Get through easily, 105 for 2, and that's the 2 balls to go. But well, of course, we're swapping around for left hand, right hand. Yes, I was talking about the optical illusion of these lights. It only ever looks like they're half on, Jeremy. It's quite discombobulating because of the different way that the different panels face. So it never quite looks like they're all on. But it might be a little bit of rain around, a little shower. It might juice things up for New Zealand.
Well, not a bad response though so far from England. New Zealand quite haven't worked out how to bowl at Emilio Gay yet.
Henry's in now. It's left alone by Gay on outside the off stump. How would you bowl to him?
How would I don't think I'd bowl to him, but I think O'Rourke, if anything, has got to come around and try and target those shoulders. You know, with the shorter ball, he does square up a great deal on the short ball, and once you square up, you find it very hard not to use your bat. You don't want to let it come straight into your body.
Henry in now, it's full ball, and he gets his eyes right over it and holds the defensive pose as he smothers the final ball of Henry's over. England 105 for 2.
So what you do then is you're basically facing from where O'Rourke would be bowling, right? So both shoulders are completely facing as if you're looking right at him, and then it's a case of the ball coming in quite high to hit you perhaps on the sternum or above around there, and your bat comes up to protect you, so you are then playing in front of your chin and your face. You can't control the ball from that position, and then it brings the catches in either side, or if it's leaving you slightly, you can get a chance to go to the cordon perhaps if it's on the offside, or someone at leg slip if it's on the leg side of you, just slightly leg side of you. And because he closes off as well, that front foot comes across, he's looking to get on the drive. Now that gives us the lead into how do you bowl at him if you're not O'Rourke, and that's if it's Henry or if it's Jameson. You're looking to pitch the ball up. He's failing to Root first here.
And first balls leaves Root as he leaves the ball.
But if it's to Gale, then I think you've got to, as he crosses the legs and gets his right foot across, and he's got himself what we call crossed off. He will then bring the pad, the front pad, into action as well, and you can thump the ball into there if you can beat the forward defence, which he's bringing around that leg. So those, I think, are the two ways that I would ask my bowlers to have a look at, and I'd ask them to see if they could try and do that with a bit of swing. Smith might be very good at it because he skids at you a little bit more and brings it back to the left-handers.
Now it's Jamieson to Root, wide ball slapped away, gets it in between slips and gully, and that is 4 runs. Just a bit loose from Jamieson.
Yeah, it is. Look, Jamieson's has been a bit loose. He's going, what is he? How many overs? He's going for 5s, is he? 6s?
6.72 is going.
Yeah. So that's, New Zealand need that to change that. You can handle 4. Once you're getting to 6s and giving him width like that, then you've really got to be picking up wickets to keep you on.
Turns at the top of his mark. Big tall figure runs in, bowls to Root, who just gently clips this in front of square leg. No run. How quickly or how easily normally do you think it is when you've got a new batter coming into a side? There's so much footage around these days, isn't there, of players compared to in previous eras where you probably didn't have anything except for maybe a bit of word of mouth. But now it just sort of seems like everyone knows everything about a new batter or a new bowler when they make their international debut, as Jamieson is in and bowls. That's just dropped into the offside again by Root. No run.
A lot of people making money around the world doing exactly what you've just described, attached to various teams. I'm sure for England they might have 100. They've got resources here. New Zealand perhaps 2. And their job is to analyse footage and say here is a chap called Joe Root. Now make what you will of this and this and this, and here this is how he was dismissed. This and this and this and this.
He's on strike now as Jamieson is in, and it's just defended out to point. No run.
So we would therefore suggest this kind of bowler, this kind of length, around this kind of line, and this sort of field. So that there's loads of information about that now, and maybe they summarise it and put it under, your door and your room before you go to bed. I don't know.
I think
sleep on this one, boy.
I think these days they get a WhatsApp message.
Oh, okay. Well, they may be more modern than that. I've got a WhatsApp, so I feel modern all of a sudden.
Here's Jamieson. It's a full ball driven to wide mid-off by Root. No run.
That's Scott laughing because he knows that I've got no idea about things. I had to say to him this morning, how do you pin this? How do I pin this thing? I got a message saying, could you all please pin this to your phone or something or other? I haven't bought any pins today. I suddenly went. I went into a. I was ridiculous.
End of the over, England 109 for 2. No, there was a message with our Rosa on our WhatsApp.
That's exactly
group.
right.
So John was asking Scotty to pin that for all of us, which means that you can just go to the pin on the message and you can bring it up at any time. Make something easy to find. The look on your face is priceless.
I don't have a pin on my phone.
Press ball of the next over.
What, you expect me to do a bit of darning and things like that up there, the back row? I've got too much to do.
There was no run on that previous ball, a dot ball. It's Henry who started another over. No, it's a virtual pin, not a physical pin. So
I don't have to worry if it's only a virtual one, is it?
If it stabs you, it doesn't even hurt. Here's Henry bowls. Oh my goodness, that has fallen. Gay, it just got him, I think, in the stomach, and he crumpled like a pack of cards ended up on the deck, but he's back up straight away and looks okay. I don't think that got him in the unmentionables, or he'd still be down.
No, well, that's again just a bit short. You see, he's got an inside edge to that as it's gone into the pads, but that you can see that if that was pitched up, he would have a chance. I mean, obviously, if he got an inside edge, it wouldn't be out LBW, but you can see.
The next ball is driven square just behind point, and they'll take a single.
He's got a lot of pads because he does square up slightly and cross himself as well. That's the front leg business again across the back leg. Oh, look, I'm getting caught up here. I need a pin. Or something to help me. But the LBW is what I'm talking about, and that's just was a little bit too short, wasn't it, to be able to worry him and get the LBW, which is what New Zealand kind of seek, I think, against him or the catch.
2 slips, a gully and a leg slip in for Root now as Henry is over the wicket, and he falls over as he turns that through square leg. They take a single. Not the most elegant shot that Root has played, but he's actually going at a reasonable clip, Root. He's 19 off 22 without looking like he's done anything particularly extravagant. England 111 for 2.
Yeah, got a couple of fours early, didn't he, to get away. He managed to get them through the gully in the cordon there quite early on in his innings, so that it was a brisk start for him.
It's a brisk wind blowing now as well. Grey skies.
Nelson's up, everybody. 1-1-1.
In comes Henry. Oh, and it squirts off the outside edge and through safe territory in between slips and gully, and Gay gets a boundary. Might have been a little bit streaky, but he kept it down.
Sometimes he does open the blade on that stroke as well and kind of plays it deliberately through there. I think this one is more of an edge. Yep.
It's the way his head
Legitimate
turned around, like as well. As soon as he hit it, his head whipped around as if to say, "Oh, where's that going?" But he played it down at least. He did kind of get on top of it. Moves on to 45. Henry in, bowls, and that is just nicely pushed behind point. Fielder running in from the deep. Just keep it to a single. It's Devon Conway. He's out there. And England now 116 for 2. Gay on 46.
Not looking in too much trouble either, you'd have to say. There are ways of getting these players out, of course, but they are managing this situation okay. We've got to tell you that there is complete coverage by cloud above us. The lights, as Mel was telling you, are on here at the Oval. There are some darker clouds coming across the sky as well. It's not particularly cold, I'd have to say. He in a jersey and a coat.
I'm in a romper suit.
Okay, well, that's fine. Good luck to you. You can wear your rompers if you want to. But it's supposed to, I mean, I think there are some showers due. Oh, Scott he's showing me the sign of the 4. So 4 o'clock, he's thinking.
It looks like, around. It looks on my radar that I've got in front of me. Yeah, maybe in the next 15. Kyle Jamieson is in now. First ball's defended with a very high elbow and straight back by Gay. Approaching 50. If he gets there, that'd be a pretty fine effort. He scored 8 in his debut innings on that tricky Lord's pitch, and then 57 in the second innings, which 57 you might think okay, but in the context of that match and how difficult it was, I thought it was very impressive for his first match. Now he's closing in on a second 50, which really would be a fine effort. As Jamieson is in around the wicket, it's left alone, watched carefully by Gay as it passed him.
New Zealand really want Jamieson to bowl well here. They've got their 4 seamers that they have used so far, and after that really the two part-time spinners. And we know that Bethel got, maybe his best, for somewhere close to it, everybody, 3 wickets anyway. And New Zealand have the equivalent, don't they, with Ravindra and then, of course, of Phillips. So they could use those. But in these conditions here, you want your seamers bowling. And the economy rate's over 5.
Jamieson in, that's flicked away nicely through mid-wicket. Just timed well enough by Gay to get it in the gap, and they will come back for 2. So it takes Gay now to 48. Well, I guess the thing too is New Zealand haven't bowled any spin at all in this series so far. As we see, the partnership has just ticked over to 50 between Root and Gay. Came together when Bethel was out for 9 on 68 for 2.
It's come quickly, hasn't it? 60 balls as well. So New Zealand haven't been able to stop. They should. I mean, in their defence, they've kept a lot in catching.
So next ball from Jamieson, it just comes off the outside portion of the bat, and that's that squaring up that you were talking about, Jeremy Coney. It sometimes looks a bit awkward. It just went along the ground on that occasion to the covers, so safe enough.
The thing that New Zealand are really lacking a little bit here is the bounce. They'd love to get some bounce as well to go with any movement they can, extract from this cloud. And the ball itself now into its 27th over.
I'm just feeling a few spots of rain now as well, as Jamieson runs in, bowls to Gay, who's in behind that one, and it rolls back up, and Jamieson just gives it a little kick before making his way back. So yeah, just a few little spots of rain, nothing heavy at the moment, but we did just feel a couple of drops falling.
Scott's very attentive to his equipment, and he's removed half his clothes. It's all right, everybody, it's all quite decent, but they are covering various items and a towel, probably taken from his hotel room.
The ladies will be getting excited. Gay awaits as Jameson is in, and there's a strangled, I should say, shouts as he turns that ball around the corner. It just makes his way towards leg slip. And that will be the end of Jamison's 7th over, none for 38, so he's been a bit expensive. And England now 118 for 2, with Root on 19 and Gay on 48. Had 24 overs in this session so far as the players make their way off for the tea break. And I think you would have to say England probably would be reasonably happy with that. I know that they did lose a couple of wickets in there after lunch, but they've also scored at a pretty reasonable rate, Jeremy.
They have. They've gone quite nicely. New Zealand went well earlier on today as well. So both sides, as this pitch has gone into day 2, have been relatively comfortable with the bat. I think this morning New Zealand were hurriedly moving along because the English bowlers just adopted the short pitch policy, and it didn't work. Then they couldn't get the services of Jofra Archer, and so he was kept out basically and just had 1 over at the New Zealanders today. They lost finally their 3 wickets and got through to 391, and while they've lost 2 wickets early-ish, they've looked relatively comfortable, I think, in handling and getting their way to 118 for 2 at the moment. So we'll leave it at that at the moment, I think, Mel. Well, I will anyway, and I'll leave it up to you. And with the lights on, we've got plenty of people who have been, I'm assuming, given those jackets. You'd see them in a crowd, you'd see them in a nightclub. They would glow in front of you. And so they're all around protecting nothing because no one's trying to advance on the pitch at all. So my word, they're hardly needed.
I'd love to see you in a nightclub, Jeremy Coney. That would be
In
a
a-
sight.
well-
in a fluorescent vest.
Correct.
Oh, that'd be a sight to see.
Well,
Thank you for your thoughts, Jeremy. So, England, they were 15 for none at lunch, and they head to tea at 118 for 2. The two men out in the middle are Joe Root on 19, Emilio Gay on 48. The 2 to 4, Ben Duckett, he was out for 36, was run out, really barbecued, as we've said a few times, by his partner Gay. And then Bethel, he was gone, caught behind off the bowling of Smith, who was also the one who ran out Duckett with a direct throw. So I am now going to hand over to the great Sam Ellard, who is joined. I was giving it gravitas, Sam. I was going to say who's going to be joined by someone who I'd like to call Dolly with the brolly, and actually it works quite well because I think Dolly, that is Rory Dollard, Dolly's going to need a brolly. So I'm going to hand over to Sam now, and we'll see you after tea.
Thanks, Mel. Oh, there we go, and the headphones come on. I'm going to take a seat. Mel and Jeremy are gonna pop away, and well, I'm about to have. Oh, Mel, I'm stuck in your thing, in your what do you call that? Your earpiece. There we go. That's not good. There we go. That's sorted, isn't it? Thank you very much, Mel. We're now going to do my favourite 15 minutes of the day, where I'm joined by one of my. Yeah, you want that one, mate. One of my very, very. Say good friends. Sounding a bit like the Moose there, aren't I? One of my very, very good friends from the press pack, Rory Dollard. Hey, Rory, how are you, mate?
I'm very good, Big Easy. Good to see you, man.
Do you want to explain why you call me Big Easy? How did that even, I actually can't remember, how did that start, you calling me Big Easy? By the way, I should do like a proper introduction, shouldn't I? I've just gone, it's Rory. This is, I'm sure, all people watching overseas on Talksport's cricket YouTube channel will know who this man is. It is Rory Dollard from the Press Association. One of the great things about being from the Press Association is you can see or read Rory pretty much anywhere. Like the other day when I was on the Early Sports Breakfast on Talksport, my co-colleague Laura Kirk-Francis read out Rory, I think you were the back of the Express or back of the. Basically, you can see and read you anywhere, can't you?
Well, everyone in the media landscape receives my stuff, and those who like it can use it. So that depends how I work on any given day. Yeah, you're Big Easy because
I'm big.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it was the nickname of Ernie Els, and he's a sporting great who had a great laconic, stylish presence around the golf course, and that's how I see you in a cricket ground, Sam.
Oh, that was smooth from you.
Thank you.
Also, you might have forgotten this, but my middle name is Ernie. Samuel, that would have added to it, right?
Let's say that's why it is. Okay.
Well, no, Ernie Els, and then my middle name is
I love this for
Ernie,
you.
and that kind of makes sense. How are you?
Anything on the cricket, Sam, or are we gonna?
Yeah, well, we'd like to do a little bit of small talk first, don't we? Before we talk about, we've just had, on our YouTube stream, we've just had 4 hours of cricket content, haven't we? So we like to dip away from it. How have you been? How's your summer started?
Yeah, it's good. We had 5 months between Test matches. I came back from Australia thoroughly sick of the cricket, like every England cricket fan, I imagine. And by the time we hit June, I quite fancied a bit of seeing this England team.
Did you get time off?
Yeah, I had a bit of time off. Yeah, I did a little bit of football as well, just to check back in with the faster-paced sport. But as anyone listening to this will know, things got a bit busy with England cricket over the last 10 days or so. So it's been pretty full on, lots of talking points, and we're sort of still seeing that play out today. Really, the shadow and the long shadow of the Ben Stokes incident is in here in full effect. And in this morning's cricket, when England was slightly ragged, it was a bit loose, a bit directionless. His sort of absence felt quite big again.
Some news though is that Ben Stokes is going to be playing cricket tomorrow. Not here at the Oval, but he's going to be playing for Durham. Again, he's named in the squad. I mean, it would be some story
if selected.
if he was named in the squad and then didn't make the 11. Because hey, Durham are going well, aren't they? At the top of the County Championship.
They are. It's top of the table clash, so I'm sure they're quite pleased to have England's captain with them.
What does Ben Stokes being included in the Durham squad, if anything, tell us about his England future?
It hasn't moved the dial a huge amount today because we got word about 48 hours ago that the ECB had made him available. So We had word that Ben was training and wanted to play. We had word that Durham were happy for him to play, but the last domino that had to fall was ECB, as a centrally contracted player, had to agree to that. So pretty much 48 hours ago, we knew that that was going to happen, and now it's over to him. I guess there'll be as many eyes on that game as there is tomorrow here at the Oval, because he's sort of the king over the water, isn't he? He's sort of very rare. I can't think of a comparable situation where a sitting England captain has been playing cricket at the same time as his England cricket team elsewhere. So listen, lots going on there. He will be absolutely desperate to put some runs on the board or get a couple of wickets and get himself back in this conversation, because I'm quite sure he's sick of reading about his night out in Chelsea, and he'd rather be talked about for some wickets at Chester Street.
What conversations do you think, if you had to guess, are being had in and amongst Rob Key and people above him? Because it's 10 days. It happened 10 days ago now, didn't it? The Monday night where Ben and Gus went out and broke that curfew, and we're 10 days down the line, and we don't really know what the ECB are thinking, or even what Ben Stokes is thinking about his international future.
Yeah, there are two processes happening simultaneously. One is the cricket regulator. That's a much more laborious process. Don't expect anything anytime soon from that.
Just for those that don't know, what is that, and what do they do?
So that was set up a little while ago, maybe 2 years, I guess. And it's similar to the football regulator that's been. It's an independent body. It's not affiliated directly with the ECB. They have no power on that. It's an arm's length process to determine disciplinary matters, really. There was a previous body that was the Cricket Discipline Commission. It's a slight upgrade on that, I suppose. But because it takes things in a very formal manner, it takes a little while. So the last time I recall an England player being involved was Harry Brook, Jacob Bethel and Josh Tongue in Wellington. And I think they reported back 5 months later. So I don't think we're going to expect anything soon from them. So it's the internal ECB investigation that we need to find out about next. Listen, if he plays this game tomorrow, Ben, he's got Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and England will train at Trent Bridge on Tuesday. It's a pretty tight window. Yeah. It's a pretty tight turnaround. I'd say, betting man might say it's a push to think he'll be back in the team, back leading the team in time for the second of two back-to-back test matches. It feels like that process might just have to take a little longer because these two games are squeezed in so tight. But we have got very little information from Rob Key and Brendan McCullum, the senior management, on this. And honestly, all Ben can do is go and play cricket and play it well like we know he can, and then it's balls in your court.
But in your opinion, the most important thing is that Ben Stokes should be playing international cricket again for England sooner rather than later. I mean, has there been anybody in your body of work who has said that no, he should be either stripped of the captaincy or moved away from the team? Or is everyone's opinion, yes, he messed up, but that doesn't mean that Ben Stokes should not play cricket again for England or even captain England again? I
think they're two separate questions. I haven't realistically come across anyone who thinks this should mark the end of Ben Stokes' career. It seems a nuclear option, yeah. There are people who maybe think that the captaincy is a different matter, and maybe not even as much of a punishment. Maybe it's a question that this incident showed that it had taken its toll on him, and maybe he needed a step out from that, in the same way that Joe Root did 4 years ago. Me personally, I think you have to go a long way to look at English cricket, at the type of cricket as it produces, a lot of them from the same background, the same network of private schools and well-behaved good lads, and look at someone like Ben Stokes and the way he has impacted the game for good in so many ways, and to think that you want less of that, not more of it, would surprise me entirely.
Away from Ben, we are at tea on day 2 of this second test match. Emilio Gay is 2 runs away from 50. I have to just say, by the way, I do miss Zach Crawley a little bit. Like, I don't know why. Zach Crawley was, I think, the happiest cricketer I've ever seen play cricket for England. If the cameras ever panned to Zach Crawley fielding a second slip, third slip, up at the balcony, he would never not be smiling. That's something that I miss, by the way.
I'll raise you a Sonny Baker.
Okay.
The smile has been wide across his face ever since he walked out on that pitch on Wednesday morning. So we're level pegging for
the happiest cricketer ever. Yeah.
Emilio Gay, listen, he's interesting.
Looks funny, Rory.
He top scored last week at Lords on an absolute horror pitch. Like, I think if he plays 100 Test matches for England, he probably won't come across a harder wicket. Maybe an absolute.
So I guess it's good that he came away from that Test match to someone just said to him, it won't get any worse than that.
Exactly, yeah, and I think he had a huge amount to say for himself really there, and he's relaxed. He's been aiming for this. He's not someone who I interviewed Emilio Gay at the start of last season, and he'd been left out of a Lions squad that winter. And I asked him if he was disappointed about being left out of the Lions squad, and he said a little bit. But my ambition in life isn't to be an England Lions cricketer; it's to be an England cricketer. He was already looking 2 levels ahead of where he was. This is where he wants to be, and that 50 was a huge, relaxing moment for him. And what he's got here today, 48 not out as we speak. He ran his partner out, Ben Duckett. Horrible call, terrible misjudgment because he was getting stuck a little bit with some very tight bowling, and he just wanted to get a little single off the board, and he ran out Ben Duckett, who was absolutely flying, by the way. Immediately, Jacob Bethel gets out, and suddenly there's a big ask on a person playing his second Test match to say, you've contributed to this a little bit, get us out of it. Well, he's faced 92 balls, 48 runs, taken the shine off the ball, put a few overs in the Kiwi legs. He's gone quite a long way to repaying already here.
Is the best thing about him, Rory, and this is probably maybe basic analysis from me, to be expected obviously on Talksport from me, that he just looks quite composed, quite compact. He looks quite a safe pair of hands at the top of the order.
Yeah, I mean, there's the people who are technical wizards more than I am. Sam will tell you that front pad's a problem, and he plays around it a little bit.
Especially after that video for that first Test match.
Well, yeah,
I thought people had written him off before he bowled a first ball.
Yeah, I mean, so he's got bits to work out. I haven't seen an opening batter that I can remember who didn't have to make a couple of tweaks after 5 or 10 matches because their technique gets poured over, assessed. So listen, he will have to make some adjustments as he goes on this week, next week, and then he's got 2 months before the next series. I think 48 runs here. I think we expect to see him facing Pakistan already at the
you think
latter
so,
half
you?
of the summer. So he knows that's a good thing for him, that he's got a little bit of time that he can bank into playing. And actually, Sam, we are already, and we're in the Ashes is just in the rearview mirror, but it's also coming up quite close. The gap between a home and an away Ashes is not that big. England are looking not just to blood a player, look at a player, assess a couple of options. If he's opening the batting this summer, they're wanting to open the batting next summer in the Ashes. So this is what's on the table for someone like Emilio Gay. Imagine if he goes 3 figures here, just grinds it and gets a ton. He could basically write his name into an Ashes series. How good is that?
That sounds pretty good to me. We are a couple of minutes away, Rory, from this evening session getting back underway. Why do you think Jofra Archer didn't bowl a ball? He didn't bowl a ball this morning until, was it around an hour and 40 minutes into that morning session, while Glenn Phillips was piling on the runs?
So actually, I'm not crazy surprised about that. I know it looked a bit unusual, but he bowled, I think, 19 overs yesterday. And it's quite a lot for someone who'd already been bowling 4 overs in the IPL.
They were good 4 overs though, weren't they?
Yeah, sure. And listen, isn't he amazing when we watched him last night tearing up Glenn Phillips, ducking,
it was a
diving,
great passage of play, wasn't
the deck. I mean, it really brought this place to life. And I think people who were sceptical about Jofra Archer's impact should be in the ground here last night and see how he raised the temperature in this place by sheer virtue of bending his back. But big factor, Joe Root knows fine well that he made a bit of a mistake bowling Jofra Archer for 42 overs in Mount.
Is he still just scarred by that?
Yeah,
by
I
that,
do.
that one Test match?
I think he'll have looked last night and said, I've asked Jofra to bowl 19 overs, 8 of them in a row in the last session. He's earned a little easy one from me. So I think that will be in Joe's mind, that he didn't want to retread old mistakes.
Rory, good stuff on the cricket, but I know you're a big Carlisle United fan, aren't you? What's more likely, Carlisle to get themselves back into the Football League next season, or England win the World Cup? How's that for a final question?
If I was you, I would be backing the Blues.
Really?
I think the Cumbrians are going places.
A little birdie tells me that you don't support the England football team. You support Gareth Southgate. And now there's no more Gareth Southgate. Have you given up on the England football team, or is that harsh on me?
Never give up, Sam.
No.
Never give up. But my heart belongs to Gareth Southgate.
Unbelievable.
And if Thomas Tuchel can win my head, fair enough.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure when it comes home in a couple of weeks' time.
Back the Blues, though.
Back the Blues, yeah. What's happened to Carlisle? Brunton Park, tough place to go and get a result.
It's not been that
It
tough.
is, Scott, right? Scott, you know, are your team in the National League as well, or below that? Who's your team? Aldershot Town. There we go.
Aldershot Town.
The Rory and Scott Derby coming up next season, coming to a place near you. You should do a watch-along, used to, on the Talksport Cricket YouTube channel.
I think Rob Elliott, big project manager, Cumbrian.
The former Newcastle goalkeeper?
Absolutely
Okay.
right, yeah. He's newly installed, and I'm sure all the Talksport cricket listeners will be keen to find out how he gets on this year.
Play's about to get underway, and I've got to do the bulletin on Talksport in about 2.5 minutes' time. Rory, thank you very
Thank you,
much
Big Easy.
for joining us. We are back underway on the Talksport Cricket YouTube channel in a couple of minutes' time. England at tea on day 2, 118 for 2, trailing New Zealand by 273 runs.
Welcome back to the Oval, the Kia Oval, where the umpires are almost out in the middle now. Gloomy grey skies, the clouds still quite high. We've only had a couple of drops, if anything, but the lights are on. Still quite warm. It's cooled off a little bit. As, the New Zealand players are huddled by the boundary rope. Joe Root is waiting as well. I'm waiting for Emilio Gay, just making his way out there now. The pair bump fists, do a bit of stretching on the rope. England 118 for 2. Root is on 19 and Gay is on 48. Been a really good day of cricket. 103 runs scored in the last session. 2 wickets to fall. That of Ben Duckett and Jacob Bethel. Nathan Smith was involved in both of those. One with the direct hit to remove Duckett for 36. The other bowling a cracking delivery to Bethel that just caught him high on the edge of the bat and into the hands of Blundell, who completed the catch. Both of the England wickets, you might suggest, ones in which they had plenty to do with their own demise. Just felt a little drop fall onto my shoulder here. We're quite exposed outside here at the Oval, but feeling all the atmosphere around the ground and the hum of expectations as we head into the last session. The New Zealand players are out there now. And it's going to be Will O'Rourke, is none for 12 after 6 overs. He's bowled really well today. I would suggest as joined by Jared Kimber for the, well, almost the first time we've been on for a while together.
It's the third time we've been on.
Okay.
I'm counting them down.
Oh, I try to forget. Here is O'Rourke. He's in and bowls to Root, who plays with soft hands to backward point, where Devon Conway is lurking. No run. He's got a leg slip in for Root. They have, in fact, ever since he came out there, and 2 slips, a gully, the backward point. I've got a mid-off, a mid-on. I've got a short leg in for him now, man under the helmet. And I've also got a fine leg as well, quite a wide, fine leg. It's Nathan Smith out there on the boundary rope, just doing a few warm-ups himself. England 118 for 2. Here is O'Rourke. Over the wicket to Root, who is hurried, but he managed to squirt that one out into the offside. And they will scamper through for a single. Henry doing the fielding there. Thoughts on the second session, Jared?
I thought England did well not to lose a wicket in that last half an hour as it got dark. I think we were on just as it was starting to get dark, and it really is quite dim at the moment. I don't know why I looked at you when I said that, but you know what I mean. It's not particularly bright.
You looked at me again.
Dull? Is that the way you would pronounce that? I think it is really hard for batting. So they've done well here, especially Emilio Gay's been struggling.
He's on strike now. His first ball of O'Rourke's over, just passes outside the edge of the bat. So no leg slip for Gay. They've got 3 slips in for him, plus the 2 gullies and the backward point.
It's just starting to rain a little bit where we are. So that tells you that the cloud is lower than it has been at any other time. I believe that's how rain works. Could be wrong. Also, I don't want to face Will O'Rourke is the person I don't want to be facing right now. Bowled a brilliant spell early on. Conditions are in his favour right at the moment, and he's fast and at you.
Well, he's coming in fast now. Bowls to Gay, who ducks under a short one. He's one of those bowlers, you feel like he's going to take a wicket at any moment, and you often feel he's been a bit unlucky not to get one. And he's bowled really well. You went on before when I was saying it's felt like since the retirement of Southey and Bolt and then Matt Henry, this sort of new phase of his career that he's taken to with relish as the leader of the attack, but just feel that Will O'Rourke has added something very, very handy to this New Zealand attack. He runs in now past the umpire, bowls, and it's outside the off stump, left alone by Gay.
Yeah, he's a big chunk of meat.
To be fair, we're probably all big chunks of meat.
He's a bigger chunk of meat. I mean, he's big, he's strong. He's a, we covered. Must have been the series when he went up against India. We covered that one, and I sort of compared him a lot to Steve Harmson. He's almost a combination of Steve Harmson and Morne Morkel, which are not too bad people to be compared to. And they're going to come off. I wasn't not expecting that. Is that rain or light? Because the rain stopped on us, but that could just be the angle.
No, there are umbrellas going up, I can see now, and people walking back. So we're a little bit protected here. And
I mean, not that protected. A minute ago, I had to move your laptop because I was afraid it was going to get wet.
Yeah, but I can see stewards.
Yeah, no, it's raining quite a bit.
There, yeah.
I can see it now.
They're running out now with the covers, pulling the stumps out.
We've got a helpful breeze, obviously pushing it away from us at the moment. Yeah. Otherwise, producer Scott's going to be running around putting things up. But
he's just sipping on his drink bottle at the moment, looking quite relaxed, considering there's rain about.
He's an ambush predator, Scott. When he needs to, he'll just snap out of it.
So it's been a very brief little interlude of play after tea, as the Hessian is being rolled out along the strip, and the bigger covers are being brought across as well. Hopefully it's just a little passing shower.
I think if I'm England, I'm pretty happy with this at the moment, just because it was dark. So if it didn't rain, I think we might have continued to play. And as I said, O'Rourke in that situation was not exactly an ideal one for England to be going up against. So obviously they'll still have to face him, but they would be hoping that we'll get a little bit more light and the clouds will lift shortly. It looks bad kind of out the back of the members, which is that where the rain comes from? Do you know?
Well, the wind is blowing we're looking from...
Right, just let me lick my finger.
From right to left.
There's actually not a lot of breeze at the moment, is there?
Well, if you look at the flags above the pavilion, they are standing pretty stiff to attention. So it's coming from our right to left. So that's from the Archbishop Tennyson School side across to the gasometer side, if you will. So moving across that way, it does look a little bit brighter out that side, if that is indeed the way it's moving across. And I think looking at the radar, it did look like it was basically coming in from the southwest.
Are we expecting a much rain? Because I remember looking at my radar this morning and it said it would, I don't live too far from here, and it said that we were expecting rain sort of in this part of the afternoon.
Yeah, it looked like just some showers to me, and they looked. The radar I was looking at suggested that everything would have completely passed by 5. So it just depends how heavy it is. But they're bringing on the extra covers now for the bowlers' run-ups. So they're not expecting it. Ground staff usually know, don't they? You can usually tell from how many covers they are bringing on. So if they're covering up the run-ups at the moment, that suggests they're expecting it might be around for a little while anyway.
They weren't sprinting though, so
No.
that's the other thing that you're looking for. If you see them start the sprint, they're afraid there's about to be a deluge. They just brought it out, quite comfortably. I'd say a light jog, maybe somewhere between jog and gallop.
And they're just pegging them into
Jallop.
place at the moment. A jallop or a yog.
Trot, a jog, yeah. A gentle trot. But yeah, they're also looking to see if they worry about all the other practice wickets.
Yeah.
Which at the moment they don't seem to be all that interested in. So again, there's some good signs. The problem might be that unless the cloud lifts, forget the rain for a moment, it's also really dark. And I'm not sure the umpires would like to restart with the light as it currently is.
I didn't see them take a reading off the light meter before going off. So what we may find is that before they decide to come back on, maybe the umpires might do that and actually check the light meter. Is it just my eyes, or does it feel like it just brightened up ever so slightly in the past few seconds? It might just be
it's raining right now.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. It's maybe not quite as dark, but it's an upper Mizzle.
Upper Mizzle.
Yeah.
Isn't that a village somewhere in Berkshire?
I'm sure it is. Scott probably lived there. But it's pretty consistent rain, but there's not a lot of it. As you said, you could almost count the umbrellas if you wanted to. In fact, let's do that for the next 20 minutes. 1, 2, 3. It's not as if there's plenty of people who are happily out without any sort of umbrella up. I see a man who's hatless. I repeat, hatless.
Yeah, it's mizzle. It's not even drizzle. It's
Yeah.
that just slightly misty mizzle. Is that what mizzle stands for? It's a cross between mist and drizzle.
I don't know. I think we've gone beyond our skills here. I only did 3 years of meteorology, and I pulled out at the last minute.
Well, you should have done more, because you report on cricket, and that's all anyone ever wants to know about. So the stewards are all out in the middle in their fluorescent vests, and some of them have got their rain ponchos on as well. So
I've got some good stories about. So there's a lot of people who've made a lot of money betting on weather in cricket. So one of the big markets that you can get in cricket is betting on whether a T20 game will be finished, and obviously one of the other big markets is the results in test matches, and both of those, weather plays a big part. And so some of these companies, of course, now are multi hundreds of $1 million betting syndicates, up to $1 billion in some cases. And they will do things like they rented buildings all around grounds in Sri Lanka and put up their own weather radar centers and everything. And it's really moved on quite a bit from, is it raining, or what does the app that I happen to have in front of me say? Like, these people are now investing a lot of money, and a lot of people who work in weather industries, especially when it comes to rain and everything else, are quite often hired by these betting syndicates now, because it's such an important part of betting on cricket, which is probably anywhere between $20 and $25 billion industry a year. It's much bigger than cricket itself.
which is absolutely insane to me. Can't quite hear what the announcement being made is, but at the moment, the umpires are. It might be the match referee just out in the middle with an umbrella, just having a little feel of the ground.
I
But
think it's just the fourth umpire out there.
fourth umpire
Yeah.
it is. So
It's certainly not Rod Tucker, is it? And
it's
he's
definitely not.
too nicely dressed to be a match referee.
No, the match referee is Andy Pycroft. That is not him either. So at the moment, it's very much a a wait and see. There are still umbrellas up, so there is some rain, but it's not heavy. It does look like it's brightened up a little bit, but we're in a bit of a holding pattern here because they won't decide anything until we actually
It stops
have
raining.
no rain. Exactly. So we might take a little break here on Talksport, but don't go far away. Be on standby, because the moment we have any movement, any news, we will snap back to attention to let you know what is happening.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval in South London. We've had a brief shower which is now passed over the ground, and I'm glad to say that play is moments away from resumption with Emilio Gay on strike and England 119 for 2. New Zealand are going to have 3 slips and 2 gullies as Will O'Rourke continues from the pavilion end, and that's very wide, and Emilio Gay uncharacteristically was momentarily tempted by playing at that last ball of the over, as it turns out, when the players went off for that shower, and he tentatively felt for it very wide of the off stump before leaving it alone. The lights are still on, it is still overcast, and apologies to to those of you who heard me say a couple of hours ago that there was absolutely no chance of rain. That is actually what the forecast said, that there was no chance of rain during the hours of play, and that that strange front of rain that swept through the English Channel would miss London, and there might be a shower overnight. But anyway, we caught the edge of it, and it was literally just the edge of it. If you look at the weather map, it's Nathan Smith to continue, and Joe Root opens the face of the bat, steers it into the gully where Glenn Phillips fields. Matt Pryor's alongside me, and I wanted to ask you, Matt, you have an even more enhanced view of it from when the bowling is from the far end and the slips are standing at our end, particularly when there's 3 of them. But I wondered whether you noticed it's the narrowest, tightest knit slip cordon I think I've ever seen in international cricket. They're almost overlapping, and when Jacob Bethell edged one to, basically it was heading straight to Daryl Mitchell at first slip, Tom Blundell took it in front of his chest. That one is steered away by Root again to backward point, fielded by Devon Conway. When there are 3 slips with Tom Latham at second and Henry Nicholls at third, they're really close. They're standing next to each other, and I just thought, you know, with Bethell, if they all took not even half a step, like almost a full step to their left, they just could cover so much more ground. And I wondered whether there was a technical reason for that, or I don't know. I mean, how did you had first, second and third slip, they were fairly regular partners, so you kind of knew each other and knew how much ground you could cover. That's full and straight and driven by Root for 4. Past Kyle Jameson at mid-off. It was a little bit of a lethargic effort from Jameson, to be honest. He looked like a tall pine tree that had been felled, and he was just, it was not much of a dive, just more of a collapse towards the ball. Anyway, 4 runs to Root, 123 for 2.
Good afternoon, Manners. Afternoon, everyone. I think that's a pretty good observation. I think where the slips stand is dictated firstly by the wicketkeeper, but also by the wicket itself.
Here's Smith again. Joe Root plays defensively, pushing to cover. No run.
This is quite a slow wicket now. It's getting slower. The keeper's quite close, therefore the slip fielders have to come closer as well. So when the edge comes, it's going to come very quickly, because remember, the bowlers aren't bowling any slower. You're just a lot closer. So because of that, your margin for error gets smaller, and the slip fielders will probably feel like they need to come a bit tighter, because what you don't want is for the ball to go in between your first, second or third slip.
Here's Smith once again. Root opens the face of the bat, guides it to backward point. Conway fields.
Now, having said that, they are very, very narrow. The way it would normally work is your wicketkeeper takes his spot. He'll make his mark and where he's going to stand or where he's going to finish up. He would then tell first slip. And I would actually, because Alistair Cook used to just roam around wherever he wanted, so I would actually go and make a mark in the ground and say, you put your left foot on that mark and don't move. He would then tell second slip, and second slip would tell third slip.
Pushed away by Root again to backward point. No run. End of the over. 123 for 2 England.
Places like Australia, Perth, lots of carry. We would really try and push first, second, third slip as wide as possible, because you can almost gain a fielder. If you think about, if your 3 slips can cover that distance, you've actually got 4 slips in place almost, because of the distance back you are. Somewhere like India, for instance, not that really had slips for too often. Certainly not to the seamers. But if you did, you'd be very, very close because of the slowness and the lowness of the wickets. Therefore, your slip fielders would have to be a bit tighter together, a bit narrower.
Okay, it's a new over now. Will O'Rourke's from the pavilion end once again to the left-handed Emilio Gay. Hits him on the pads and it's ricocheted out towards square leg. I think it's a leg by. But again, if we see this illustration of the way they're standing much closer to us now, they are right next to each other. And I'm not exaggerating to say that I've seen. Take for example. Who's a long-standing first and second slip combination? Graham Smith and Jacques Kallis. They did it for 75 Test matches. I would see them covering exactly the distance of those three slips, with Smith at first and Kallis at second. Obviously, they were outstanding catchers, but I reckon, as you say, you're freeing up a fielder for somewhere else if you've got two slips that can cover that space, that distance. Rourke in again, O'Rourke, and Joe Root cuts bottom edge down to backward point.
There's a lot of training done. Pre-match, the slip cordon would normally go off sometimes with the wicketkeeper. I didn't really like to join in as an actual training session. For me, going, and you'll see anyone that comes and watches the cricket in the mornings, if you get here early, you'll see the slip cordon going off with a coach and someone throwing the ball, and they sort of ricochet it off the face of the bat to emulate the edge. And you'll spend hours, the keeper, slip cordon, spend hours standing next to each other, making sure that your distances are exactly right.
Short and wide, not very short, not very wide, but enough of both for Joe Root to play a late cut past backward point to the boundary for 4. Beautiful shot from Joe Root, just so much balance, control. He again seems to have more time than other players.
I think the final point on this sort of slip cordon episode is that a lot of it is down to trust. So you mentioned Smith and Kallis, two of the finest slip catchers probably ever played the game, but the trust they would have had with each other as a partnership would have been immense. So you've got to build that trust over time as well.
O'Rourke again to Root, nips it back, and he plays it hurriedly in front of the front pad defensively to cover. Who are the best slippers you stood alongside?
Graham Swan. Graham Swan was outstanding, and I bet he wouldn't be on many people's list. But he was a second slip for a very successful period, and he didn't drop many, I have to say. He, mind you, the rollicking he gave anyone who dropped to catch off his bowling. He wasn't allowed to drop any himself. He had to make sure he caught all of them, but he was an outstanding slip catcher.
Short, pulled away out towards deep mid-wicket. Fine shot from Joe Root, picked up another boundary. And again, I think there's an element of Joe Root reading the bowler here. I mean, I could be imagining it, probably am, but he was just maybe not waiting for the short ball, but certainly it was in the back of his mind. He was very quickly into position.
Well, I mean, it's a feature of Joe Root's batting, isn't it? He's seen it, he's been there, he's done it, he's seen it all before. O'Rourke just dropping short. That middle ground, we always talk about, if you're going to bowl a bouncer, you've got to get it above shoulder height. That's when it becomes a dangerous shot. O'Rourke just sort of more of a drag down, and Root jumping on it straight away.
Joe Root's up to 32 already. Steered away, enough the outside edge, outside half of the bat. It wasn't an edge, all the way along the ground, past second slip. No third slip. That third slip is at leg slip. So just a delayed guide from Joe Root and another boundary. And there are lots of signs of a class player, but one of my favourite is the guy that you look up at the scoreboard and you go, he's got 36. How did he get there?
It's always been a feature of Joe's batting, hasn't it? He sort of doesn't seem to play a shot, and yet he's already on a score. He gets in very, very well. In fact, it was a stat that I lived by. We did a bit of research at Loughborough when I was with the England Lions.
Nathan Smith continues, right arm over the wicket to Emilio Gay, round the wicket rather, and steered backward point, no run, 136 for 2.
And it was when sort of data and analysis first started coming into the game, and Peter Moores was the head of the academy, ECB Academy at that time, and he came to all of us and he said, right, list your 5 top players, 5 players that you want to emulate. So I think as a batsman I had at the time, it was Ponting, Hayden, Gilchrist, of course, Sangakkara, and maybe Brian Lara. Let's say those 5 names. They seem fairly decent. And the stat man went off and found all the data and analysis and stats he could for those 5.
Smith in, Gay opens face to the bat, looks for a run down to cover, doesn't get it.
And the biggest piece of data which I used for the rest of my career was that they got not more hundreds, not more 200s, not more 70s or 80s or 90s, but they got to 20, 75% more often than the next best. Got to 20.
So they're very good at playing themselves in, playing low risk cricket.
The most dangerous time to bat is early. They got in more often. You think of Joe Root.
Defended now by Emilio Gay. He remains 136 for 2.
He finds a way to get in. He finds a way to get himself to 20. And that was before every single innings. I walked out to bat. I wasn't looking for 50 or 100 or anything. I was looking to get to 20. That was it. And the minute I changed my mentality, my consistency in Test cricket from a batting perspective went through the roof. And that would change as well. So if I was on 15, let's say, and it was lunch, I would walk out to bat after lunch. The new target was 35. Because of course you have to get back to, you have to get in again, right? So as always, just get to 20.
Here is Smith once again. Emilio Gay guides it to backward point again, and there's no run. So that was the start of every session. It was the first 20.
Yeah, start of every time you had to start again, get back in. Start of every session, just get to 20. And you know, as we've just spoken about, Joe Root, how often have we looked up and you say, oh, he's on 20 already, you know, 36 today, gets in more often. And of course, if you get in, the more often you get in, I know it sounds mind-numbingly obvious, but you get in more often, you give yourself a better chance of going on and scoring runs.
Here is Nathan Smith once again. Emilio Gay plays defensively, straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. So, on the list of things you shouldn't really say, we talk about regular slip fielders who've taken lots of catches, who've spent 50 plus test matches fielding at slip. And inevitably they are great batsmen because they've played more than 50 test matches and they've obviously scored lots of runs and they spend a lot of time in the slips. But there are some very good slip catchers who've taken very good slip catches outside the off stump now from Smith. I'm just thinking suddenly of regular slippers who did drop quite a few. You mentioned Alistair Cook. I mean, he did shell a few, didn't he? Caught lots.
I'm saying nothing. I tell you who had a terrible pair of hands. Michael Vaughan. He was. That was a running joke. I think was Vaughan ever in the slips though? I think he relegated himself.
Yeah, he relegated himself when he became captain. But
yeah,
I mean, he ran around at cover. And for a long time he used to say, "Oh, I need to be by the bowler. I need to be with my bowler."
It was absolute potluck whether he held on to it.
I tell you what, in the second half of his career, Kevin Peterson clanged a few as well. He used to field at Gully, didn't he? But I don't know whether. That's my recollection. He dropped quite a few towards the end as Joe Root now pushes one wide of mid-off, scampers through for a quick single and makes it quite comfortably.
The number one though, Ian Bell. Now he didn't field slip very often and he was also an outstanding fielder. He was actually a great catcher in the gully. He dropped a few maybe. In the outfield, fantastic, very athletic, brilliant short leg. For Swanee, silly point, but you put him in the slips and oh my goodness, his hands went to, I was going to say butter, but that might.
Look how narrow this slip cordon is. It's really distracting me. They're so close together. Here is O'Rourke again, beats Emilio Gay outside the off stump. So you're saying is it because they have to stand closer? I mean, closer to the batsman. They therefore, in order to eliminate risk, need to be closer to each other as well.
Because you're going to have literally less reaction time. You're closer to the stumps, you're closer to the batsman, but the ball is still coming at you at the same speed. Just because the pitch is slower, your reaction time is going to be less, right? Because you're closer. Therefore, you're going to have less time to cover distance or enough distance.
Round the wicket, O'Rourke, Emilio Gay forward. He's 49 not out, defends that one again to mid-off, and there's no run.
If you're behind the stumps, slip cordon at somewhere like the Wacker or the Wanderers, the nick goes, and your slip fielder could almost take 3 steps before they have to catch it because you're so far back. Whereas here, with the pitch being slower, keeper and slip cordon being much closer, it's going to be a hugely reactionary movement. Nick, catch, you've got to go. So therefore you won't be able to physically cover as much distance.
O'Rourke in again, Emilio Gay plays defensively. He's with O'Rourke, because of his height and the bounce he gets and the awkward angle he's always going to have an impressive economy. Well, not always, but largely, so particularly in a situation like this, in the formative section of an innings, with wickets at a premium, O'Rourke is always going to be difficult to score off. 6 overs at a cost of 12 before tea, and now once again bowling lots of dot balls. But Emilio Gay's record at first class cricket tells us that he's a very good absorber of pressure and is unfazed by long sequence when he's scoreless. Has to play out a lot of dot balls. He doesn't mind doing that. Off the back foot now, guides it away to the straighter, the square of 2 gullies. Devon Conway does the fielding. Tell you who was another good dropper, Hashim Amla. He clanged quite a few. But the thing is, there's nowhere else really. There's no hiding place for a top order batter. I mean, they have to field really in the slip cordon in Test cricket. But he wasn't a massive fan. He didn't mind square leg, but that's normally where the junior player goes, isn't it? Square leg or short leg. Here's O'Rourke again down the leg side, and it's a leg glance and a miss from Emilio Gay. Tom Blundell knocks it on, but there's no bye conceded. Any sympathy for James? We did talk about James Rew yesterday, but you know, 53 extras equals the most England have conceded at the Oval. 22 byes. I mean, that no matter the reality that some of them should have been called wide, as a keeper on debut, that's going to be a bit of an uncomfortable look on the scorecard, isn't it?
Well, I think I hold the record, don't I, for the most byes in an innings?
Do you?
I think so.
Was that in India?
Pretty bad day at Lord's.
Here comes O'Rourke once again to Emilio Gay, and he thinks about a single as he pushes it straight to Ravindra at cover point, and there's no run. That's that late wobble. I don't know where you were in 1998. Mark Boucher came to England for the first time, and I mean, I think he gave away about 100 byes in the series. He'd never seen the ball move like that.
It was something myself and Bruce French, my wicket-keeping coach, who I spent hours and hours and hours on the training ground with, take quite a lot of pleasure in. The overseas wicket-keeper at Lord's or Trent Bridge.
Here's Nathan Smith into Joe Root, opens the face of the bat again. It's nicely cut off by Glenn Phillips, diving to his right. 138 for 2. England. Joe Root 37, Emilio Gay 49.
Because it doesn't seem to do it anywhere else in the world. It seems to be only in England with the Duke's ball. And what we're talking about is when the ball is bowled, pitches, goes past the batsman, and once it goes past the batsman, it starts wobbling. It will literally dip and swing. James Roux yesterday in number went down the leg side and just carried on swinging. He had absolutely no chance, but unfortunately, 4 buys goes against his name.
And it's pushed away, or attempted to push away on the onside by Joe Root, who obligingly does the fielding himself for the bowler. He did ask permission, which is an important thing to do. The Australians used to jump all over you if you dared to touch the ball. But Joe Root there said, "Can I pick it up?" And Nathan Smith said, "Thank you very much." Yeah, tossed it back to him. Joe Root going beautifully on 37. Emilio Gay 49. England 138 for 2. Producer Scott has found some piece of information which he regards as a bit of a nugget. Can you read it, Paddy Pryor? You're closer to him. Forward comes Joe Root once again to Nathan Smith, talking about buys and the concession of buys in a test innings. Paddy Pryor reckons that he holds the record. Is that the England
No,
record?
good news.
Can't be the
good news, Manners. It's not me that holds the record. It's Lorcan Tucker.
Lorcan Tucker.
Yeah, in a total of 250 and 58 overs, he let through 42 buys.
Dear, oh dear, that's 20% of the runs.
That's a bad day.
Did he have gloves?
But thank you, Lorcan, because I'm pretty certain I did have that record.
Pushed away behind square on the offside to backward point. Devon Conway fields. That was a test match for Ireland against who? Zimbabwe, was it? Or
Ireland versus Zimbabwe.
goodness me, 42 buys. Oh, James Roux hasn't had that
Hold
bad
on,
a day.
I think producer Scott's changed his mind now. It was actually the Zimbabwean.
Oh, it wasn't Lorcan Tucker.
No, it wasn't Lorcan. Sorry, Lorcan. No, it wasn't Lorcan. Clive Medanda.
Was that in Ireland? Oh, well, I can imagine. You can just imagine what the ball was doing and how much experience Clive Medandi had in Irish conditions with the ball seaming around. That's pushed away on the onside, no run.
Unfortunately for Clive, it gets worse. He then batted and got a first ball duck.
And Zimbabwe lost that test, didn't they? Yeah. Yeah, there's a reason we haven't heard much of Clive Medandi since, isn't there? 42 buys, and as I say, that's close to 20% of the runs.
Yeah, and actually it wasn't was it? It was 250. So I thought it was 210. No, 250, 42 buys.
Here's Nathan Smith, and that's guided away, pushed up towards mid-off. I can imagine that would have been keeping low and swinging around corners.
It is also soul destroying. I must say, I will always have sympathy for a wicketkeeper when it's swinging around all over the place. I remember playing against India at Trent Bridge, and the superstar MS Dhoni had a day where the feet weren't quite moving and the ball was wobbling everywhere, and he actually gave up. He stopped diving down the legs. In the coolest way that only MS could do and get away with. He almost just didn't bother when it went down the leg side because it was just swinging away so much. You sort of saw him just shaking his head going, what is going on here? But it's only England that the ball wobbles like this.
Duke's ball, English conditions, they are unique, aren't they? Here is Will O'Rourke bowling to Emilio Gay. I wonder whether Gary Morgan can actually tell us how many balls Emilio Gay has been on 49. I think it's possibly 2.5 overs. I reckon it's 12 to 15 balls that he's been on 49. And I have mentioned about the fact that he's well known for being unfazed by these periods, and which is unusual because, never mind the landmark, he's not bothered about 50, but players don't like to be trapped, top order bats don't like to be trapped at one end, particularly against a guy like Will O'Rourke for too long. That's again just back of a length, pushed away out towards mid-on, wideish mid-on. It's another dot ball. and the score remains 138 for 2. Gary's actually he's been busy. He's just telling us that most drops for England. I have to wait for Maddie Pryor to pay attention to this. Most drops for England.
I think we should miss this.
Here's O'Rourke. Short, pulled away by Emilio Gay, and a lovely way to get to 50. 4 runs in front of square on the leg side. Oh, it's worth the wait, tell you what. Very much worth the wait. And I don't know, I can't see the difference between that and a dozen other deliveries that he's either left or defended. But on this occasion he decided to play the pull shot and has played it absolutely emphatically.
He has. I think he's picking the length up very, very well. This was slightly shorter. Again, a little bit like a few overs earlier where Joe Root picked a pull shot up, or O'Rourke dropping short without actually bowling and committing to a bouncer. Guy lifts to about chest height, and Emilio Gay jumps all over it. Fantastic shot and bringing up another 50.
So Will O'Rourke now decides to go over the wicket to the left-handed Emilio Gay, and that's defended in stoic fashion once again. You want to know, don't you? Most drops for England. You're dying to know, aren't you?
I think we should talk about Emilio Gay. He's bringing up his second 50 in Test cricket. I think that's what everyone wants to hear.
Well, you're not on the podium. Don't worry about that. You're not in the, but you're close. Alistair Cook 70.
Wow.
Joe Root 67. Jimmy Anderson 46. Ben Stokes 42. Matt Pryor 41. Kevin Peterson way down the list on 9. Here we go. You'd never had the record. Most byes conceded by an England keeper, 37. Les Ames against Australia at the Oval in 1934. But you were close. O'Rourke is in again, and that's left alone by Emilio Gay. But it was a really good short ball. Really good. And there's now a discussion amongst the New Zealand slip cordon about whether that might have touched something. There was a very tentative, speculative appeal. And Tom Latham he's gone for the review. That's interesting. I thought Emilio Gay just swayed out of the way of it and got everything out of the way, but somebody thought they heard something. Doesn't seem like great evidence to go for a review, does it?
It doesn't. Usually a wicketkeeper would be pretty animated. I think they think it may have brushed a glove. He didn't quite get his hands down. Oh, is there a noise?
There is a noise, but it didn't sound like an edge noise. But who knows? Here we go. Oh, hello. Hello. Looks like there's a spike. He's out. Emilio Gay's out. Who heard that? My goodness me. Somebody has heard or seen, maybe? Surely there wouldn't have been visual evidence. It had to be the sound. It had to be the noise. And someone has said, Tom, skipper, I think we should review it. You going for Henry Nicholls? Do you reckon he's at third slip?
Well, they're all giving him a big hug.
I tell you what, he's not going to feature in the wickets column, Henry Nicholls, but that's an assist. It's definitely Henry Nicholls, number 86. 88, oh, Devon Conway. Devon Conway, he was at point.
Sorry, my eyes are letting me down.
He was at point though, backward point.
They ran up when the decision was given. They ran up to Conway and all jumped on it.
Really?
So I wonder if he said, "I heard a noise," because there was no deflection.
That's absolutely brilliant. I love bringing up at every opportunity the fact that you and your era were the most success. You were pioneers in the review. You had the highest percentage, which has never been overtaken, by the way. Your success rate in reviews was 86%, which is unsurpassed. So did you ever have a moment like that? So somebody randomly go, nobody's really appealing, and someone goes, review it. Who were the magicians?
Well, we had many people running at us going, review it, review it. Collingwood was a nightmare at backward. Certainly on LBW, it was like, Collie, it's nowhere near. It's 2 foot outside the line. Yeah, but the height was good, he would say. Broad obviously wanted everything reviewed. Swan, oh, there were a couple of times. And it was a conversation between, everyone would sort of give us their information, and then it would be between, and Strauss always trusted me, actually. He was like, right, it's on you. You're going to make the final decision. And there were a couple of times I said no to a Swanee appeal, and I was absolutely panicking watching the replay on the big screen, hoping that it wasn't actually out.
Here is O'Rourke again, and Joe Root opens the face of the back, guides it a backward point, and they scamper through for a single as Conway Fields. Did it ever happen? Was there ever a review turned down that would have been out that you can remember?
Not that I can remember.
You've erased it from
I think so.
memory.
Well, there must have been, because money 86%. We could have just been wrong for the ones we reviewed, right? Not for the ones we didn't. I can't remember, and I feel that the way Swanee would have reacted, I feel like it would have been etched in my mind forever. And here we are, England 143 for 3. Brooke, the new man in. Off the mark straight away. 1 from 1. And Smith is waiting to go at him. Harry Brooke going through his routine, taking guard. Going to scratch around, tapping the gloves a few times.
Such a pro, Matt Pryor. Brooke waits as in comes Smith over the wicket. Played very late, but with soft hands, and it bounces before it reaches gully. And we just have been a very strange little period there with Emilio Gay getting to his 50, and then it was I know you've just been talking about reviews, but they almost didn't review. It was all very odd. There was no real celebration. There was kind of nothing, and then it was a big old fat nick.
And a good nick as well. It was a big noise, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was a big noise.
It was. There's Smith. He's in and bowls down the leg side. Brooke turns it down to deep backward square leg, and they'll come through for another single. Well, it was one thing that I know Jeremy Coney and Jared Kimber were talking about, that New Zealand needed to work out the right way to bowl to Emilio Gay, and it was something that they seemed to be searching for. And I think Jeremy Coney was the one who suggested it would be the well-directed short ball from Will O'Rourke might be their best option, and so it turns out. He knows a bit about cricket, Jeremy Coney.
Funny that, isn't it?
Huh?
He's a very wise man, Jeremy.
He is indeed. Root now on strike as Smith is in, and that leaps on him a little bit, but he plays it down into the ground, into the gully region, no run. That sky, by the way, is now turning much, much bluer, so we should be set for the rest of the evening for as long as the light holds out. We're only a few days away from the longest, 3 days away, aren't we? Or 3 or 4 from the longest day of the year.
Oh, don't say that. It means winter's coming.
Oh, you sound like a Stark and not the Mitchell variety. Smith over the wicket. Root turns that around to square leg. It's played off the pads. And I'll take another single. 145 for 3.
But O'Rourke again, he really bowled a great spell to Emilio Gay. He was stuck on. Let's say stuck. Emilio Gay didn't look affected by the fact he was on 49. He wasn't panicking. He was playing nicely, but he couldn't get off the mark. He couldn't get to that 50, and then he did with a fantastic shot. And I wonder if he just switched off a little bit. But interestingly, O'Rourke went from around the wicket, which is bowled out Emilio Gay predominantly, to over the wicket, and that change of angle really upset him.
Next ball from Smith is played into the ground by Brooke, straight to gully, no run, and Phillips is hovering in there. It's the 2 slips in for Brooke early on. Still a long way off, of course, England from that first innings total of 391 from New Zealand, but it just feels like this is a good setup for a real contest, this test. And Smith is in, bowls, it's driven into the covers, but there's no way through the circle. It's the end of the over, 145 for 3 now, England. Thanks, Matt Pryor. He's going to take a break now with Root on 38, a pretty quick scoring one as well. He's faced 44 deliveries, and Brooke on 2, the new batter out there, as Jared Kimber makes his way into position to take Matt Pryor's place. And even during that over, the blue in the sky has spread even further, moving from our right as I look over to the Archbishop Tennyson School. And it's pretty much all blue there, so it really should brighten up. New over, and first ball from O'Rourke is clipped down to square leg. I'll come through for a single. So Rachel Ravindra fielding down in the deep there. Good afternoon, good evening, Jared.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone.
And good night.
It was almost good night for New Zealand if they hadn't appealed for that. I think I said to you straight away, we were both sitting next to each other off mic, and I said, did he not hit that? And I don't think you had that earwig in, did you? So I was then looking around for someone who had the earwig in, because I thought I was hallucinating. It was such a batty noise. Not Gareth Batty.
Brooke backs away to the next delivery and smears it down to the backward point boundary. Over the top as well. And that is 6. Goodness gracious me, what a shot that was.
Yeah, schmears is the correct term, I believe, for that particular shot. He just decided he wanted to hit it hard. And him and Rishabh Pant, they do count balls a little bit. It's a terrible idea, that shot. He's on the front foot. He decided to play a West Indian, Caribbean uppercut from a full ball over backward point for 6. But he's hit it off the middle of the bat, and it's still going.
That's brought up the 150 for England. Crazy shot. So Rourke is in again. It's a full ball once more, and this time it's just played out to point. But my mind's still discombobulated from that last shot.
From the schmear.
The schmear.
I will say this. I think Joe Root is sick and tired of having to say no after the last bat he was with was Emilio Gay, who just says yes every time. And he had to keep saying no. Now Harry Brooks just done it. Harry Brooks just hit that straight to point and went yes. And Root went, no. You just hit a 6. Just stand there for a minute.
When he played that, I was just watching the replay again. It was almost like he was off balance, falling backwards.
Oh, no, it was a terrible shot off the middle of his bat for 6.
Right.
I don't know how. There's no better way of explaining it. It was not a good idea.
Well, next ball is ducked under by Brooke, a short ball, and it really is getting much, much brighter now.
Yeah, it's not a bad time to bat now, considering it's late in the afternoon. It was terrible to bat earlier, and England really fought their way through. So what have we got? Hour and a half to go. They really don't want to be in a situation here where they lose or, give any advantage back to New Zealand on what is a flat pitch. So they got through the tough bit. Emilio Gay got a good ball. Will O'Rourke deserved a wicket at one stage today, but now England should be using the best of the conditions.
They are good conditions now. As O'Rourke is in, it's a wide ball that's really slashed at by Brooke. He doesn't make any connection. And it's a skipper, Tom Latham, took that and fell on his bottom.
I can't tell if Joe Root was laughing at the non-strikers then or cringing a little bit as he threw everything at this shot again, got the bottom edge, maybe even the toe, and it hit slip, didn't it, Tom Latham? He didn't really field it, he fielded him. You okay, Mel? The ball fielded him, I said. It's Will O'Rourke.
It is Will O'Rourke bowling, and that's driven uppishly, but it gets through the diving fielder at extra cover and goes all the way for 4.
Yeah, Matt Henry, it was a good effort out there. Him and Nathan Smith at mid-off and mid-on have fielded a lot of balls at times that have been hit at them very hard. That looked like it was in the air for a moment. Well, I mean, because it was, but not quite close enough to the fielder. So he's hit a 6 that really should be stricken from the record. He's got an under edge that's hit slip, and now he's not gone far away from being caught by mid-off. So he's stretching it, but Glenn Phillips scored at a similar rate. I would say that Glenn Phillips' counter-attacking innings is a little bit more sensible. Smith is bowling, Blundell's up at the stumps to Joe Root.
Yes, so interesting tactic as Smith is in and bowls and just squirts out to point, and they come through for a quick single to Root. He moves on to 40. It feels like it's become a lot more in vogue in recent times. I feel like I've seen a lot more of keepers up to the stumps generally.
Yeah, it started with Bazball because England were batting out of their crease and sometimes walking down the crease. But then Pakistan started doing it. Daryl Mitchell started doing it. And I think it was Blundell who actually started the fad, and then obviously Alex Carey's taken it to another level. They're just trying to keep batters in their crease for as long as possible.
Brooke is there as he plays and misses at 1 from Smith, and Blundell is right there hovering, whips the bails off just to make sure Brooke knows he's there, and Brooke goes for a walk down the pitch and just has a good old prod with his bat.
Yeah, really good delivery. He bowls wide, Smith. That angle's in, moved away, and Blundell has taken it beautifully at 84 miles an hour and taken the bail off all in one go. It's great cricket. Not out, though.
Come on in, Ace. Come on, boy.
And it wasn't like he was overbalancing. Blundell just did it because it looks good for the cameras, and frankly, that's what we're here for.
That's a fine bit of keeping. Here's Smith over the wicket, and it's on the front foot defending Brooke. Ball rolls up to mid-off, no run.
I'm going to assume you've never wicket kept to a seamer up at the stumps, Mel.
Let me think about that for a moment,
Just
Jared.
go through the diary. Do an AI search on your emails.
Yeah. No, I have not. I admire it. I love it when I see it.
There's something about it that when you take the ball, you kind of just want to take the bails off more than you do to a spinner, because you're used to it with a spinner. The ball comes through. But when you're at it with a quick, it's like, hey, look what I can do.
He's there waiting as in comes Smith, and again, high elbow. Eyes over the ball. Defender just drops it in front of him, Brooke.
I played indoor cricket a few years ago where obviously you're always keeping up with the stumps. And it was a couple of guys who were like semi-professional cricketers from South Africa, big Afrikaners boys who bowled very, very fast. And every time I took the ball, I took the bails off. So about 1 in 5.
What happened for the other 4?
I got hit. They hit the back net. Occasionally they just bowled someone and I hadn't noticed. They were a little bit too quick to be up at the stumps for.
Well, Smith is quick, and he's running in now. Bowls. The next ball's a thick edge, and it's fallen just short, I think, of first slip. Just for a second, it looked a little bit ropey from Brooke.
Yeah, I think it was second slip, wasn't it? Was it Latham who took that one again? So 2 balls have gone to him. He is standing so close you could barely see Mitchell. In fact, if they swapped, you wouldn't be able to see because Mitchell would block out Latham if he was at second slip. But yeah, it was well short in the end. But you're right, not a particularly good shot from Brooke, sort of forcing his hands through the ball. You can see he really wants to hit the ball, which is very similar to how Phillips batted on this surface, and he made 100. So I can understand the theory.
Crouches and waits. As Smith is in, bowls, and this time he tries to hoik it. And he does hoik it, but only as far as the fielder down at long leg. And that is the end of what's felt like a bit of an eventful over, and it always does when the keeper's up to the stump. But England now 158 for 3 with Root on 40 and Brooke on 15. But I mean, it is a common tactic to keep the batter in the crease, particularly when you feel the ball is swinging. But in Brooks' case, it feels like it's not just as about the ball swinging as it is about stopping Brook from just wandering wherever the hell he wants out there and then depositing the ball wherever he wants.
Yeah, so what the wobble ball has done is given batters a full ball that is very consistently pitching on the same spot over and over again. And so what they did, whether it be, as I said, Mitchell with his giant step, or whether it be Ollie Pope with the little baseball shuffle down the wicket, or Babar Azam batting 2 meters out of the crease, they're basically saying you can't bowl that length anymore.
O'Rourke is in now. Bowls, and it's just turned into mid-wicket by Brook. They take off for a single. It'll be a comfortable one in the end.
Because the wobble ball isn't just dangerous. It is slightly more dangerous than a normal seaming delivery, but it isn't that much more dangerous than a seaming delivery. But it was actually matched then with the fact that bowlers started bowling it to hit the top of the stumps. Whereas before, if you look at the old West Indian bowlers, they're usually bowling the ball when it's going well over the stumps. Glenn McGrath would usually go over the stumps. So they're bowling fuller. So the batters went, okay, well, we know you're going to bowl fuller, so we're going to meet the ball.
Root is ready to meet the ball as O'Rourke is in and bowls, and he whips through the pull, a low pull shot that goes all the way along the carpet down to deep mid-wicket. And they will take another single.
See, Root's doing a similar thing, but what he's done there is, on that ball, he went back. And why Root is a very different, so I mentioned a couple, Mitchell, Ollie Pope, Babar Azam. They basically pick one spot and they try and replicate that over and over again. What happens with Root is he bats a little bit more like Javed Miandad, where sometimes he'll bat 2 meters out of his crease, sometimes he'll bat right back on his stumps, so you never know what your best length is to him.
2 slips and a leg slip in as Root pushes the next ball out into the covers. And it's just another single. These two pretty happy just to keep turning over the strike at the moment. They've had that leg slip in for Root all the way through New Zealand.
Well,
they?
I noticed in the last over they didn't have it. So, yeah, other than that, it's been pretty consistent. So maybe they were trying to bowl a little bit more outside off stump with Smith bowling. But yeah, I can't think of too many times he's gone out there. It might just be something to do with this wicket, because both teams have used it a lot.
Well, it's Henry Nichols in at leg slip. 2 slips and a gully as well, as O'Rourke is in, and that one's left outside the off stump comfortably by Root. Great hum of a well-satisfied crowd here, who just had one interruption from rain, but that's the only thing that has disrupted. I'm sure has been a very enjoyable day of cricket for them.
I wonder what the sound of the hum would be if they were unsatisfied.
Oh, you can tell.
Oh, you can tell, okay.
Yeah, come on.
Humometer. That's what they
can
call
tell.
Farrell.
You can tell the satisfaction or lack of as Root awaits. And O'Rourke delivers and Root pulls. There's protection out on that deep square leg boundary, although there was a little fumble out there.
Rachin Ravinder, is it?
No, that's
no, he's
Mitchell
just here.
Satner. No,
Yeah.
is that Mitch Satner?
You
out
might be
there?
right. It's actually hard to tell. It's got really bright and everyone...
I'm pretty sure that's
think
Mitch
you're right, yeah.
Satner out there.
He's saying he didn't pick that up. To be fair, yeah, it is Santner. He's just come on. Untucked. Should have known that. He's a very untucked man.
I hope we get to see him bowl at some point in this series as O'Rourke is in. Oh, and that's a well-directed bouncer. That has Brook limboing and finishing on his knees as he bends his back. It's the end of the over, 162 for 3 now. England with Root on 42 and Brook on 15.
Do you know what happens when Root scores 6 more runs? I just found out from producer Scott. So this isn't a test. I mean, it is a test, apparently.
He will be on 48.
He will be on 48. That is one part of the test completed. He will also have 14,000 test runs. 1-4, not 40,000. 14,000.
Keeps ticking off those milestones, doesn't he? He's all class. That when they came back out here and he faced that over from O'Rourke and the boundaries he was hitting, I was purring like a little kitten. Just so wonderful. Feels so privileged to watch him bat. He's on strike now. So we start another over. It's Matt Henry back in now. It's defended by Root out towards extra cover, no run. So Henry back for a spell from the Vauxhall end. So now bowled 9.1 overs, 2 maidens, none for 44. He was expensive early on. Ben Duckett really got after Henry when he bowled his opening spell, and he's running in now and just pulling up. I don't think it's a problem. Of course, he suffered those back spasms that really limited his contributions in the first test at Lord's.
Yeah, he's had a disappointing series so far with the injury, and then he came back on and bowled medium pace, and he hasn't been as good as he should have been in this test match so far either.
He's running in now, Shadow stretching out, and oh no, he's pulled up again. Now,
if he does this another 40 times, he'll be very, very similar to England's over rate.
Cole Jamieson just going and having a word. He's fielding at mid-off, just having a little word with Henry. So twice he's pulled out, up in his run out. But he's in now and bowls. That's down the leg side and helped on its way. It's not going to go to the boundary. There wasn't really much on it from Root.
I just had a look there to see how his run up went.
In fact, he didn't get anything on it.
I think it was a bye, was it? Yeah. Well, we need some more. We haven't had enough in this innings. We need to catch England's total. I was just checking to see if there was a problem with his run up. It looks fine. But I did have an international cricketer recently who contacted me because there was an issue with his bowling. With his bowling, he couldn't work out what it was.
As Henry bowls and it's defended with a straight bat by Brooke into mid wicket, no run.
So you can imagine Mal, I got in, did all this fancy stuff. And then one day I was looking at the video and I went, he's changed the foot he starts his run up with. So it used to be his left and he'd gone to his right, and it had completely changed the pattern of which he'd unfurled his body. And so he was going too slow and then too fast in his run up to try and catch up with it, not knowing why he was doing that.
Henry's in over the wicket, and that's a clip to straight mid wicket by Brooke. No run, still can't get through the infield.
So he knew that it was the run up that was wrong, and he couldn't work it out. And that's where I was getting caught too, because I was like, he's slow in his run up here, and then he's fast in his run up here. How is that possible in the same run up? And it was all just that, he was going off his wrong foot. So shows you how a really simple thing can really affect you.
Smith up to the stumps as in comes Henry, and it's played down into gully by Brooke.
You might have seen this. Was it Kim Garth in the one of the Australian games? Did she open the bowling or bowl first change? I'm trying to remember when she was bowling. But it was early on in the game, and she suddenly couldn't work out where her... Actually, it might have been one of the practice games. She couldn't work out where her mark was. And there was all these green squiggles everywhere, and she obviously couldn't work it out. And then even when she worked it out, she didn't feel comfortable, you could tell.
Henry bowls, and it's played late by Brooke, but can't get it past the diving Glenn Phillips. Or it does go past him, but he got a hand on it and stopped its momentum, prevented the run. It's the end of the over. England 164 for 3 with Root on 42, Brooke on 16.
It's like watching a doctor look at their notes and not trust their own handwriting. You could just see her looking at it going, I know I wrote this, but is it correct? Is this actually where I'm supposed to come from? It went on for quite a while. It went on for about 15 seconds. So little things like that happen. Sunil Gavaskar used to swear that when he bowled a bouncer, Michael Holding would start his run up off a different step, and then he noticed it. I've gone through so many Michael Holding spells, I can't see it. So it might have been very early on before we had as much footage on Michael Holding. But feet matter, Mel. Put that on a T-shirt.
Feet do matter, Jared Kimber, and I guess it just goes down there when you talk about the likes of Kim Garth, or when we talk so much about bowlers being in or out of rhythm. And so just the smallest thing can put them off. Here's another bowler, actually. It's Kyle Jamieson back into the attack. First ball, it's a good length delivery left outside the off stump by Brooke.
I don't think I would be able to tell you what step I take off, like what step I start my run-up from, unless I'm standing at the top of my run-up. I think if I was standing there and you asked, I'd be like, I'm 70% sure it's left. But right here at the moment, I'm about 52% sure it's left. So there is a psychological aspect to it. And I coach a lot of young kids in cricket now, and little things like that really affect them. One of my favorite things is watch a young fast bowler, Mel. I reckon Sonny Baker was doing it yesterday.
As Jamieson runs in over the wicket to Brooke, who clips that through mid-wicket. They'll just get the single, though.
Jamieson very clearly is breathing as he runs in, right? Baker,
I'm sure he is.
No, but Baker, have a look. Baker takes a big breath before he bowls, and I'm not as sure he's breathing as he's running in. I think he's holding his breath. And young fast bowlers do this a lot, and it's the first thing I teach young fast bowlers is, just so that you're aware, if you're going to run in for 20 steps, you're going to have to take a breath. And it's a thing that they teach boxers, because boxers will quite often try and hold their breath, and it's like, no, you have to be breathing the entire time, not just when the other person's laying on the canvas.
Jamieson bowls to Root, who just flicks that in that little gap between the slips and the gully. And that area down at fine deep third that is so productive to him. It's like threading a needle. He'd be a wonderful seamstress, wouldn't he, Joe Root?
So many people have said that. They're very good soft hands here. You described that very well. He knew what he was doing. There was always runs there. Have you seen Virat Kohli's new shoe brand?
I have not seen Virat Kohli's new shoe brand.
So he's got obviously cricket shoes, which were used in the IPL, but he also has shoes that are inspired by cricket balls. I'm going to get a picture, and you can live critique them. I don't think Virat's listening, but you never know with him.
Next ball from Jamieson is just chipped along the ground by Root up to mid-on. No run. Okay, I'm a bit nervous. Root now on 46 of 53 deliveries. He's been as beautiful to watch as ever. Certainly taking on the captaincy again. I know a few people made a bit about the fact that his average as captain is a little less than his average when he's not captain, but I think that has a fair bit to do with when he was captain. He waits now as Jamieson is in, and it's driven gently in front of point, no run.
Just going to hold them up here. It's not a good opening face that you've made, Mel, to Virat's designs. Oh, no, she's coming around, the eyebrows. The eyebrows have it.
They look a little bit like bowling shoes.
They do look a little bit like bowling shoes. So just to tell me if I've got this on camera, Scott. So they are clearly inspired by a cricket ball, and you can see they've taken the seam quite heavily, quite literally, I would say at times, in the design. I've heard very mixed reviews. Rory Dollard from the PA, is he PA? Yeah.
As Jamieson bowls, and that one shoots through a little bit low, and Root watches it carefully as that scoots past his knees.
Yeah, Rory Dollard quite liked them. One former cricketer I showed them to called them several things I can't say on air. So I'd say that was a negative review. Would you wear them, Mel?
I wouldn't wear them, but I like them.
Okay.
Just, by the way, it's 169 for 3 at the end of that over.
I like a gum sole. They've got a gum sole. I'm a big gum
sole
sole guy. No? You're not a gum sole person?
No, I like a gum sole.
I've got gum soles on today.
So, yeah, no, I like them, but I'm a bit of a white trainer girl.
Oh,
hang on, the
if
white one.
only there
them.
was a white one.
Okay, I'd wear that one, definitely.
I don't know if Virat's team wants to send us some free shoes. But if they do, we will accept all free shoes. And gum boots, Uggs.
I thought you were going to say gum soles.
Oh, definitely gum soles.
All right. Time for a new over from Matt Henry.
Ooh.
First ball. That's come off the inside edge of Brooks' bat and just got a little bit big on him as well.
Yeah, that really got up that one, didn't
Yeah,
it?
it did.
Again, the inconsistent bounce. He just comes down to tap the pitch. What I love about that, Mel, is he tapped the pitch 2 meters from where it bounced.
He's the inconstant gardener, isn't that the name of the film? The Constant Gardener? He's the inconstant gardener. But Blundell is up to the stumps again as Henry is over the wicket, and that's clipped into square leg by Brooke. No run. Certainly since Blundell has come up and got right in Brooks' sort of ear, if you like, in his personal space, it's definitely had an effect. Get out of my
That
personal
had an effect
space.
on you.
Exactly. And, you know, I can understand it. 2 slips and a gully there too as in comes. Oh. Well, Henry gets the inside edge, runs down to long leg in the end.
Yeah, that's good bowling. A couple of good balls in this over. I think there are certain batters who don't like the wicketkeeper being up, and there are certain batters who don't notice it. It's happened a lot to Brooks, so I would think it's not concerning him. I think what's concerning him more is that Henry's bowling really well at the moment. That was the wobble ball. Again, nipped back a little bit. The other one bounced a bit more on him. So I think at the moment the thing that is bothering him is just that Henry has finally found his rhythm.
That's what we spoke about, rhythm, and it's Henry is in once more, a full delivery that's punched up to wide, mid-off, no run.
Yeah, just another good delivery there on the spot. And Root dead bats that. You know, Root is probably one of the best batters I've ever seen at the ability to block, and those 2 planes went really close. And I'm not the only person who noticed it. You would have heard that on the effects mic, that everyone suddenly looked up and it looked like 2 planes were about to crash right above us. Thankfully that didn't happen, but yeah. I only looked up because I heard the crowd start to make a noise.
Well, I think they were at different heights.
I'm sure they were, but that's not how the crowd felt, was it?
Oh, strange. Henry, yeah, no, there's a shout for that one. Oh, finger goes up. Can you believe it? Root is gone on 46. And Henry, well, he's toiled hard, he's toiled long, and he finally has a wicket in this test, and it's that of Joe Root, but he has reviewed. So we'll take a moment now to have a look at this. Rod Tucker, the TV umpire.
It was above the knee roll. I don't think it's bouncing over though, but there has been a little bit of extra bounce at times this over. It was a really good delivery. You could see it's the wobble ball, it's nipped back. There might be a conversation here of whether Root played a shot, by the way, but it has hit him very high. Does that hit the gloves on the way up? I don't think it did.
I'm not sure. They might have to check everything. I mean,
Check everything.
Check everything. It was a terrific ball. Just nipped back enough.
Could be and it's out. It's umpire's call on impact, which was the tricky one. I wondered if Rod Tucker was going to say that there was no shot played there, because it's kind of a half late shot played. But in the end, he decided it was a shot that was played, but it was just enough impact inside for the umpire's call. I think it was a pretty good ball, Mel. It takes a lot to get rid of Joe Root. That really came back. He was defending that. It seemed back, and it beat him for pace as well, didn't it?
Rhythm. Well, it almost, as it seemed, it almost skidded. If you know what I mean, it seemed to pick up pace as it came off the pitch.
Which is what Henry does at his best, right? If you listen to batters and when they talk about facing him, it's not just that he gets the lateral movement, it's that he doesn't seem to lose pace off the wicket, so you're constantly pushing at it. And that was a perfect example of a little bit of lateral movement, a really good delivery, and then beat him for pace as well. So huge wicket there, and Joe Root now has 13,998 test runs. So remember that for the next knock.
Okay, well, it just has to get 2, doesn't it? England, 174 for 4, as we see James Root coming out to bat in an England shirt for the first time. And I know a lot of people, not just in Somerset, will be very excited for this moment.
Well, if it sounded like a low boo, I think they had decided that they were going to roo him as he came out. I think that was the noise that they made.
Well, it's like the root.
Yeah, I think. Did you not hear that from this wing?
Oh, yeah,
I
I
say
did.
that this wing, even though we've got headphones on. Could have been anywhere. We could have put it in as a sound effect. Maybe Scott was just doing it last night in his room. Roo. Roo. Just overlaying it.
Well, if it's consistent, isn't it? If they're going to make that sound for Joe Root, why not for James Root? The Somerset
It's
boy.
half a roots, isn't it?
He's actually,
Phonetically.
I'm disappointed. I want his nickname to be Kanga, and apparently it's not.
Oh, okay. Maybe his brothers.
No, apparently not either.
Well, I was disappointed. We found out that Daryl Mitchell's nickname is Moose because his dad was Moose, but I think Son of Moose would be better.
Well,
You'll be thinking about that for a while.
the left-hander, Somerset, on first ball. He plays into the ground and it balloons up off the pitch and lands in the right hand of Henry. Good over from him, the end of which England 174, having lost the wicket of Joe Root, who was out for 46 or 57 deliveries. LBW Henry, lovely little nip backer. It had to be good to get rid of one of the finest batters that the game has ever seen. But now, James Root coming out, one of two brothers who have watched a bit of James and Thomas. Very, very...
Who's your favourite?
Oh, don't do
It's not
that
Sophie's
to me.
choice.
It is Sophie's choice. I'm going to reserve judgment on that, but I do love watching both of them bat. I'm going to go and enjoy James batting from my seat and leave you with manners.
Jameson coming in. And that's a good ball. He just keeps his out, does Harry Brook. It's on the leg side. They'll take a single, but it was good, straight delivery at the stumps. That last wicket, I think, is, as Mel has completely destroyed what's left of our studio behind me, under me. Very, very good delivery there at the stumps and just kept out. They just look like they've got a little bit more energy now, New Zealand. They hung in for a while. I thought they did the right thing. And now, with a new batter who's on debut, they'll be thinking, cheeky little wicket here, and they're in. Talking about cheeky little wickets, it's Neil Manthorpe.
There's Jordan Cox to come as well. And then there is a lengthy tail, isn't there? Here's Carl Jameson back into the attack and clipped away very nicely indeed down towards long leg.
First run in
for
Test
his
cricket?
first run in Test cricket to James Root. Batting in a sleeveless sweater. Prolific run scorer, of course, for Somerset and King's College Taunton before that. And England A and England under-19s.
Has he played for anyone else?
He's played for the Sharjah, what are they called? Warriors?
Is that in the T10? Or is that in the Emirates?
In the ILT20.
IL, sorry,
Yeah. Right. Here we go. It's Carl Jameson bowling to Harry Brook. Two slips and a gully. There's a man at deep backward point and deep square leg as Brook comes forward and plays defensively, guiding it out towards extra cover. I like the the deep backward point on the boundary, because for Harry Brook and for not many other players in world cricket, he's there for the catch.
Yeah, catching deep backward point. Well, I mean, that six he hit over there, that's exactly where he was. He hit it. That was an extraordinary shot.
And how extraordinary would it be if he was caught there in this situation at this time of day?
He's actually, they've started bowling better, and he's reined it back in a little bit since the excitable start.
Mid on and mid off for giving him a single, which is I find interesting, and I'm not against it. Oh, that's a very fine leg glance, and I mean that in both senses of the word. Full and straight from Jameson, and Harry Brook has given it the gentlest of tickles down to fine leg. Rachin Ravindra wasn't able to cut it off, and he is quite square at long leg, right? He's not fine leg, but nonetheless he didn't have a great deal of distance to cover, and he wasn't able to get there. So beautifully timed from Harry Brook, who moves on to 23. England 176 for 4 in reply to New Zealand's 391, so still some distance in arrears. Been another good day for the Black Caps, so they're 4 wickets today as Jameson is in once more. Brook pushes it to backward point, sets off for a single. Phillips picks up, has a shy at the stumps. Oohs and ahs from the New Zealanders. That wasn't too far away. Quick single. Not entirely sure what the reason for that was. It didn't. Well, he just felt there was a single, I suppose, and it was a sharp one. And there's nothing that says you shouldn't take sharp singles at any stage of a Test innings.
He was in, so I suppose from that angle you could say that wasn't the worst thing, but it was a risky one, and I don't think he realised it was Glenn Phillips out there. I don't think you take that single if you know that Phillips is in the ring. I'm taking on Conway rather than Phillips.
2 slips in a gully for James Roux as Jameson is in once again, and forward comes the Somerset left-handed wicket-keeper, pushing it out towards cover. It is fielded by Conway. And there's no run. 177 for 4. James Roux has 1. Harry Brook has 24. Joe Root, the last to go. LBW to Matt Henry for 46. As you said, Jared, just 2 runs short of 14,000 in Test cricket. What's your thought on players of a certain stature and status just automatically having the right to burn a review? I mean, he's not the only one by any means.
He didn't burn it. They retained the review. I thought it was a fair call. It was high. It hit him high, and it had to be close to the off stump. You didn't think it was a fair thing to review? I thought it was out, and I would have probably given it, but I didn't think it was a bad review.
Okay. It was more. It wasn't specifically about that. It was a general question. Oh, there's another appeal for leg before wicket and out. Given out. Harry Brook is walking. He knows he's been done. Matt Henry has got his second in this spell, and he's got the big 2. Joe Root and Harry Brook, and Brook's just walking. He knows he's absolutely been done there. Matt Henry bowling a sensational spell with the keeper standing up, and that is undoubtedly, I think, having an effect. England are 177 for 5, and Brook has gone for 23.
Yeah, I think the keeper is a little bit in his mind, but he's just completely changed his rhythm, and he's beaten him for pace again. That's the second world-class player that Matt Henry has beaten for pace. So there was a little bit of seam movement. It wasn't quite as much from what I could tell there as the Joe Root one, but Brook just seemed a little bit late, and he went absolutely turned around and left the minute he was given. He didn't even have a conversation with Root. Beautiful little spell. I don't know if you saw this, but he was struggling with his run-up an over or 2 ago, and whatever he's done, he's completely worked it out because he seems to be bowling a yard quicker, and suddenly he's all over everyone.
Well, England are not only 5 down, they've got 2 debutants at the crease together in James Roux and Jordan Cox.
Double debutant.
It's a perilous position, is it not?
This is when you said before they've got Jordan Cox to come. I was thinking it more from the perspective of if they can get Jordan Cox in, even if he bats very well, he still has to start again tomorrow. And it's the same with Root. So I think New Zealand forget the 5 wickets and the massive lead. Even within that, I think there's another small victory here. If they don't get another wicket tonight, these 2 still have to start again tomorrow. And I can tell you one thing that New Zealand won't do tomorrow, Manners. They won't spray around a bunch of bouncers and bring on their part-time spinner. They will attack the top of off stump. They will do whatever their plans are. They will be patient, and they will not waste an hour and a half or whatever it was that England wasted this morning with absolute nonsense. So it's going to be tough. If these 2 survive this session, it's going to be just as tough tomorrow morning.
You know, apart from the fact that England set a slog field with men on the boundary from the very first ball of play this morning, it's the easy runs that they give away, because if players like Carl Jameson decide not to slog and carve one up into the air to deep cover or deep mid-wicket, and where all these exotic places that England had fielders right from the start of play this morning, it's if they decide to play properly, then there are so many gaps in the infield. You just take singles, play yourself in, and suddenly you start building a lead or a total that is way beyond what conditions merit. I mean, it was really, really strange. So Jordan Cox joins James Root. Cox batting at number 7 on his Test debut. He's a top order player, remember. He's opened more than he's batted 7 because he's never batted 7, but he has opened a lot. Anyway, he's got to put all of that out of his mind. Right now, it's just him and the bowler and the next ball. Don't worry about where you're batting, what the scoreboard says. Beautiful sunshine now. It's the brightest light of the day, actually, apart from the very start. But nothing but a few wispy white clouds high in the sky, alto cirrus. And here is Matt Henry, the keeper, still standing up to Jordan Cox, and he plays defensively off the back foot, guides it out towards extra cover, and there's no run. 177 for 5.
Must be weird for Cox after being a professional fielder in the IPL for a couple of months.
Didn't play a single game, did he? Not one. Did he play
not
one?
play one? I don't know. He certainly fielded a lot for them.
Well, right now, England haven't saved the follow-on. I mean, I don't think that it would be enforced, even if they did lose 5 for 13. They trail by 214. That's driven up towards mid-on and straight to mid-on. Nathan Smith, the impressive, persevering, persistent Nathan Smith. Not just that, but highly skillful as well, and excellent in the field. Produced the run-out that got rid of Ben Duckett. England 177 for 5, and things were looking rather different at 142 for 2. But a couple of wickets for Matt Henry. And here comes Henry once again in a very, very good spell. Pushed away on the offside once again by Jordan Cox. Tell me why, was there a particular moment, a particular reason with a particular batsman that Henry asked the keeper to stand up, or was it Tom Blundell's initiative? I missed the moment that he decided to stand up, but
he was standing up to Smith.
Yeah.
And then Henry came on and he stayed up.
Okay.
So I think he's just quite comfortable with it now.
Here comes Henry once again, and that's pushed away defensively.
My guess is that it's Joe Root related, because Joe Root bats out of his crease, then in his crease, then out of his crease, and in his crease, a bit like what Javed me and Dad used to do, and they were just like, we don't want that. And then once he was up at the crease, he obviously did it for both players. And when Harry Brook came in, there's no reason not to be at the stumps at that point, because we've seen Alex Carey and Rishabh Pant be up at the stumps to him as well.
Here's Matt Henry once again running away from us from the Vauxhall end. That's left alone outside the off stump by Jordan Cox. And there's no run. The over comes to an end, 177 for 5. So I said I'm sure it's had an effect, the standing up. And I'm just putting 2 and 2 together and reaching a conclusion which may or may not be accurate. But both wickets, Root and Brook, were LBW. And you sort of reach the conclusion, don't you, perhaps, that they're trapped in their crease and that they're deep because the keeper is standing up, and therefore that's contributed towards them being trapped LBW. I mean, and you know what? If I was the captain and I was the bowler and I was the keeper, I'd say that's exactly why it worked.
Yeah, I think the other thing that they're doing is basically Henry's at his best when he can just bowl every ball hitting the top of the stumps. You can't do that if the batter's moving around the crease or using their feet to you or anything. So he can bowl his best ball, and as you say, I do think
Jameson into the left-handed James Root, clips it off his toes nicely to mid-wicket, but can't beat the field.
I do think that there is. Maybe it doesn't always happen, but there are certain times when the wicketkeeper comes up when you're facing a seam bowler where you do feel a little bit more cramped. You don't have your room. I think Mel was talking about it, of like they're in your space in a way that they wouldn't be when you're normally facing fast bowling. And so there's a slight psychological thing. There's keeping you in your crease, and there's specifically allowing you to bowl your best ball over and over again. So yeah, I think that if you can do it, you should do it. Blundell's really the person who started this trend against England a couple of years ago.
Here's Jameson running towards us, more importantly towards James Root, leaves it alone outside the off stump, and there is genuine aghast shock and horror from Jameson and from keeper Tom Blundell, because that was angled in and it was getting closer and closer to the off stump when James Root left it alone. I didn't realise that Kyle Jameson was quite so spiky as a cricketer. I remember when he made his debut, he wasn't, boo to a goose man, but he wasn't quite as needly and as he appears to have become now.
I think if you've got a bowling average in the teens, at a certain point, you want to live that lifestyle, don't you?
Do you remember when he had a go at Vaibhav Suryavanshi in the IPL? Here is Jameson again, nudged away nicely off his pads by James Rew. He's played that so late that Jameson thinks it was a false shot, and he's again oohing and ahhing and running his fingers through his hair and hands on his knees. But it was looked like a very late, confident tuck off his pads for a single. So he got him.
I'm not 100% sure. I think that was at the top of off stump, and he played it with an angle bat to fine leg. He did hit off the middle, so I'll give him that. But I haven't seen a replay, but I can see why New Zealand. I think New Zealand is going for the top of off stump here over and over again, and it's a really good battle, especially for these two younger players.
Here is Jameson again, bowls to the right-handed Jordan Cox, pushing it out to extra cover, straight to the fielder, and there's no run. So when Emilio Gay is it's a rewind 2 hours. Emilio Gay is in trouble against Carl Jameson. Jameson's all over him for 2.5 overs. He's beaten the edge 3 times. He's had him hopping around with the short ball, and Jameson and the New Zealanders they need to read the moment. They need to, like, how can we get this guy? What's he going to try and do? He's in trouble. He knows it. What's he going to do? One thing he might do is take a quick single. Nathan Smith moves 5 yards closer at mid-off. He pushes it there, thinks he's got a single, is run out by Smith. And then Jameson, it's played off an inside edge. It bounces over the top of off stump, I reckon. He's trying to run that down. He was a caught in 2 minds shot from Jordan Cox, very indeterminate, and he gets an inside edge and it literally bounces down, I think, over the top of off stump. Anyway, Jameson, you spotted it immediately, turns to Emilio Gay, who's now at the safety, the non-striker's end, and he lavishes him with a sarcastic round of applause. And then you speak to the... I popped into the television production van and said, so what was the noise like? He said it was absolutely incessant for half an hour. The comments aimed at Emilio Gay. He is over-pitched, half-volley, through the offside, 4 runs, beautiful shot, cover drive from the textbook. Oh, that had hundreds and thousands on it. That was decorated like a birthday cake. Beautiful shot from Jordan Cox for 4.
Okay, if there's anything we could say about these two young men, Jordan Cox has scored in Test cricket in a much more glamorous way than James Rew did. He squidged his around the corner for a single, whereas this is a full flay cover drive, almost a square drive in the end. It was a bad ball from Jameson, who's been bowling really well for the last couple of overs, and he's disappointed in that, but a beautiful shot by Cox, sorry.
So Emilio Gay, and the stump mics pick up absolutely no response at all for 40 minutes from Emilio Gay, and it's legitimised bullying is what it is in Test cricket, because that's why we love this game. Steered away by the left-handed James Rew, giving him 100% credit for that. 2 slips and a gully in, and he's played that all the way along the ground between the second slip and the gully down to the unguarded third boundary. It might have been a fat edge, but it didn't look like it. It looked like he knew what he was doing there, James Rew. He picks up 4 runs, 186 for 5. And, you know, that's what you do as in Test cricket. You hunt as a pack. There's only 2 batsmen out there. The other one was Jacob Bethel. So he wasn't, he's not the big burly guy who's going to stand up for his partner. Emilio Gay was isolated, left alone outside the off stump by Rew now. And he withstood it. He was the lone wounded springbok or whatever. Was surrounded by a pack of hyenas who were circling him, and he withstood it. And he moved from, I think he had 18 at the time, to he completed his half century. But Jameson was absolutely at the forefront of this pack behaviour. Pushed away up towards mid-on, straight to the fielder.
I think he's a bit frustrated with his bowling. It hasn't been exactly how he would have wanted it the whole way through. So I think there is an element of that. And probably, it was also the fact that he thought he was a big chance of getting a of getting Emilio Gay anyway because of how he was bowling. But yeah, no, I've seen Jameson do that quite a bit. He doesn't mind a word or a clap.
Outside the off stump, left alone by the left-handed James Rue. Emilio Gay is a dual international, cricket dual international. I've got a question for you. I'm
Could have been it could have been a try international.
That's right. Could play for the West Indies. But I've got a question for you, and you might know. You probably do know the answer, but a lot of our listeners and viewers won't know the answer, and they'll be shocked by the answer. I think I was. Here is Matt Henry. It's down the leg side and not taken cleanly, but that's not easy for Tom Blundell. He's done really well just to get gloves on that. There's a foot and a half down the leg side. How many cricket dual internationals have there been? We all know a couple of, Kepler Vessels, and we can all kind of think of a couple of obvious ones.
Do you want more? Do you want me to say some obvious ones?
Yeah, go on.
So
yeah.
Dirk Nannes.
Yeah.
Uh,
Here is Henry once again, and pushed away out on the offside. There's the New Zealand, Hong Kong and New Zealand.
Mark Chapman.
Mark Chapman.
Gary Balance.
Gary Balance, Zimbabwe and England. So there are quite a lot.
Tim
but
Garth, the Irish bowler who plays for Australia now.
Yep. So my question is, at the end of the over, by the way, England are now still in trouble at 186 for 5. What number dual international was Emilio Gay? He's the latest. So how many have there been?
So Ireland's had, 4 or 5 on their own, haven't they?
Ireland and England.
Gavin Hamilton.
Scotland and England.
Who was the other Scottish player played for England? Dougie Brown?
Mike Dennis.
Did Dougie Brown play an international for?
He may well have done.
Okay.
First delivery the next over from Jameson outside the off stump, left alone by Cox.
I am going to assume 34th. Emilio Gay is the 34th dual international.
And you've deliberately gone high there, haven't you? Because
Because there's a lot in associate cricket that, as I said, there's 4 or 5 with Ireland there. So yes, I've gone high, and I'm still well under, aren't I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the 53rd dual international.
I don't think I would have gone much more than 42. 42 might have been my top.
Well, I'm writing a column about it. You'll be able to read about it overnight. Here is Jameson again, and that one is clipped handsomely off his toes by Jordan Cox.
Where do you write your columns?
On Substack.
Oh, is it?
Same place you do.
What's it called?
Manners on Cricket.
Manners on Cricket, is it? Oh, okay. Mine's called Good Areas. Goodareas.co.
53rd. Several, Jared, you'd be not surprised to know that not many people would have known about. There's one chap who's played for Ghana and Nigeria.
Okay. Yeah, I could see that. Does that count also East Africa? If you played for East Africa, then you played for your national team?
No, there's none on my list.
None on your list, okay.
No. That's not a country, is it? Down the leg side.
Neither's the West Indies?
Taken by Tom Blundell left-handed. What was that?
Neither's the West Indies. Neither's the Ireland cricket team. Neither is technically the England and Wales cricket board.
There's been 4 or 5 played for the West Indies and the Americas, Canada or America.
Yeah, that is true. Hayden Walsh Jr. would be the latest one I would have thought.
He's on there.
Trying to think of some others on that list. Yeah. Well, if you played for your island in the West Indies and then played in America or Canada, you would add another 50 to that. Guys like Dylan Haliger and all those sorts of people.
Well, he played for Barbados and then, okay. Left alone outside the off stump by Jordan Cox, 186 for 5.
If we still had a Welsh cricket team, we could, if we had a legitimate Welsh team that played consistently, you would add a few more, another 5 or 10.
Why are Wales so good at over 50s cricket?
Are they? Of all the things I thought you were going to ask me, in fact, I've got the rankings here.
You look at the over 50s World Cups, and Wales are always there, and they do well. And
cribbing their ages, is that what you're saying? Age fraud.
It's called age fraud, yeah.
Neil Manthorpe, you've heard it here first. He is not believing the Welsh over 50s team.
No, I do. I've seen them. They are old men. They look like me. Short, and then Jordan Cox goes into position to pull, and then Hansen really swiftly and cleverly drops his hands and lets it go. That's hard to do that when you seem committed to the pull shot, and it's so late. You're actually in position to play the pull and then just drop the hands and let it go through to the keeper. It's tough to do, and Jordan Cox done it very well. 186 for 5. Just a reminder that New Zealand made exactly 100 runs for the last 3 wickets this morning. They resumed at 291 for 7. They were bowled out for 391 with a maiden Test century for Glenn Phillips. He's made exactly 100, batting at number 7. Very, very fine innings. Courageous and skillful in equal measure. 41 from Kyle Jameson. And the pick of the bowlers, bizarrely, was Jacob Bethel with 3 for 26. Not bowling Jaffers, was he? And England have lost Ben Duckett for 36, Emilio Gay for 53, Joe Root for 46, Harry Brook for 24. They're in a bit of trouble at 186 for 5. More from Jared Kimber. And then it'll be Melinda Farrell to take us through to 6:30.
Well, Manners is leaving, so he'll never be able to answer my question, but I will read Manners on Cricket later to find out, did Jade Dernbach play a game for Italy? I know he did a training camp with them, but I don't know if he played a game.
He did, yeah.
He did, there we go. There's another good one. We are at the Oval, where I've seen Jade bowl quite a lot. He's obviously done a lot for Talksport as well. It's Matt Henry coming around the wicket. Keeper's up at the stumps. You hear the noise of the keeper, Tom Blundell there. I think we're going to hear that noise a lot in James Rew's career. He's going to get 3 out on the leg side. As he flicked this across the line, he comes back for the 3rd. And he does play across his front pad quite a bit. And so far, New Zealand have got excited at absolutely every one of them. But he has found bat. So a 3 gets him off strike. He moves to 9. Cox is 4. Melinda Farrell is whatever she wants to be.
A dual international. That's what I am. A dual international like yourself, Jared Kimber.
Yeah, I don't know if I would qualify to play for England now. I suppose I do. No, because you don't need a passport. You just need to live here for a while now, don't you?
Henry over the wicket to Cox, who plays with a very high elbow, defensive on the back foot into the covers. And I mean, what a scene that we have set here now, though. We've got England in a wee bit of trouble with 2 debutants out in the middle together, and New Zealand and Matt Henry on fire as Henry is in, bowls to Cox, who clips this nicely, just square of mid-wicket. Come back, or they'll just get the one. Trin Ravindra in there doing the clean-up. And it is amazing how Henry just found his mojo somewhere. I'm not sure where, but he got it. Found his rhythm, found his mojo. Picked up the wickets of Root and Brook with similar balls.
Where do you look for your mojo, Mel?
Now, I lost mine a long time ago, and I've been looking for it ever since. Now, Rue on strike as Henry is around the wicket. That leaps up, and Blundell does a good job to take that one. He's lurking behind those stumps again. The tactic of having the keeper up has done wonders for Henry in particular.
Yeah, just look at the Harry Brook one again. He really misjudged the length, which he did earlier in the day, and he hit it for 6. And this time he misjudged the length and was just out plumb LBW.
As Henry is in, bowls to Rue, it's down the leg side, and he gets enough on it to send it down to long leg moving finer. And, moves England on to 191 for 5, and Rue is in double figures. He's just got on to 10.
So for those who haven't seen Rue play all that much, I've seen little bits of highlights, and I think there is the player I would compare him to the most in technical skill is probably Graham Smith. There's not a ball that Rue faces he doesn't want to hit to backward square leg. So he does play across that front pad quite a lot.
That's Cox, though, now that ball straying well down the leg side. Blundell takes it, and that finishes off the over from Henry, with England 191 for 5 as the shadow from the JM Finn stand is about 2/3 of the way to the stumps now, lengthening evening shadows. This is going to be a really tricky period. What a welcome this is for the two newbies. Yeah, I mean, Rue has just been outstanding for Somerset. Look at 1200s already at the age of 22 in first-class cricket.
But interestingly enough, the average isn't that high. So he makes a lot of big scores. I wonder if he struggles with his starts.
New over from Jamieson around the wickets, and Rue just presses forward in defence, straight back to Jamieson. His average in first-class cricket is 41.71. 1750s in there as well. The highest score of 221.
Yeah, I'm going to assume, looking at that record, without, although I have sent it to a friend, that he has a low median score. So Ollie Pope was someone with a low median score, and it generally means that players are not particularly good at starts, but once they get in, they make runs.
Jamieson in, bowls defended out up towards mid-on, no run.
You have worked, I think extensively, I'm going to say extensively, with someone who had one of the highest median test scores in the history of the game. You've never given me that look before. That's median Mel's face.
Who's that then?
Chris Rogers.
Ah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
Ollie
okay.
Pope has one of the lowest medians, and Chris Rogers has one of the highest. Ken Barrington as well, who is from the Ovals, another one with a very high one. So it's just players who are very good at getting starts every time. That's basically what it means.
Two slips and a gully in for Rue as Jamieson is in around the wicket and he's forward in defence once more. So I actually interviewed James Rue about a month ago when I was down in Taunton for a Somerset game. And as Jared just almost yanked the microphone out of my hand with his foot, and Matt Pryor is back in and just saying, Matt, I spoke to James Rue about a month ago down in Taunton and talked to him a bit about his style of play. He's not the quickest scorer as Jamieson is in and bowls, and that's a lovely drive straight through the covers. He had a bit of width to work with, Rue. And that is 4 runs, another boundary. He moves on to 14. The ball was there for him to put away, and he did it very nicely.
He did. Fantastic balance at the crease. I think if we look at this situation for these two young men coming in, England up against it. Debutants. This is going to be as much about character as it is about technique. But from a technical perspective, that last shot was as good as it gets. A bit full, granted, but it still has to be put away, and it was put away very well.
Rue waits again as in comes Jamieson around the wicket. This time he strays down the leg side, and a dive from Blundell prevents it leaking any buys. Well, so I was speaking to James Rue about it. So his strike rate in first-class cricket is about 55, and he's an occupier of the crease, isn't he? Once he gets in, he stays in for long periods of time, hence those 1200s. And he said he kind of was quite comfortable in the fact that he perhaps wasn't the kind of batter who might have been seen as a popular addition to the way England have played in the past couple of years. As Jamieson is in and bowls, that's full and clipped beautifully straight at mid-wicket, and that is another 4 for Rue, who has been awarded the same chance or moan by the crowd as Joe Root. It takes England to 199. Yeah, so he was quite comfortable in the fact that he probably scores a bit more at a more sedate pace than a lot of the in-vogue batters. But he kind of said, that's fine. I know I'm not exactly what they've been looking for in the past, but if I get in, I'm going to play my way, which is, I think, exactly the right approach.
It is. As a batsman, your currency is runs. Doesn't matter how you get them. It's down on your head. You can do whatever you need to do, but as long as you're scoring runs, and he has scored an incredible amount of runs, but also an incredible amount of hundreds, which bodes very, very well.
Nathan Smith in first ball has just punched in a gap between backward points and cover by Cox. So he's getting in on the boundary act now, because that's another 4. Just picked out the gap, timed really well.
Yep, another beautiful shot. And this wicket's still playing very, very well. Didn't have to do a great deal there, just sort of length on the ball. Not a bad ball, decent length, but Cox has sort of stood up, got on top of the bounce and just punched it through. Square cover.
The keeper is still up, by the way, as Smith is in and bowls, and that's down the leg side, and it's just squirted down to deep backward square leg. They'll take a single. 200 has come up for England in this over. Halfway there is the is the song being belted out in the stands at the moment as England cross the 200. New Zealand making 391 in their first dig. Still a long way to go, and they've lost half their wickets as well, England. Halfway there, and more than halfway in terms of runs, but they've lost half their wickets along the way. Rue on strike as Smith is around the wicket and it's left alone, and Blundell takes it right up to the stumps. I wanted to ask you, Matt Pryor, about Brooke, and we saw him play that outrageous 6 where he backed away, he's moving around the crease, playing with abandon as he flayed that ball, and then Blundell came up to the stumps, and all of a sudden everything changed, and he was really constricted, and then came the wicket. It's something that Australia did to Brooke during the Ashes very successfully with Alex Carey. As Smith is into Rue, who defends the ball straight down, and it rolls harmlessly past the outside of the stumps. So as a member of the Keepers Union, I'm sure you love seeing the keeper up to the stumps. But from an England perspective, it does cause some problems for Brooke.
Yeah, it seems to. I don't really understand why, because yes, you can't move around the crease as much. Yes, he might want to be batting outside of his crease to Smith right now. But when the keeper's up, okay, you go back in your crease and you play. I mean, Harry Brooke got sort of stuck playing backwards.
Next ball from Smith is just turned by Rue into mid-wicket, no run.
Well, he didn't really move his feet to a ball that was a good length ball. That was just a sort of regulation, get forward, front foot defence. And I just wonder what was going on in Brooks' head. You know, was he thinking clearly about the situation? Was he thinking, okay, keeper's up, I'm just going to sit in here and play each ball on its merit, and I know I'll get a bad ball and I'll put that away. It's a good wicket, it's a fast outfield. Or was he thinking, right, what's my next move?
As Smith is in around the wicket to Rue, who is forward in defence once more. The ball bounces and pops up in the air, and there's a little bit of excitement, but he's unscathed, and that's the end of Smith's over. England 204 for 5 with Rue on 18 and Cox on 10.
Yeah, as I was saying, you know, was he clear in his thought before that ball was bowled? Was he trying to preempt something and thinking, right, am I going to have to chip him over the top or make space and carve it through cover? Because when you start preempting and you start thinking about what you want to do to a ball before it's even been delivered, you get yourself in trouble, and suddenly you don't move at all like Brooke did. The ball jags back and you're out LBW. So it's that clarity of thought. I just wonder what was going on in his head, because just with the keeper being up, yes, it's a different dynamic. Yes, it creates the pressure, but it's certainly something that he'll need to work out.
Will O'Rourke is back. He's running in, bowling over the wicket to Cox, and it's a short ball. Nice, nasty little bumper first up that Cox almost falls over as he ducks under. Could it be something as simple as he knows it's got him out and it's been successful, and it's become one of those things that just that in itself is enough to just put a few little gremlins in his brain?
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. It does happen. kind of almost fight yourself a little bit. Oh no, the keeper's up. I've got out like that in Australia. Can't do it again, and you play differently.
Legs slip in now for Cox, as well as 2 regulations. In comes O'Rourke. It's a full ball, and it's just dropped into the offside. They'll come through for a comfortable single.
And that's the challenge of batting, and batting long, is making sure that you're always clear of thought and you don't let sort of demons come into your thinking. But also the skill of that's exactly what you're wanting to do from a bowling side and a fielding side, is actually make the batsmen doubt themselves, lose clarity of thought. And the keeper coming up is a very simple way of doing that, saying, right, okay, you've got to stay in your crease now, you can't move around, what are you going to do? It's that cat and mouse game of the pressure ebbing and flowing between the bowler and the batsman.
So no leg slip for Root, just 3 slips in a gully as O'Rourke is bowling outside the off stump, and Blundell ends up in front of Tom Latham at second slip. He had to dive so far. Ball moving away. So you see bright sunshine, hardly any clouds in the sky. It's strange to think that we were off for rain not that long ago. But we talk about England being in trouble with 2 debutants at the crease. What an opportunity this is for these 2 young men.
Amazing opportunity. Really, really. I was kind of thinking, you know, I nearly said, oh, they wouldn't want to be in this position. Well, of course, from a team perspective, they wouldn't. But for these 2 young men.
As next ball from O'Rourke passes harmlessly away from Rue's outside edge.
It is a huge opportunity to sort of stamp your mark on international cricket in your first game, your first innings. And if they weren't up for it before they walked out to bat, when they came to the crease, England in quite a bit of trouble. 177 for 5. They certainly would have known they have a big job to do, and they've started well, but there's still a lot more work to go.
Rue stock still as in comes O'Rourke. It's a short ball, has no problem ducking under it. I suppose they've both had to wait for this opportunity, but in very different ways. Rue still, he's only 22, but it feels like he's been knocking on the door and being spoken about for quite a long time. And then you've got Cox, who should have already by rights played a test for England by now, but he's been so unlucky with injuries and the way things unfolded when he went to New Zealand and then didn't get the opportunity because of injury. Jamie Smith got in ahead of him. And now O'Rourke around the wicket to Rue, who shoulders arms, and it passes harmlessly by to finish off the over. England 205 for 5, Rue on 18, and Cox on 11. So they've sort of, even though they're debutants coming in and they've been spoken about for a long time, they're I guess a rival has come in such a different way.
Yeah, it has, and I think you look at, I think a really good example for me, I mean, these guys are much younger, of course, but someone like Graham Swan, who sort of had an early opportunity, then went away from international cricket, then had to go and play a lot of county cricket, take a lot of wickets to get selected again a few years later, quite a few years later. But by the time he came into the team, he was so clear on how he played. He was so clear on how he bowled. He was so clear on his game plans that actually nothing changed for him.
First ball from the next over. Smith just is punched out into the offside by Cox. No run.
And it's a very different conversation to sort of a Bethel, for example, who is, just very clearly a huge talent, but when he first was selected, he hadn't scored a first-class 100. And everyone can say, well, how's he been selected? He hasn't even scored 100 for his county. Well, these guys have scored a lot of runs and a lot of hundreds. And they've been selected based on that, not just a hunch or a show of talent, but actually a lot of runs.
Smith over the wicket to Cox. Oh, that's a lovely drive again. No chance for the fielders, except a good chase in the end from Matt Fisher. I was looking down. It's a number 75. That's got me wrong. It's 74 actually.
It's Santner, isn't it?
Santner. It is Santner. That's what's got me. Mitch Santner is been on for a while as a subfielder. He reels it in, so they get a couple. But that was another lovely shot from Cox.
It was. He gets in a very good position again. It wasn't a full delivery. Good length delivery, but he's just leant on it, opened the face to steer it in between the gap. Or into the gap, should I say, in between the fielders.
In comes Smith, and this time it's a little bit of a hack down to long leg. Stroll through for a single. I guess the other thing that I noticed, people were getting upset when the team was originally announced and Jamie Smith was in it. And Jordan Cox was in it and James Rue wasn't. I noticed a lot of people saying, well, why has Cox now gone back in over Rue in the pecking order when he's, been over, not been playing a lot of first-class cricket. He's only played one first-class game this year. He did score 204 off 201 in that first-class game. That was for Essex against Leicester. Rue now on strike as Smith is in. It's defended back to the bowler. So it sort of was ironic for me in the end that Jamie Smith can't play and the two of them end up out here together when people were feeling that maybe one deserved it more than another, or how did it work?
And all wicket keepers. And that's the other challenge. The one thing I do feel was a bit odd is that Rue in this match has got the gloves. He is the wicket keeper, and he's walked out about at 6. And Cox has come in at 7. I would have thought, give Rue the extra bit of time just out of the game to be able to relax in the dressing room. Come in at 7. Cox playing in the out-and-out batsman.
Rue now on strike, defending again back to the bowler Smith. What have you made of Rue's keeping and comparing the two together? How do you see their skills with the gloves?
Being honest, right now, I mean, they're both young men. They both will get better with it. It's a bit like spin bowling, wicket keeping. You definitely get better as you get older. You gain more. You get technically more efficient. And also just the physicality and mental strain of playing Test cricket and keeping wicket for a day in Test cricket is a huge challenge. I liked Rue. I think he had a tough time of it because the ball was swinging around and a few byes went through, and that mentally can be a big challenge, but he stuck to the task.
He's there now, Rue, as Smith is in around the wicket, and he just twists the bat in his hands and guides it down through the gully, but not enough, just enough to get a single.
But I liked his presence as well. I liked how he was in the field and running around, shuttling between the overs. He's certainly got something about him. So it will be very interesting if he does go on, and fingers crossed he does. I don't want to put the mockers on him, but if he goes on and gets a big score in this game, what happens at the next Test match? Does Jamie Smith just walk straight back in, or?
Yeah, they're spoiled for options, aren't they? As when it comes to keeper batters. End of that over, 208 for 5. Rue is now on 18 and Cox on 14. Well, you would imagine Smith would come back in as, wouldn't you? I guess as new over begins and it's straight down the leg side for O'Rourke. They've got that leg slip back in for Cox. Yeah, it is a funny one because you've got 3 keepers. So I certainly think with Rue is someone who they look at as in the future someone who could play as a batter only in general. That's certainly been the impression that you get, right? Because his batting has been so good. And then you've got his brother as well, lurking down there in Somerset, Thomas.
Well, he's meant to be even better, isn't he?
He's pretty good.
The rumour.
Well, I have watched him. He's very good. Cox awaits, and next ball just tangles him up a little bit. The ball ends up just dropping to his feet. I watched Thomas. I watched him down at Somerset, but also at the Under-19s World Cup earlier this year, a semi-final against Australia in Harare. Oh my goodness, did he play an innings and a half? Yeah, he is outstanding as well. Very talented family. But yeah, quite what they do when they've got 3 keeper batters. Who plays as a batter
They want
only?
to swap one of them for a spinner.
Yeah, it's a good point actually. In comes O'Rourke, and Cox has a flash at that one. Doesn't get any of it though. Just goes for a little walk to settle his mind.
Yeah, it's not a good shot, this one. It's a loose one. O'Rourke bowling just wide of off stump, good length, and Cox sort of doesn't really move his feet. He tries to just glide it, tries to get his bat on it and glide it down through backward point, but misses it.
Well, it was almost like a wristy swat. He just turned his wrists on that one again, and almost lost his shape a little bit. And he does his little shoulder shimmy, and the next ball is driven square, almost half drive, half cut. I'll take a single. It stopped at backward point. Good little partnership forming though between these two on 18 and 15, so early days, but the end of the over, England 209 for 5. Well, it's not often that you see 2 debutants out there batting together, is it? Come to think of it.
No, it isn't. It isn't, absolutely, particularly in this situation as well. Pressure on them.
O'Rourke is around the wicket to Rue, who pulls that firmly, and that has gone for a boundary. 4 runs to Rue. He just sat up for him nicely. He was quick to whip his hands through the shot.
Yeah, he was. He was very quick onto it. O'Rourke, he's done this a couple of times today. He's bowled well, he's run in hard, but just a couple of times he's gone for the short delivery and not quite got it right. He hasn't got it above shoulder height. There's a genuine bouncer, but my goodness, Rue was all over it in a flash. Swivels on the ball, hits it straight in the middle, and away it goes to deep square leg boundary.
Oh, they've just moved a fielder out to deep backward square now as in comes O'Rourke. And what does he do? He just turns it into the same space, but with softer hands, and they will take a single. I don't mind that either. He forced the change, and then he hit the ball there, and it's almost a bit like, yep, I'm in charge. And at the end of the over, England 214 for 5. Rue has moved on to 23 off 34 deliveries. Cox on 15 off 28. And that is something that I think about Rue. You speak to him, it's hard to believe in the way he speaks that he's only 22. He is so confident and at home in talking to people about his career, even though he has got a bit of a baby face. And so he is, I do think he just maybe having heard, people talk about him, but also having the confidence in his own abilities down there at Somerset. He just oozes confidence.
Certainly had a lot of control, hasn't he? He hasn't looked rushed at any points. Very controlled.
He's on strike now as Smith is in, and he just plays that straight into the ground. It rolls out into the covers. No run.
He's left the ball well. He's made good decisions. And then he's attacked when the opportunity has been there. He's put the ball away, but it's very, very simple batting. Keep the good ball out and put the bad ball away.
He just seems unflustered, doesn't he? There's nothing nervy about it. Early days, of course, even within this game, he's still a long way behind England on 214. That lot of runs scored today by New Zealand as Smith is in around the wicket, and once more it's just calmly pushed into the ground and out to backward point by Rue. The shadow from the stand that we're in now is getting rather close to the stumps. 6:30 local time. Of course, they can play until 7. I always think, though, it must be tricky here for the batter too, when that shadow gets really close to the stumps and you've got bowlers running in and coming from the shadow to the light. Is that the case?
Yeah, it can do. Obviously, the effects and a bit darker.
In comes Smith, and that's just played into mid-wicket by Rue, quite calmly, patiently.
Tell you what is awkward is when the pitches are slightly the other way around and there's shadows sort of in front of you on the pitch. Actually running across the pitch, if there's a fielder, sometimes a spin bowler on, you've got a silly point or a short leg and their shadow actually goes across. That can be quite off-putting. A couple of times fielders asked to stay very still because if they're suddenly moving their arms or whatever as the bowler's running in, it can deviate your attention.
Rue taps his bat, waits as Smith is in and clipped to short mid-wicket. There's no run. That's Latham who's moved into that position now, just crouching at short mid-wicket. It's been good for New Zealand today, though. They have had a very good day. Have added 100 runs this morning before being bowled out, and I've probably been quite patient with the ball as well. And Smith runs in, bowls to Rue. Yet again, he keeps defending the ball straight into the ground and it pops up, and Blundell getting a bit excited.
I think they've had a very good day, New Zealand. Coming in here with 7 down. England would have wanted or expected to take 3 quick wickets, probably wanted more than expected. New Zealand batted well. Glenn Phillips, I thought it was a fantastic 100. I thought he really did bat well, deserved 100. England would have been frustrated. They got their tactics horribly wrong, England, this morning, I feel.
In comes Smith to Rue, who shoulders arms. Blundell is up to the stumps again, but it doesn't seem to fluster Rue at all. At the end of the over, 214 for 5. Well, yeah, so just as a reminder, England New Zealand, I should say, came in at 291 for 7 this morning. So, gosh, how much things have changed over the course of this day. It's been fascinating Test cricket. Wonderful to watch, to see that maiden century from Glenn Phillips. What a moment that was. And we're seeing the debutants in action all around. We've seen New Zealand show some real patience with the ball. Matt Henry getting his rhythm back, his mojo back as we start a new over from O'Rourke. And it bowls to Cox, who just plays it out into the offside, and they'll take a single. Brings Rue back onto strike and also back on strike in just a moment. There's going to be Jeremy Coney, who is joining me once more, furiously making notes. He's got some thoughts, I imagine. Has Mr. Coney. Good evening.
Hi, Mel. Okay, so a partnership of 38 between these two new lads. Rue and Cox.
O'Rourke over the wicket, short ball, pulled, it's in the air, could be out, oh, it's dropped. Can you believe it? Oh, it's Racha Ravindra. He was running in, the ball coming from sunlight into shade. He dived forwards and he's just spilled it. And that is a real let-off.
Well, I don't know what to say, really. He certainly was late moving, and there was that change of light, as you imagine, but he's got there coming forward. He's gone late, so he's had to dive at the last moment. It's a catch that should have been held, really. It was in the air for a long time, and it's just, it's hit his hands quite hard. Not the easiest outfield catch, but it should still have been held.
Next ball to Cox is left alone outside the off stump.
New Zealand badly needed that wicket. As I mentioned just a moment ago, the partnership is starting to develop. They need a 6th wicket to get to Archer, the next man in the line. But Ravindra's been unreliable in the field. That's the 3rd catch in a row. He got both hands to it, and I'm afraid once again he's been unreliable. He's thrown his head backwards because he knows, but things are not going well for him in the park.
It was costly for New Zealand in the first test. Cox awaits as O'Rourke is in. He almost chops on, not for the first time. That's bounced over the stumps as he tried to push forward in defence. But yeah, at first I thought that when he hit the ground that it had dislodged it, but watching it back, it actually popped out of his hands before he hit the ground.
Correct. And so both hands had the catch in the hand, but he hasn't been able to hold the momentum to hold it as he's come forward, and it's dropped out. Not because of his hitting the ground as you normally would think, but because he just didn't catch the ball. It's hit the hard part of the hands, the heel of the hands, if you like.
Next ball is a bouncer that's left alone by Cox. Well, and that's it, because he also wasn't diving at full stretch. He was almost down on his knees and then falling forward into the catch. It's a problem, isn't it? And you can see the stress and disappointment on his face.
Yeah, well, he just moved too late, really. He just was waiting to see where that catch is, and then he thought he had to move a lot more quickly to it.
So Cox on strike again as in comes Rourke. It's a full ball that's just punched up to short mid-on and no run to finish off the over. The over that could have seen the end of Roux on 23. England now 216 for 5. Could have easily been for 6. Should have been for 6. But the dropped catch by Ravindra. And Roux, well, he pulled, but he didn't have all of that ball at all. Just lobbed in the air, and Ravindra coming in from fine leg just couldn't quite nail the catch. How significant will that be? But it's unusual to see a New Zealand side struggling with catches, Jeremy. It's not what we're used to. Smith begins a new over, bowling to Roux, left alone outside of stump.
Yeah, they have. And it's been very costly. It cost them the game virtually. Well, not virtually, it did. At Lord's, don't know how much it's going to cost them, but you've got to hold every catch in these matches that are tight. This surface is getting much easier to bat on, and while they have a lead at the moment, while these two are at the crease, whether they're starting or not, their batsmen obviously have scored runs recently.
Smith to Roux. High elbow defence up to mid-off, no run.
And I'm afraid it's just the recurring name of Ravindra. Conway is another one who has been unreliable. Conway was the first man to go and see him after he dropped it. But goodness, he really should be doing better. No reason why he should be dropping those. Catching is just a habit and judgment of catching.
Smith into Roux, who's on the back foot, transferring weight forward as he defends into the offside, no run.
It's been interesting because he's never really put himself in the position where you would expect a player of his age, a younger man, and who bats and has therefore the ability to concentrate, has learned to do that because of his batting, hasn't perhaps applied it to the same level of concentration that he does when he bats. I can't understand that. You're letting the side at that point, that's where you come out as a team and you work together with your bowlers to try and dismiss the opposition. And when they hit the ball in the air and you happen to be near it, there's your chance.
Smith around the wicket to Roo again, defended into the offside, no run.
And also, you have seen that catch. That shouldn't surprise you. That catch should never surprise you, because you see the catch and you imagine it coming to you, the different ones, the high one that you have to run to. He'll know if he's concentrating, it's going to come from out of the light where the batsman is batting into the darkness where he is, or darker. And so he's got to imagine what that looks like. It's the same fielding in the slips. You imagine the catch coming to you time and time again.
Smith into Roo once more, defended up to mid-on, no run.
You hear it going through to the keeper. You hear the ball going into the keeper's gloves. That's how long it takes. That's the time. And you're looking at the batsman and you're thinking, okay, what sort of player is this guy? He's a guy who attacks more. He's going to play attacking shots, like Cox will more than Roo. So for Cox, I'm half a pace slightly deeper, because it's going to come harder. It's going to come further. Whereas for Roo, I'm going up half a pace. You know, you're always anticipating and seeing the catch. Which side of it is it going to go of you? You know, to the left, to the right, and so on. And you're talking to the people beside you. It's part of your job in the team to do that. So you get your percentage of catches up.
Final ball of the over is defended by Roo out to point. No run. And at the end of that over, England now 216 for 5, with Roo on 24, Cox on 16. A lovely little partnership building, but it should have been cut short. And on that note, I'm going to leave you for the evening, and your thoughts on where we are now in this match, Jeremy Coney, and make way for Neil Manthorpe.
Yeah, well, New Zealand is still, because the tail is waiting to come out slightly ahead, because they've claimed those 2 wickets of Root and Brook from deliveries from Matt Henry. Here comes O'Rourke again, the ball just on the off stump, and it's pushed into the offside. In comes Henry, can't stop the single. 217 for 5. So yes, it's a really interesting one, that holding catches, because it is a flat pitch now, and the faster bowlers are having to work very hard to try and get wickets here. There's not a lot of bounce. There's not a lot of seam. The ball is getting older, so catches become pretty important.
Is there a time when they're not?
No, they're always important. Never a time when they're...
It wasn't a facetious question at all. I mean, I suppose there are times when it doesn't matter, and, you know, if a team is out of reach and they're just playing time, but very, very rarely. That's a bouncer from O'Rourke, and it's left alone by James Roo. Sorry, that was a drop by Ravindra.
Yes, it was.
That was his third of the series.
Yes, it was.
Right. Yeah.
But this is, I'm just saying, in the circumstances where a pitch has become placid, and bowlers are having to work hard. It's come to the end of the day, and you're still using your 4 quicks. A couple of them have been quite expensive during the day, particularly Jameson, who has been too full.
Here is O'Rourke, who's certainly not been too full. Oh, that's a short one. That's a hook shot from James Roo, and he's very, very close to it. It's gone through to keeper Tom Blundell, but boy, he's taking it on, James Roo. That was a little too high for the shot, really, wasn't it?
That says to me, if he's still going to take it on after being dropped, boy, I'm going to keep feeding him that, and I might put an extra man down there. You know, I'd be letting that go. That was a bit high, as you say. That was very hard to get round. It was outside the off stump, hard to get round to leg side. Could go straight in the air.
There are 2 men down there already.
Yeah, there are.
He's one deep backward square and a long leg as well. So O'Rourke set the field for it, and that's right up in the block hole, full and straight, and James Roo pushes it out towards mid-on. What have you made of Jordan Cox and James Rew? I don't suppose you've seen a great deal of them.
No, I haven't.
Both on debut.
No, I haven't. I saw a little bit of Roo in the Under-19 World Cup in South Africa. I haven't seen anything of Cox, I've got to say. I've heard, you know, the big raps that you always hear about young players and scoring lots of runs, and he just got a 200 the other day, and when he's come back from the IPL.
He didn't play a game, did he?
No.
For Bangalore.
No.
Bengaluru, sorry. Here's O'Rourke again, bowls another short one, and Rew's gone for this one as well, and he's hedged it, and he's caught a first slip by Daryl Mitchell. James Rew couldn't help it. You have to draw the conclusion, and I haven't seen enough of him live either, that he's a compulsive hooker, and Will O'Rourke's not the guy to be taking on, really. And he's just gloved that straight up in the air, and Daryl Mitchell had to take, half a dozen steps backwards, a little bit deeper. Didn't have to turn and chase. It was a straightforward dolly catch in the end, and James Rew has gone. Well, he backs himself. He's clearly not short of confidence, but he's on his way, and Will O'Rourke is absolutely full of fire, and he's deserved that wicket, and so have New Zealand. And England now have fallen deeper into a hole at 217 for 6, with Rew going for 24 from 51 balls. People will say, what an inappropriate shot with 10 minutes to go in the day, but that's an old school mode of thought as far as Bazball is concerned, if Bazball is still a thing, because you back yourself, you play your shots. If you're a hooker, you hook, no matter what time of day it is.
All fair comments, well played, young man, for a while, but I'm afraid the short ball has exposed an inclination to not select the height and perhaps the line of the ball that you need to before you go into the stroke. And he had a slice of luck, a big slice of luck, being put down and over a go. Well done, O'Rourke, to be able to keep coming in and keep hammering this into this, as I say, a placid pitch now with an older ball, and getting the lift that he was able to do, and the line that was awkward if you wanted to be able to play that pull shot. So he's hit the glove, and a comfortable catch from Mitchell, just taking a couple of paces, 2 or 3 paces back behind him, able to see it quite comfortably.
Jofra Archer comes to the crease, and he's a spot higher than he would ordinarily be, maybe 2 at number 8, but 2 slips, leg slip, gully, catching mid-off, deep mid-wicket. That's interesting. Here's O'Rourke, bowls to Archer down the leg side. He tries to play a leg glance, and I think it just brushed the pad as it lands in the gloves of Tom Blundell. 217 for 6. I did say, I don't want to be wise after the event, but I did say that New Zealand were, possibly even 100 runs higher than what would be a good score on this pitch, and I thought the bowlers would be very good. England haven't done themselves any favours, but those 2 wickets from Matt Henry, Joe Root and Harry Brook, with the keeper standing up, both trapped LBW. They're the big ones, and that's got nothing to do with batting error, I don't think. It's good bowling.
They were beaten. They were beaten. Root, first of all, playing very nicely until Henry got a nip backer into the pad, beat the inside edge of the bat of Joe Root, and he reviewed it, but it was palpably LBW. It was given out on the field first, and here's Henry now.
Looking for a third, clipped away nicely off his pads by Jordan Cox. So single off the first ball, and you don't really want to be in the business of protecting the number 8, do you? I mean, maybe given the time, 8 minutes to go till the close of play, but it's a bit futile really when you're 173 behind. Just take the runs, I think, really, don't you? I mean,
yes, you do. You take all the runs you can.
2 slips and a gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket rather than square leg. Henry's in once again, and that's pushed out towards extra cover, straight to the fielder. Is that Glenn Phillips there? It is.
Well, Phillips may well be saying some things to Archer. He had to spend a bit of time on the ground last night at about this time of the day. But an excellent delivery from Henry to get rid of Root. Root looked dangerous today. I thought he was playing beautifully, really, playing it under his eyes and running it down third.
Henry in again, and one pushed out towards cover once again. It's actually Henry Nichols in that spot there. 218 for 6.
The interesting thing too, you mentioned Brook. Brook, actually, his delivery, I saw it on the telly, and it was fuller than the one that Root got, and yet Brook didn't play forward at all. He just stayed where he was on the crease, and Brook hasn't worked out what happens. What is he going to do when the keeper comes up behind the stumps?
Henry in again, and Jofra Archer on the back foot punches quite elegantly, but only as far as cover, straight to the fielder. 218 for 6. The deficit's 173.
When the keeper comes up behind you, as Blundell has done, he's gone back now, but when he comes up behind the stumps, you know, you normally go back, don't you, into your crease, and you, as a batsman, I think you don't feel comfortable about batting out of your crease when the keeper's up behind you.
Here's Henry again, and Jofra Archer. We know he can bat, but you know, sometimes if he's batting 10, he bats like a number 10. Now he's batting at 8, and he's certainly he's organised enough technically, and he's perfectly adept at playing a longer innings, which is exactly what England need him to do.
Well, he has to. He has to now. Otherwise, well, at the moment, they're not 200 behind, are they? They're
Well, 173.
Yeah.
Driven down towards mid-on, and the excellent Nathan Smith does the fielding. He made his debut against England a couple of years ago, and he was he bowled bouncers and half volleys, and he went for 6 and over, and he did pick up wickets, and he gave it a good smack, and he just didn't look quite the quality and class of cricketer that he evidently is. You know, he's had very solid performances on the county circuit, briefly for Surrey and for Worcestershire. But I didn't realise that he was quite such an athlete in the field. I mean, his run out.
Yeah, he's very quick. He is an athlete in the field, covers the ground.
Clipped away by Jordan Cox. That's a beautiful piece of timing out towards deep mid-wicket. It's full over pitched from Willow Rourke, but they'll come back for the second run quite easily. 220 for 6 now. England in a hole, because you've got Jofra Archer at the crease at number 8, and well, Josh Tongue, Matt Fisher, and Sonny Baker, 9, 10, and 11. Well, if they're going to get anywhere near New Zealand's total, if they're going to reduce the arrears to double figures, they're going to need something really substantial from Jordan Cox, and some doughty 20s from the tail enders. That's a bouncer from Willow Rourke outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Jordan Cox. So whereas you saw an innings of largely missed opportunities with New Zealand, apart from Glenn Phillips's wonderful, courageous and highly skillful maiden Test 100, I saw doughty fight backs.
Yeah, I know. We saw it from the other side, didn't we? That's okay. We can agree to disagree on those things.
So I'm looking at that scorecard and thinking,
but hang on. What about the last 3 wickets? How did they fall today?
I don't mind. They scored 100.
Yeah,
they added 100.
Yes, they did. They might
driven out towards mid-on. You always want a bit more.
What about 150? That would have been good too. So I see what's missed. We just look at it slightly different. You see what's there.
Yeah, and it all adds up to 391, which I thought was, close to 100 more than what would have been a competitive score.
Let's wait and see.
We are seeing. We are. England are 220 for 6.
But we'll wait to see what happens tomorrow.
It's going to be 30 degrees tomorrow. Are you aware of that? Punched off the back foot by Jordan Cox, behind square on the offside. So again, an absolute beaut of a day. Probably a little too hot for some spectators in the open, uncovered stands. Might be a bit warm for them. It's certainly going to be a towel day for me in the morning session.
Yes. Well, you go for your run very early tomorrow, won't you?
Yeah.
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 Get back to your little house that you're in.
I am meeting an old friend at the Prince of Wales. So.
What, the pub in the morning?
No.
Goodness gracious.
Later this evening.
You're slurring. You're getting away with it now.
Outside the off stump, Jofra Archer leaves alone. So I'll just have to limit myself to a couple and so make sure I make my 7 o'clock run. That's left alone by Archer. He's played that well, actually. 2 slips, Gully still waiting, and a leg slip. I think we've had a leg slip in for the first 2 days of this test match more often than not for both teams. I don't know whether that's indicative of the sideways movement, but we've seen some very straight bowling as well. Both teams have had a mid-on and a mid-off throughout their innings. No, without exception, there's been a mid-on and a mid-off. Sometimes the mid-on can be sacrificed. Archer stands very still at the crease here and steers this one from O'Rourke behind square on the offside to Glenn Phillips. 221 for 6. Matt Henry's been outstanding for New Zealand for a while now. Will O'Rourke, again, a couple of years ago, huge excitement about his potential. And I think it's fair to say he's lived up to it, hasn't he? I mean, Kyle Jameson was injured for a long time. He too is, again, sort of rediscovering the form that characterised his early parts of his career.
Not quite. But I think he's, you know, certainly O'Rourke has continued to impress.
Nathan Smith is very impressive, but it's Matt Henry who's continuing. Long spell this, by the way, and incidentally there's 3 more seamers in the squad, aren't there, that would be entirely comfortable and would be able to do a job. Duffy's not here, is he?
No, Duffy's
he's
not
at home.
here.
Yeah.
No, Tickner has been doing his running through in the mornings, doing his sprinting and so on. He's getting back to full fitness.
Henry in again outside the off stump, and it's left alone. Nicely taken by Tom Blundell, standing up. There's no shortage though of very useful fast bowlers and seam bowlers in the New Zealand wider circle of contracted players, actually 20. Here is Matt Henry, 20 centrally contracted players announced by New Zealand Cricket a couple of days ago. Devon Conway returning. That one is chopped away by Jordan Cox for a single to deep backward point. Interesting that genuinely interesting, and I'm not going to cast judgment, but Devon Conway for the last 2 years opted out of a central contract in order to maximise his earning potential on the franchise circuit. There were opportunities he wanted to take, which might have been unable to take if he had been centrally contracted, but they've now fallen away. That's guided by Jofra Archer. Down into the ground, and I think it's fielded at second slip by Tom Latham, diving away to his right. It is bounced well in front of him, but I think it. I mean, in New Zealand cricket, have been more forward-thinking as a national board. I know that they've had their problems at the moment with the Super Smash and the privatisation of that, and been a few resignations, so maybe the board haven't covered themselves in glory in very most recent terms, but as far as players and central contracts are concerned, they've been more forward-thinking and liberal and open-minded than most other boards. That one is steered away by Archer again into the slip cordon, and so they said to Devon Conway, okay, fair enough, yeah, we won't give you can have a casual contract, you can play when you're available and when we select you. But now he doesn't have an IPL contract, and those opportunities have started to disappear. He said, "Actually, I will have a central contract now. Thanks. I'd like to play for New Zealand." And that's the last ball of the over, and indeed the last ball of the day. And it's blocked defensively by Jofra Archer, and there's no run. The bails have been removed by umpires, by the umpire, standing umpire Nitin Menon, and the stewards in their lycra yellow tops have come onto the field, and a very, very good day for New Zealand has come to an end with England on 222 for 6. So they're 169 runs in arrears. That's a lot. It's 169 runs in arrears, 6 wickets down, 1 specialist batsman left in Jordan Cox on 22. And with hot temperatures forecast tomorrow, if New Zealand can claim the last 4 wickets quite quickly, then they will have the best part, you would imagine, of 5.5 hours to try and take the game beyond England. Let's say they have a lead of 140. They could finish the day, 350 ahead, and England will be really, really up against it, really chasing the game. But we're getting a little too far. I'm getting a little too far ahead of myself, because there's a lot of cricket to be played, and Jordan Cox might score 100 tomorrow. Glenn Phillips did at number 7 for New Zealand. Maybe Jordan Cox can do it for England. But New Zealand have acquitted themselves, I think, superbly, Jeremy. I know that the pitch was unfortunately the talking point at Lord's, but at the same time England adjusted to extreme conditions better than New Zealand did. And I think it's fair to say, just before we sum up the day with our following on podcast, that it's that New Zealand, it is this time around, with obviously more experience than England, they too this time have adjusted to conditions better. I think they've seen what is required by the bowlers and the approach by the batsmen, and after day 2 they are firmly in the driving seat, or just in the driving seat.
I think they're ahead because of those wickets in that last session now. They've now had a peek at the start of the tail, and so the tail is all that remains now for England to use to try and get as close and beyond, if they can possibly do so, those 169 arrears at the moment. They have 4 wickets remaining. Cox is still there. Archer has just arrived at the crease, but they've certainly, in that last session, they've picked up important wickets. The wickets of Gay, and then Root, and then Brook, and then Rue. So it's been quite a good session for them, and it was Henry that really caused the majority of those. Gay, of course, I can't even remember who got him out, but you'll tell me. You've taken all those.
O'Rourke.
That's right, with the short ball that he kind of just
nobody appealed
fended. Well, not for a start, no. But finally they decided to review that, and they found that it was a villainous little edge as it went past the ducking and turning away Emilio Gay. So he was dismissed. Then Root was looking at this stage very comfortable indeed. Nearly half his runs down at third man, letting the ball come to him and working the ball into that area of the field very comfortably. But he was palpably LBW to Henry. He was beaten with some movement, got himself to 46. He needed to get to 48 to get to 14,000 runs, so he's just on the cusp of 14,000 runs, test runs at the moment, out for 46. Brook came in, played a brilliant stroke off the bowling of O'Rourke, behind point for 6 off the back foot. Not a cut, but actually off the back foot for 6, until he was also LBW to Henry. And then the 2 young men, Rue and Cox, came together. Rue was dismissed finally. He was dropped by Ravindra. Played some nice strokes, but dropped by Ravindra, coming in a little bit late at fine leg, and as he dived forward, hadn't actually hit the ground by the time he dropped his catch, then hit the ground. So hit the heels, the hard part of the hand, and it bounced away from him. And but Rue was out next over. So there we go. That's the position at the moment, with Cox and Archer at the crease.
And we shall do all that again in just a
dear,
moment.
Really? Okay.
Welcome to Following On after the second day of the second Test match between England and New Zealand at the Kia Oval in South London. It's been another day that the Black Caps have dominated, and then moving slowly, but you would think surely into a position of dominance as they lead England by 169 runs, with England finishing the day on 222 for 6, with debutant Jordan Cox unbeaten on 22. There was a half century for Emilio Gay, 36 from Ben Duckett and 46 from Joe Root, but it was a consistent bowling performance from the tourists, in which Matt Henry excelled, taking the wickets of Joe Root and Harry Brook for 46 and 24, both LBW, with the keeper standing up in a crucial afternoon session. This after New Zealand added 100 runs in the morning, resuming on 291 for 7. They eventually were bowled out for 391, and a truly outstanding debut century for Glenn Phillips, who withstood the most savage bouncer attack from Jofra Archer at the end of the first day. So courage then, and enormous skill in batting with the tail to reach exactly 100. Quite outstanding for 135 balls, 18 fours. He was savage and clinical in his attacking, but also prepared to absorb pressure. And as far as England are concerned, the best of the bowlers was Jacob Bethell, who was hardly bowling Jaffers, but his part-time left-arm spin brought him figures of 3 for 26. So England were up against it, really, on a pitch that without grave demons, but there was uneven bounce and a little bit of seam movement. You have to say there was something in it for all of the bowlers, but patience was required. New Zealand fought back really well with Tom Blundell's 51 yesterday, but 41 from Kyle Jameson was also really important in that 100 that were added. He was dropped on 15 on the deep mid-wicket boundary by Ben Duckett, and he capitalised, and that 41 runs might just be extremely important. Alongside me, Jeremy Coney, to review what has been a truly absorbing first 2 days, in which patience has been important, and there was no time for patience in the first Test match at Lord's on a pitch that was giving us a wicket every 4 overs. Here it's been different at the Oval. Lots of talking points. I want to talk about the dismissal of Emilio Gay as well, because that was very, very clever game awareness. The opener in his second Test match was in trouble against Kyle Jameson, Jeremy, wasn't he? Early on, he had just 8. Ben Duckett was batting beautifully. 5 falls in his 36 from just 25 balls. He was flowing. One of the few batsmen who's timed the ball immaculately. Emilio Gay was in trouble against Kyle Jameson early on in his innings. He played and missed 3 or 4 times. He was made to hop about by the bouncer. He tried to get off strike, which is sensible, but Nathan Smith had moved 5 yards closer, I reckon, at mid-off. Emilio Gay pushed the ball to him, took off for a single, which he thought was there. It wasn't. Smith's game awareness saw him attack the ball, pick up, swoop, direct hit. Duckett was run out, and that was a key moment, I fancy.
Absolutely. And Duckett, that's the second time he's been run out, actually, in this series, with Gay as his partner again. So he looked very disappointed about that, I've got to say, as he departed the scene. You can understand a man wanting to get off strike, but it just shows you the danger of some of the fielders, and particularly Nathan Smith, who was very athletic and quick across the ground. He's low to the ground anyway. Got it in the right hand. The ball was to his right, and he could move from there and through side on as he was continuing it. He had more than one stump to aim at, but he certainly hit them. And so he's not a man you take a risk to, I don't think. And New Zealand quite often leave him at sort of, you just wander around where you think you'd like to be. If you feel that this batsman's under pressure and he's going to take a run, if you need to come in a few extra paces, you just do that. When you get to a position where you think you're happy, And I've seen him run several people out, even as a bowler. He'll go racing across the crease, racing across the pitch and get it at mid-on. I've seen him throw the stumps down again from a similar position as he did today. So he's a dangerous fieldsman, and he's starting to get, I think, you know, the idea that I can do this. And I think it's great that New Zealand have got someone like that. You
And
watched Jonty Rhodes for years.
Yeah, well,
It helps, doesn't it?
There's been a few, but it's the game awareness, you see.
Yeah.
I think that's what made the difference in this case. Emilio Gay just assumed, you know, that he had an easy single to mid-off and set off for it, but I have no doubt in my mind that Smith had come in 5 or 6 yards closer, because he was aware that he was a batsman under pressure and who was going to want to take a single and get down the other end. The other massive moments were Joe Root and Harry Brook, both trapped LBW by Matt Henry, with Tom Blundell standing up to the stumps, which obviously means that the batsmen can't leave their crease, and both maybe putting 2 and 2 together and wanting to make 4. Maybe it doesn't. But the fact that Tom Blundell was standing up and doing so very tidily to Matt Henry, who's, you know, bowling 80 miles an hour, and they're both trapped LBW, it must have been a contributing factor. Root looked dangerous, didn't he, on 46?
He did,
really
indeed.
good.
He did, yeah. Henry's delivery to Root just beat a man in good form. Suddenly out of nowhere, I just think he was handling the deliveries outside off very comfortably indeed, and allowing the ball to come. And he looked in good form. And suddenly to beat the inside edge of his bat. Hadn't done that before. I hadn't seen much movement off the surface, but somehow Henry found it and got the LBW, beat the inside edge into the pad, and he was up, and you could hear him shouting with delight. He thought he was in with the chance. It was given out on the field, and it was reviewed. And, you know, for me, that's sort of heart and mouth territory, because is it going over? Is it going over? No, it's not. Good. And so I'm revealing my New Zealandness there. But look, it was hitting the top of the stumps. It was a fair decision, and so an important wicket fell suddenly. And then Brook looking dangerous at the other end. When he went back into the crease to Henry as well, this was a ball that was fuller than the one to Root, but he didn't get forward. He stayed behind. He's got some problem, I think, with the keeper standing up. He can't feel as free as he would like to, as he loves to be. Look how he was playing the strokes to O'Rourke, moving away to the leg side and smashing a 6 very early on in his innings. But to get out of his crease, he doesn't want to do that with the keeper up. It's something he has to solve, I think, in the future. So excellent work to get rid of those 2 key players.
Can we just rewind to the very start of the day? And the ball is 77 overs old, and Joe Root starts the very first over of the day. So it's 3 overs to go to the new ball, and he starts with a slog field. He starts with no slips and men out in slog positions, you know, cover boundary, deep mid-wicket, a fly slip, those kind of things. And you've got 2 new batsmen. One of whom is Glenn Phillips, who was certainly in and playing incredibly well yesterday, but it's the start of the day. And he took advantage of the gaps and played himself in. And Kyle Jameson similarly. He did play a couple of wild slogs, but then he figured out that actually with so many men on the boundary there were lots of gaps, and then he decided to play properly. He was given that life on 15, and it just seemed peculiar that England would start on the premise that Phillips and Jameson would be slogging and hitting the ball in the air.
Yes, it was a bit odd, wasn't it? And certainly you would have thought that that's the natural kind of thing, that you would start with your proper field, let the bowler get into it, and if that's not working, then you use it as a second option, don't you? That's what you do normally. You don't start an innings by setting them 6 fielders, 7 fielders on the onside. So I had a little question mark in my mind about it. What the reaction from the New Zealanders was different too, actually. I thought straight away, instead of letting the ball go, which we had seen from Phillips particularly, he started having a little crack at it, didn't he? He got some leg buys. The first one came part of his body, and then he got a top edge that went over the keeper as well, both for boundaries. And so it was clear they were going to have it on, and certainly Jameson was going to be prepared to do that as well. And so 3 overs went for about 30, I think. And then the new ball came along. And then the next little part of the enigmatic puzzle that we saw this morning was that there was not Jofra Archer. That seemed very strange as well, until I found out that the physio had said you are in the red zone from last night from bowling 8 overs in a row of those short pitch deliveries. And I've never heard a physio make bowling changes, but that's what actually, it was tantamount to that. And so Archer stood on the field. It seemed a very weird kind of thing. If you want to use Archer, you can warm up beforehand, then you try it out, and then if you have to leave the field, you leave the field. But then because he actually came in and bowled after an hour and a half, didn't he?
With 1 wicket remaining, and he claimed it.
And he claimed it in the
so
fourth ball.
What do we do?
So it seemed weird to me.
Are we heading towards a situation where the captain looks up to the change room and asks the physiotherapist whether he can make a bowling change?
Yeah, well, that's silly, isn't it?
Well, it is silly.
But anyway, I mean, New Zealand handled that first, part of the day pretty well. I think if you'd have said, will they get another 100 with those 3 wickets with the new ball coming in 3 overs, I think most people would have said, gee, that's pushing it a wee bit.
You'd have taken 50, actually.
Oh, yes.
Well, I mean, it was an excellent... Jameson's 41 could be really important. Let's throw it forward now. It's a 169-run lead that New Zealand enjoy. Temperatures forecast to reach 30 degrees on day 3. It's going to be an absolute belter, and if New Zealand can take the last 4 wickets, remember Jofra Archer is at the crease. He's yet to score. He's with Jordan Cox, but that's quite a tale with Josh Tongue, Matt Fisher and Sonny Baker to come. You have to, I think, you have to assume that England will have a significant deficit. I mean, at this stage, if they get it down to double figures, that might be a result for them. Maybe Jordan Cox can score 100, as Glenn Phillips did at number 7 for New Zealand. But it's been a very, very good day for New Zealand. One thing we do know about the Black Caps and New Zealanders in general is they won't get ahead of themselves, will they? They'll be taking it one step at a time, but they will be deeply satisfied with their first 2 days' work.
They certainly will, because they will say to themselves, we can bat better in the second innings. You don't agree with that, I know.
No, I do.
Nevertheless, look, let's look at it from the point of view of 169. The runs in the match, the way we're looking at, 291 yesterday, between 80 and 90. So, 2 sessions, that's equal to 2 sessions. New Zealand are going to be bowling at this stage to the tail predominantly. We've seen 16 wickets in the game so far, and that would mean 8 on average per day. There are 3 days left, so that's 24, 3 lots of 8, which makes 40. Exactly the number required for a result. My word. Everything very good, really.
We should, I think, we should finish on Glenn Phillips and about the difficulties of playing as a specialist batsman. I know he bowls very useful part-time off spin, but he's a batsman, and he's played 21 Test matches, which is a significant. Higher score of 87 before today, and he looked absolutely nerveless, into the 90s for the first time, and he drove Jacob Bethel over the top of extra cover for a brave 4. It was exactly the kind of innings I assume that New Zealand have been hoping for and have needed a couple of times in the past from him. I don't want to focus too much on the courage that he showed against Archer in that spell towards the end of the first day, because when you say it's a brave innings, it tends to deflect from the skill. He batted beautifully. His decision making was so precise. It was as precise as as the power with which he hit the ball.
A very good mixture of attack and defence, wasn't it? And when he knew very carefully, I think, and thoughtfully in his mind, if the ball is here, I'm going to attack it. And he did so. He didn't question that at all. He didn't hold back from it at all. He hit when he attacked. He attacked hard, and I think that's quite a brave thing to do sometimes. And a lot of the rest of his innings, he was defending. And then, as you say, there's that part in the probably quite a long, almost an hour, where he had that encounter with Jofra Archer. And it wasn't easy. He decided that I'm not going to attack this. A lot of players nowadays can't do that. That's unusual for them to do that, especially if you're a white ball player, as mainly he is. But he showed the determination, got into some very awkward situations, got hit, handled it. And he'll grow from that experience, I think. And today, as he grew closer, he must have been nervous about this. But he didn't show it, did he? He just kept going and worked with the tail. Jameson helped him and so on. So a fabulous innings from him. He'll become a more mature player because of it. And can he get himself to a point where he's not 7? That he can suddenly say, nah, I'm going to be 6 now. And that may be the question that New Zealand might start to debate internally.
One man who couldn't resist the hook shot was James Rew today. He was dropped, mistiming a hook shot against Will O'Rourke at deep backward square leg, and was then dismissed playing the hook shot for 24, the prolific Somerset top order batsman who's batting 6 today and keeping wicket. But he'll learn from that. It looked a bit compulsive, I must be honest, with 10 minutes to go out to the hook shot, but he backs himself. Nonetheless, it's been New Zealand's day. They are in a very strong position. 391 all out. England are 222 for 6, trailing still by 169. Hope you've enjoyed our commentary if you've been listening. To our overseas listeners and viewers, every ball by ball, of course, on the Talksport Cricket YouTube channel. And we'll be back for day 3 at 11 a.m. Hope you can join us wherever you're listening or watching.